The fish dragon king was dragged into the bottom of the sea by Han Fei, mainly because he couldn't bear this blow for a while. He wanted to say, it's not that the enemy is too strong, but that I haven't seen the enemy at all. How do you expect me to fight him? But in any case, Yu Hanjia was the only one left among the people he had brought with him. Yu Kaling, who had just killed the traitor, seemed to have been poisoned too. Looking at Han Fei, whose eyes were bloodshot, the fish dragon king was touched and shouted, "Don't worry. I will never allow such a ridiculous thing to happen again. As long as we can get out safely this time, I will send you to the royal city." However, Han Fei simply ignored him, pretending to be fighting something. Seeing this, the fish dragon king frowned and narrowed his eyes, ready to attack Han Fei at any time. In fact, Han Fei was talking to the old turtle. "What do you think? When can you kill Yuan Dao?" The old turtle was stunned. "Wait, it hasn't even been half an hour since you last asked. Why are you in such a hurry?" Han Fei said, "I still have a lot of things to do. You can't expect me to take such a burden with me, can you? How about me crippling him first? I promise I won't take his life." The old turtle said helplessly, "That's fine as long as you're happy. By the way, can you absorb his soul memories? Although this technique isn't particularly powerful, ordinary venerables don't know it." "I do." The old turtle couldn't help but feel a little guilty. This brat was too autonomous and decisive. He knew very well that even if he killed this fish dragon king now, it wouldn't matter. At most, he would go out and not pretend to be the fish dragon king. However, in this thousand-mountain ancient realm, he could do whatever he wanted disguising as the fish dragon king. After he went out, he would at most not pretend to be the fish dragon king. Sure enough, Han Fei muttered, "Old turtle, what do you think of Yu Hong? He doesn't look weak either." The old turtle said helplessly, "I think you might as well pick this guy. Don't you think he's more stupid?" Han Fei said angrily, Hey. What do you mean? You mean I'm stupid? Right?" The old turtle snorted. "It's up to you. However, you'd better not kill this person. You can cripple and hide him. Your calabash space is such a good place." Han Fei curled his lips. "Just for him? Do you know how much spiritual spring it takes for me to bring a living person into that space? Depending on the strength, the degree of consumption is different." The old turtle said leisurely, "You can disable him first." Han Fei. Hiss. Han Fei immediately gasped. The old turtle's words gave him a very special idea. Yes, why couldn't he disable the fish dragon king first, before dragging him into Forge the Universe? In this way, not only could he not kill fish dragon king immediately, but he could also disguise as him. Oh no. He could disguise as anyone below his realm. After a long silence, Han Fei said slowly, "The old turtle is truly ruthless. He's a genius. Yu Hanjia, how do you feel?" The fish dragon king held his harpoon. He felt that something was wrong with Han Fei. Maybe, like Yu Kaling, he was corrupted by the weird sound. Even he was almost affected just now, although he was relatively far away. If he were closer, the consequences would be disastrous. It must be noted that Han Fei had killed more than one explorer with the help of the 9 sounds of Great Tao, Punishing Saber, and Water Luster. This weird and terrifying sound might really be a kind of Great Tao. How could a peak level sea spirit like the fish dragon king resist it? Huff. Suddenly, Hanfei straightened his body and stood straight. The fish dragon king instantly thrust his spear at Hanfei's neck and said coldly, "Are you okay?" Hanfei pretended to be stunned. "Master Dragon King, what are you doing? Let's talk nicely. Can you put down your weapon?" Seeing that Hanfei was sober and his eyes were no longer bloodshot, the fish Dragon King finally moved his spear away proudly and said, "I thought you were enchanted by that voice too. Since you're not enchanted, let's go." Although we were ambushed this time, the fact is that only the strong can survive in such an extremely harsh and dangerous environment. The fish dragon king made a bunch of excuses for himself. After all, he still didn't understand why he had run into all these weird things. Hanfei asked in surprise, "Yu Kaling, should we go help her?" At this moment, they perceived that Yu Kaling was 100 kilometers away, in a state of panic, being attacked by a group of immortal bird corpses. Even though she was wearing a battle suit and protected by a purple sand eel, she was still covered all over with bruises and wounds. The fish dragon king glanced in the direction of Yu Kaling and gritted his teeth. "We don't have to wait for her. That blood demon heavenly talent might still be lying in ambush there. Perhaps she is waiting for us to go back to rescue Yu Kaling. The enemy is in the dark, while we're in the light. We shouldn't take action now. This is my experience." After that, the fish dragon king turned around and was about to go in another direction. The moment he turned around, the fish dragon king was greatly shocked. Having no time to think or summon his companion spirit, he extended the distance behind him and activated the near-at-hand technique to send himself out. Huh. Hanfei was slightly stunned. Although he was surprised at the fish dragon king's perception of danger, how could a peak-level sea spirit escape from him? The void twisted, and Hanfei appeared directly behind the fish dragon king. "Pa!" Hanfei slapped the fish dragon king's shoulder, and without any delay, all the void lines were released at this moment and clutched the fish dragon king's soul. However, as Hanfei expected, the void lines were indeed unable to shake the fish dragon king. When the void lines were thrown out, Hanfei even felt a quaint vibe coming at him. Roar. At that moment, a dragon roared, and a dragon's shadow appeared in Hanfei's eyes. Dragon King bloodline? At that moment, Hanfei unhurriedly set up a concealment array. Then, he activated the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, and at that moment, the 100 beasts roared and stomped in the air. The beasts shattered the dragon phantom in one fell swoop, roaring so hard that the fish dragon king's face was bleeding and his eyes were bulging. With a flip of his hand, Hanfei stabbed out and directly shattered the fish dragon king's dantian. "Ah. Yuhan. Ah." Hanfei sneered. Since he had already attacked, he certainly wouldn't hold back. Hanfei cut the fish dragon king's spiritual heritage with the blood-drinking knife as if he were dissecting a cow. At this point, the void lines were attached to the fish dragon king, sucking his vitality. In a few seconds, the fish dragon king was sucked dry and was overflowing with death aura. The 10th place of the genius list of the White Shell Royal City couldn't even resist 1 second and was directly crippled. Hanfei smiled and scanned Yu Kaling with his perception, only to find that Yu Kaling was also seriously injured and the purple sand eel was almost torn apart. Hanfei thought to himself, "Girl, you can't blame me for this. Different People walk different paths. Bye-bye. Buzz. Han Fei's figure disappeared at the bottom of the sea. When he reappeared, he had already appeared and forged the universe with the crippled fish dragon king. Buzz. The center of the eyebrows of the fish dragon king was flashing. It seemed that he was calling his companion spirit. Han Fei looked down at the limp fish dragon king and said, "Hey. You want to summon your companion spirit at a time like this? Although it's just a thought, your demonic heritage has been severed, the demonic energy in your body is chaotic, your dantian is destroyed, and your soul is injured. Can you summon it out? But fine. Go on. I'm waiting." The fish dragon king widened his bloody eyes in disbelief. Didn't this person just save him a moment ago? Why did he suddenly want to kill him? Why was he so strong? And what the hell was this place? Han Fei glanced at the fish dragon king first, and then his body began to change, his bones began to change, his face blurred, and then he became the fish dragon king. You shameless. Han Fei smiled and took out the sun-moon shell of the fish dragon king matter. Factly. He scanned it with his spiritual power and smiled. He had really underestimated the fish dragon king. In this guy's sun-moon shell, there were more than 2,000 spiritual fruits. More than 300,000 caddies of spiritual spring, 200,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid, a pile of various materials, a dozen sea demon combat skills. And there was even an extra high-quality divine weapon. TSK. Dragon King, to be honest, you are the richest person I have ever robbed. Of course, you can't compare to the free trade valley of the ice mountain city. I'm not exaggerating at all. With your wealth, you are comparable to those in the Tao-seeking realm. The fish dragon king's face was grim, and he was terrified. This person brought deep fear to his heart. He had never been so afraid of a person. From the first time he saw him, Han Fei had been pretending. He was so strong that he could easily kill him, but he had kept it a secret until now. The fish dragon king struggled and moved on the ground, staring at Han Fei with two bloody eyes. Who are you? Hee hee. Han Fei smiled and said, well, you've mentioned me more than once. Think about it? The fish dragon king was surprised. When did I mention you? I don't even know. You, okay? Han Fei shrugged and said, okay, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. I still have a lot of things to do. By the way, my name is Han Fei, from the Waterwood world. The fish dragon king looked at Han Fei in disbelief. Is this Han Fei? Isn't Han Fei a human being? How did he become a half-merman? However, when the fish dragon king saw that Han Fei had already transformed into his own appearance, there was nothing he couldn't accept. From the beginning, Han Fei had been preparing to replace him, right? The fish dragon king roared in a low voice, what do you want? You can't kill me. You Wen Dao and Gue Sanqing are not stupid enough to believe that you are me. Han Fei chuckled. So, both of them have to die. The fish dragon king's body twitched. Is Han Fei crazy? He has just transcended the tribulation and is already planning to kill a half-venerable? However, Han Fei had snuck into the Ice God Canyon without consolidating his foundation after the tribulation. How strong must he have been to do such a crazy thing? Han Fei chuckled. Don't move. Let me see your soul first. The fish dragon king? Ah. outside forge the universe. Han Fei, the brand new fish dragon king, appeared at the bottom of the sea, with a spear in his hand. Han Fei didn't look very happy, because he saw a real seabed city in the sea. Demon Royal City. It was like a human town. There were buildings, shops, streets, and various trial secret realms. Not only that, Han Fei finally knew why the sea demons he saw all yearned for the Royal City, but no one knew anything about the Royal City. This was because the so-called Royal City only accepted elites. In the Sea Clan's Royal City, the weakest demonic heritage was the level 6 demonic heritage. And the reason for them accepting the people with level 6 demonic heritage was that the Sea Clan always needed people whose strength was between the strong and the weak. These people's greatest role was to follow a certain strong master. However, unlike the Yin-Yang world or the Waterwood world, how many human beings or the creatures of the Insect Clan and the Sky Clan could really have a level 6 spiritual heritage? Each of the people with level 6 spiritual heritage would only be nurtured regardless of cost. But the Sea Clan was different. They controlled the entire sea, and billions of creatures had awakened. Some people were specifically responsible for searching the 4 seas to find those talented. This made Han Fei feel pressure because in the information he read, there were many people in the Royal City, probably as many as 100,000 people. Thinking about that, Han Fei frowned. He was more and more worried about the Yin-Yang world now. He stood proudly and stared arrogantly. Han Fei scanned with his perception, only to find that Yucaling was gone and the sea was still rolling. There must have been a big battle there. Han Fei didn't care at all. The life of Yucaling didn't affect him at all. However, Han Fei didn't notice that Lan Shuer, who should have died in the ice cube, had also disappeared. Swish! Han Fei rushed out quickly. His goal was the mountain where the heavenly vine was. Having been in the Grand Myriad Mountains for so long, Han Fei knew how to get along with spiritual plants. At this moment, on the mountain, 7 or 8 women in red were fighting. Their enemy was a field of green and purple thorns. Among the thorns, there were black and purple cannibal flowers. Hiss! From the big cannibal flower's mouth, thousands of black stamens extended out. And there were especially many big cannibals gathering around. Instantly, the sky was full of black stamens. Hiya! A woman shouted, curse-killing technique. He heard 7 or 8 women in red muttering something. He didn't know what they were singing, but as the girl spoke, weird symbols that looked like runes appeared one after another. Those curse techniques turned into shadows such as sea demons, humans, and insects, fighting with the thorn demon plants. Han Fei had already perceived it clearly. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, what kind of demonic technique is this? The old turtle said, there are many ways of fighting in this world. In addition to the 5 major professions of you humans, there are fishing arts, many weapons, and so on. There is also a kind of curse technique, such as the majestic mystic spell that I left behind in my early years. It is actually a kind of curse technique. By conforming to the great Tao of heavenly secrets. With a curse technique, you can borrow the power of certain existence. Or, you can borrow the power of that law or the great Tao. Han Fei was a little surprised. A curse technique? Can it block my punch? Heh. The old turtle said disdainfully, as long as one cultivates a technique to a high level, every technique can be extremely terrifying. The curse technique. can kill an enemy millions of kilometers away and use the power of the heavenly Tao to increase one's own strength by several times. Their technique is simple to say. It's nothing more than a universal curse that can summon the souls of creatures that once existed here. Han Fei took a look. Sure enough, the black shadows summoned didn't seem to be very strong, but only had some simple combat characteristics. Han Fei curled his lips and said, "How can these be used for fighting?" The old turtle said, "Keep watching." Han Fei was not in a hurry to attack. He simply observed for a while longer. Then, he discovered, to his surprise, that these blood demons were continuously injecting power into the bodies of these creatures. Han Fei wondered, where is the power from? The old turtle explained, this is the power of a curse technique. It can bestow the summoned with power to fight for the summoner through sacrifices, summoning, and secret rituals. Han Fei saw that the summoned shadows could actually use combat skills. A human soul warrior even activated the shadowless arrow stream and killed a bunch of thorns and man-eating flowers. Besides, those blood demons didn't only know curse techniques. Red leaves floated around the blood demons like fire. They were the leaves of the big red trunk. Among these leaves, there was always a strange red leaf-shaped weapon, like a flying knife, that would circle around these blood demons. Whether it was weapons or attacking methods, Han Fei had never heard of them. This group of people pressed forward with irresistible force. Along the way, a large number of undead insects appeared, but they were all crushed by the weapons around them. Those demon plants were mostly killed by the flying red leaves and the summoned black shadows. This kind of means and strength was not at all inferior to the 5 major professions or sea demons. They didn't even need to do anything themselves. All in all, these blood demons from the Blood Sea Divine would gave Han Fei the feeling that they were a group of women who didn't need to do anything but to recite spells. However, after pondering for a long time, Han Fei said leisurely, "It seems that they can't withstand a punch of mine." The old turtle? The old turtle was speechless at Han Fei's logic. This is not the same combat type. Do you have to measure it with your fists? On the mountain, black shadows suddenly appeared in the clouds. Pa! A rotten black vine fell from the sky, and the terrifying vine shadow finally extracted a wisp of black gas from the void. Not good, it's the ancient heavenly vine. A crimson mark appeared on the forehead of the leading blood demon, and a sword mark was slashed out from it. Pooh! 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 The huge heaven-hanging vine exploded, and the air was filthy, full of black smoke and some filthy grayish-black liquid. Han Fei frowned. Is this heavenly vine alive or dead? Regardless of whether it was dead or alive, the combat power of this heavenly vine seemed to be greatly reduced. Although the blow just now was still very strong, it didn't make sense for it to be shattered so easily by a peak level sea spirit. If it were the heavenly vine in its normal state, it would have killed at least half of the blood demons easily. Han Fei decided not to wait anymore. With a swish, he disappeared from the spot. On this side, the blood demon, who had turned into a group of red-clothed beauties, was about to continue to ascend. The leading woman suddenly looked at the void and roared, and a red leaf-shaped blade swept into the void. Ding! In the distorted clouds, a hand extended out, and 2 fingers clamped the red leaf. An arrogant voice floated in the air, "Oh, I thought it was some big deal." Weapon. It turned out to be a weapon similar to an amulet knife wheel. Heh! How can it be used as a weapon? Let go. A blazing flame burst out on the leaf knife wheel, producing an extremely hot temperature. A strange curse erupted, as if trying to activate this weapon. However, Han Fei extended another hand, clasped the weapon with both hands, and suddenly exerted strength. Crack! The leaf knife wheel that was at least a divine weapon was broken by Han Fei with his bare hands. At this moment, the 7 or 8 blood demons were shocked. Who is this person who can shatter divine weapons with bare hands? Chi La. As the clouds dissipated, the arrogant face of the Fish Dragon King appeared in the sight of these blood demons. Fish Dragon King? Just now, when Han Fei sneak attacked the Fish Dragon King and the others, he was actually still some distance away from the mountain. Not all peak level. Sea spirits had a large perception range, so these villains didn't see the Fish Dragon King and Han Fei. At most, they knew that a big battle broke out not far away from them, and that was it. At this moment, seeing the Fish Dragon King that Han Fei transformed into, their expressions changed drastically, and the woman in the lead shouted, "Soul-sealing spell." Han Fei had already seen that someone was muttering, and weird runes were popping up from her mouth. But Han Fei was not an idiot. He was even faster than the Fish Dragon King. How could he give others a chance to react? Pfft! Han Fei used the instant mystic spear. Although he didn't know near at hand technique, he knew a little bit about Zhang Xuanyu's instant mystic spear. In an instant, a spear pierced through a blood demon and killed her. Swish swish swish. I poke. Although Han Fei's spear skills were not good, he was fast. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 8 blood demons were stabbed to death by his instant mystic spear. The other 2, including the leader, were released by Han Fei. In the end, Han Fei even laughed. You women want to compete with me for opportunities? Who do you think you are? You'd better come with the strong masters in your race. Han Fei roared domineeringly, and the 2 blood demons who escaped were enraged. One of them said, "Zier, why didn't we use the demonic illusion sound just now?" The leader of the team shook her head with a black face. It's useless. It's not easy for someone who ranks 10th on the genius list in the White Shell Royal City to be trapped by our illusions. However, this person is too arrogant. Let's go find Ruoyun and the others. After killing the blood demons, Han Fei stood on the mountainside and looked at the thorny vines that were pouncing at him. Han Fei frowned and shouted, "Is water immortal here? I am the disciple of the 4 venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains, Wang Han." Does anyone remember Wang Han? When he said water immortal, the infinite thorny vines suddenly paused. In the sky, 2 long vines quickly descended, but they didn't attack him. Because Han Fei didn't make a move, the thorny vines and the cannibal flowers didn't attack him. The undead insects, on the other hand, had surrounded Han Fei and seemed ready to swallow him at any time. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the purple thorns and purple vines that shot at the blood demons that Han Fei had just killed dragged the blood demons' bodies together. Then, in the mist seal, the heavenly vine was trembling, and rotten roots extended out of the ground. These roots directly penetrated into the bodies of the red demons. Their bodies withered at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were sucked dry. Han Fei frowned. Could it be that the heavenly vine has become a real demonic creature and is swallowing flesh and blood? Swish! 2 black vines extended from the mist. When Han Fei saw the dark and decaying vines up close, his face sank. This space was not an illusion, but a separate world like the underground city. There shouldn't be only undead creatures here. Suddenly, the old turtle's voice echoed in his head, this vine seems to be still alive. Huh? Han Fei's pupils were constricted. What do you mean? Are these vines alive? The old turtle said, yes, they're alive, but their vitality is pathetically low. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been chopped into pieces by a peak-level sea spirit just now. Han Fei asked, how did they become like this? The old turtle said, you've just come to this space. How do you know? However, I have a feeling that something is wrong with this space. Including you, your vitality is slowly dissipating. Han Fei took a breath and said, I don't feel anything. The old turtle said, it means that you're still weak. This vine in front of you is just rotten, but there should still be a trace of vitality in it, but it's running out. Just now, although these people died, their flesh and blood were still fresh. Although their souls were in chaos, the essence of their lives is still there, so their bodies can provide this vine with some vitality. Han Fei's face became extremely dark. Was this world already so decayed? There was not enough spiritual energy, not much energy, and even vitality was scarce. At this moment, the big rotten vine slowly fell beside Han Fei. Then, Han Fei saw a scene that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This scene even made Han Fei a little sad. On the thick rotten vines, a few sprouts extended out. This hilarious scene looked very shocking from a distance. A huge vine that was 1,000 meters long seemed to be about to crush Han Fei, but in fact, it stopped half a meter away from Han Fei. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was about to extend his hand, only to see the thorny vines rioting, and the undead worms hissed as if warning Han Fei not to do anything rash. Han Fei said, don't panic. I am not a sea demon. With that, Han Fei let out a low roar and his body began to change, turning into a big ape. No matter when he was a human or when he became a sea demon, he would eventually turn into the human form. As for the Beast King technique, it was just a simple transformation technique, different from the evolution technique. The art of evolution seemed to make him completely become a sea demon. With the help of the deceit technique, he could basically become any sea demon who was not stronger than him. However, the Beast King technique was a technique to simulate transformation. No matter how realistic it was fake, not real. Sure enough, when Han Fei turned into a big ape, the thorn-purple vine and the undead insects began to stir. Even though their souls were lost, they were still shocked by Han Fei's sudden change. Han Fei said, I am Wang Han, the head disciple of the four venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains. After that, Han Fei extended his finger again. There were many ways to communicate with spiritual plants. Some spiritual plants could directly produce human faces, some spiritual plants could produce fruits to help them speak, and some spiritual plants could use the bodies of other creatures to speak. As for the heavenly vine, it was one of the special ones. It was like a silent guardian, without a human face, communicating through consciousness. Therefore, when Han Fei extended his hand, the fresh leaves wrapped his hand. In fact, if it were in the past, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. He just needed to press his hand on the heavenly vine to communicate with it. The difficult one to communicate with was heavenly red hibiscus, and the most annoying one was the hydra grass. Sure enough, when the young leaf wrapped Han Fei's hand, a voice immediately appeared in Han Fei's mind. Who are you? Han Fei spoke telepathically. I'm Wang Han, the water immortal, the beast king, Venerable Tian Qing, and the giant king are all my teachers. After a long time, the voice said, never heard of these names. Han Fei asked, have you heard of Shiman Linglan? After a long time, the heavenly vine said, Venerable Shiman lived 20,000 years ago. Were you and Venerable Shiman in the same era? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Shiman Linglan lived 20,000 years ago? Han Fei took a deep breath and said, you mean, 20,000 years before you, Shiman Linglan had already died? How did she die? The heavenly vine replied subconsciously, I don't know. I only heard that Venerable Shiman led the Avenger to launch a battle. Then, she never came back. At that time, the ground veins of the Grand Myriad Mountain split and we had to fend for ourselves. Master Green Lotus told me all this. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, is Green Lotus still alive? I know her. Well, she fought for me. The heavenly vine paused for a long time. Who are you exactly? How do you know Lord Green Lotus? Lord Green Lotus was born in the Age of Doom. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, would you believe me if I said that I had once crossed the river of time? Han Fei felt that the heavenly vine's huge body was trembling. The heavenly vine seemed to remember something and quickly asked, you are that person, you are that person? Han Fei was stunned. Which person? The heavenly vine seemed to be a little excited and said, Master Green Lotus once mentioned that there was a peerless talent who came across time and had decided the fate of the world for the next 50,000 years. Is that you? Han Fei was stunned. Am I that powerful? When did I decide the fate of the world for the next 50,000 years? Han Fei immediately responded, so, is Green Lotus still alive? Han Fei clearly felt a trace of sadness from the heavenly vine and it said, Master Green Lotus has given her life to the water immortal. She may have died. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was feeling sad, he suddenly asked. In shock, what did you say? You said that Green Lotus sacrificed her life to the water immortal? What do you mean? The heavenly vine trembled slightly. Water immortal is still alive. She's not dead. Hiss. Han Fei gasped hard. How long had it been? Was the water immortal still alive? How many years had it been? This heavenly vine was born 20,000 years later than Shiman Linglan. And then 50,000 years later. Damn it, how many years had passed since he was there? Han Fei was shocked and then overjoyed. Where is she? Where is she? The heavenly vine trembled and said, the water immortal is on the divine sun peak. Do you know the divine sun peak? The water immortal is in a very bad state, very bad. Although she sealed this world with her own power, without enough spiritual energy and energy to support her, she has already fallen asleep. We can only sacrifice our own vitality to ensure that the water immortal won't die. The old turtle suddenly asked in surprise, boy, have you really passed the river of time? However, Han Fei frowned. Lack of vitality? So this is the reason why there are so many undead creatures in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm? Han Fei was about to ask for more information, when the heavenly vine said, someone came. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and perceived, only to see 5 or 6 half-mermen rushing at him from behind. Of course, they had perceived Han Fei, but Han Fei was a big ape now. How could these half-mermen know him? They thought that they had a fortuitous encounter. Roar. Han Fei turned his head, twisted his body, turned the void, and hit a half-merman's head with the embroidery needle. Bang! His body was instantly blown up by Han Fei's terrifying force. At that moment, another 5 people shouted, "Retreat!" They discovered, to their shock, that this strange creature was too fast for them to react at all. However, the void lines had already extended and caught the 3 of them in an instant. 2 of them felt that they were too slow. Instead of fleeing, they fused with their companion spirits. However, they were hit more than 10 times in a row and ended up being reduced to mud. They were only peak-level sea spirits. How could they withstand the terrifying power of 200 waves? Not to mention 10 strikes, even if they were hit by Han Fei only once, they would be half dead. Han Fei's body quickly changed back into the appearance of the fish dragon king. He sent these people's bodies to the vines, and said, "You can get there. Vitality. I'm going to the divine sun peak." However, a young leaf from the heavenly vine reached out to Han Fei. After it fell on Han Fei, it said with a mental wave, "Give all their vitality to the water immortal." Han Fei grinned. "Don't worry. Most of the sea demons who came in today will become sacrifices. You seriously lack vitality. Recover first. I'll take care of the rest." As if touched by Han Fei, the heavenly vine was silent for a while, and countless roots extended to the sea demons' bodies. It seemed to see hope. Han Fei never expected that he would accidentally find the remnants of the Grand Myriad Mountains. However, why were the Grand Myriad Mountains in the Waterwood world? Or rather, in the era he had been in, the 36 worlds hadn't been divided. Therefore, he could find the remnants of the Grand Myriad Mountains in the Inyang world and the Waterwood world? The old turtle said, "Brat, were you bragging? Have you really crossed the river of time?" Han Fei asked, "Why? Is there a problem?" The old turtle snorted. "What you said is too mysterious. Although I can travel through a section of Time River with special means, I can't interact with people of different times from me, let alone learn things from them." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Don't think you know everything just because you were once an emperor. There are still many secrets you don't know." The old turtle didn't argue, but said in a low voice, "Although I don't know what opportunities you had before, you need to be careful of that water immortal." Huh? The old turtle said, "According to the little vine, this person must have already become a king. But even if she becomes a king, under normal circumstances, she can't protect this world for tens of thousands of years. If this world really existed, the kings of the Waterwood world wouldn't sit idle. Therefore, the world you see now should be the true body of the so-called water immortal." I guess that in an extreme situation, she tried to open the sky, but she wasn't strong enough, so she forcibly swallowed the real world, and in the end, her body turned into this place, containing an incomplete world. But now, she's equivalent to a half-dead sky-swallowing seashell. She shouldn't have any consciousness now. Wait a moment. What did you say? You said she has already become a king? The world we are in is the original body of the water immortal? The old turtle said, "That's right." How do you think the sea establishment realm comes about? A king establishes his own world sea, which is the sea establishment realm. However, only establishing a sea is not enough. Heaven and earth make up for each other. The great Tao, comprised of yin and yang. With a sea established, there should be a sky opened. Only in this way can a world be formed. Then, the old turtle said solemnly, if you want to awaken a king who is extremely lacking in vitality with your vitality, even 10 drops of life spring water won't be enough. You can get some people to let her swallow first. Han Fei was stunned. Even 10 drops of life spring water is not enough? However, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Old turtle, do you think Queen Life knows that there is a king in the 1,000-mountain ancient realm? The old turtle hummed. Of course she knows. Not only her, but the king of the Sea clan also knows. It's just that they can't enter, so they can't find this person's location through an entrance. Besides, the reason they keep about 5,000 people in this ancient realm is to prevent this person from resurrecting and achieving a true return by swallowing those people in one go. 5,000 people, plus the resources they carry, shouldn't be enough to revive a king. Han Fei took a deep breath. Isn't Queen Life on the side with the water immortal? He couldn't be sure of this. Who knew what happened after the Age of Doom? He didn't know either. He only stayed in that era for a few decades. Han Fei thought to himself, should I get some information from Shu Xiaoman? Swish. When Han Fei quickly flew across the sky, he perceived that there were at least more than 20 people climbing mountains. He saw a Sky Clan member pull out a green sword leaf from a decaying leaf of the 1,000-sword banana. Immediately, Han Fei frowned. The 1,000-mountain ancient realm had been reduced to such a state. Would Queen Life and Sea Demons still send people over to take the treasures here? Treasure materials were very common in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Once, when the Giant King taught him the 100-war divine hammer, he said to him, don't worry about materials. We've got plenty of materials. The materials the Giant King referred to were not only the bones of sea demons, but also the mother lode of the Grand Myriad Mountains, as well as the precious materials on dead animals and various spiritual plants in the Grand Myriad Mountains. For example, on the distant mountain, the 1,000-sword banana that the Sky Clan member had plucked away could produce a jade sword from its stamen every 100 years. After 100 years, if no one took it away, this jade sword would become a special sword leaf of the 1,000-sword banana. The more special sword leaves it had, the stronger the 1,000-sword banana would be. In Han Fei's impression, he seemed to have seen 1,000-sword bananas with 72 special sword leaves. This meant that the 1,000-leaf banana had lived for at least 7,200 years. Han Fei had never interacted with the 1,000-sword banana, but he had interacted with the sky-slaying sword hemp before. When the water immortal was tutoring him, he once made a sky-slaying sword hemp attack him, which caused holes all over his body. It was extremely dangerous. However, Han Fei heard the conversation of the two big birds. One of them said, what a pity. According to my sister, when she came last time, this 1,000-sword banana hadn't died yet. But this time it seems that it has been dead for decades. The other one said, alas. Not only this one, more than 20 of them have died on this mountain. Let's pick them all. Anyway, we can't let them fall into the hands of sea demons. Phew. Han Fei was relieved to hear it. Did they pick a sword leaf of a dead 1,000-sword banana? Han Fei was still thinking, the big clans in the Grand Myriad Mountains are on very good terms with me. What should I do if Queen Life is hostile to the creatures here? At the very least, he would definitely be wary of Queen Life. Now, knowing that they were only taking away the treasures of the dead creatures, Han Fei was relieved. He spread out his perception and found that 500 kilometers away, demons were attacking a swath of purple bamboo and a red-bellied spider. Among them, someone was very strong and had killed dozens of spiders. Of course, the whole mountain was full of spiders. It was not easy for them to rush up to get treasure. However, since he had encountered them, he might as well kill them. At this moment, a sea demon shouted, "All of you, attack with all your strength. The treasure is not the key. All three parties, disperse. When the time comes, the treasure competition will also be a hunting battle. Hunting is much faster than searching for treasure by ourselves." As soon as he said so, with a swish, a figure appeared in their perception. Instantly, everyone was surprised. Huh? It's the kingfish dragon. Why is he here alone? Someone said, this kind of genius has always been a loner. He probably doesn't like being followed, right? Someone was confused. Why is he coming at us? When Han Fei was 100 kilometers away, someone said, nice to meet you, Master Dragon King. Han Fei grunted and didn't slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, he had passed 50 or 60 miles. Before they realized what was going on, Han Fei had arrived. At this moment, red-bellied spiders surrounded them, and those people were standing and wondering, what does the fish dragon king mean? Does he also need the materials here? Holding the spear, Han Fei glanced at the people fighting and shook his head slightly. Goodbye. Swish. Puff. Bang. Almost in an instant, these sea demons were stabbed to death by Han Fei before they could react. Even they themselves didn't know why the 10th on the genius list of the royal city would suddenly attack them. Even the red-bellied spiders were stunned. What's going on here? Are they infighting? However, these spiders immediately realized that Han Fei might be a more dangerous person. Just as they were about to surround him, they saw Han Fei twist in the air and then disappear. After only half an hour, Han Fei had already killed as many as 50 half-mermen and blood demons. However, Han Fei was quite generous this time. He didn't take a single one of these people swallowing seashells, but casually scattered all the resources on them. According to the old turtle, if this world was the original body of the water immortal, then these resources were actually all left for her. Furthermore, as soon as the people he was hunting entered the 1,000 mountain ancient realm, they were attracted by some of the outermost mountains. With such poor insight and knowledge, they wouldn't have any chance to become strong. Although the fish dragon king seemed a bit impulsive to rush in as soon as he came in, it didn't mean he was wrong. However, Han Fei's understanding was different. You've just entered an unfamiliar place, so you should at least know what this place is and what rules there are. At this moment, he had spent some time solving some short-sighted people. Han Fei stepped in the air, adjusted his direction with his body's instinctive reaction, and flew out with a swish. Han Fei flew without paying attention to others at all. Disguising as the fish Dragon King, he was flying fast. The 1,000-mountain domain was not as big as he imagined. He would meet some people along the way. A member of the Sky Clan saw Han Fei and immediately shouted, "Isn't this person the heavenly talent of the Sea Clan? Come on, chase him. Let's see where he is going." At the bottom of the sea, a blood demon was surprised. Fish Dragon King? Why? Is he alone? This is a good opportunity. If I can hunt him, my strength will definitely improve greatly. A human frowned when he saw Han Fei. This person seems to be a heavenly talent from the White Shell Royal City. There was also a clam girl who seemed to be familiar with the Fish Dragon King. At this moment, she was leading more than a dozen people to climb a high mountain with special protrusions. On the sea, withered algae rolled towards them overwhelmingly. On the mountain, conical shadows appeared occasionally and attacked them. Not only that, two of them seemed to be in an illusion and going crazy. Shui Hongyan? Han Fei's heart stirred. Wasn't this one of the geniuses who didn't get along with the Fish Dragon King? After reading the Fish Dragon King's soul, Han Fei knew that Shui Hongyan was the 12th place on the genius list in the royal city. In 3 years, she rose from the 18th place to the 12th place. Hey! Let me kill her first. As the saying went, a heavenly talent versus a heavenly talent, each more arrogant than the other. When Shui Hongyan saw Han Fei, her aura surged up. She wondered if she should attack the Fish Dragon King. However, it was clearly not the time to do that. If Fish Dragon King was heavily wounded, she would definitely take action. Even if she couldn't kill him, it would be good to injure him. However, at this moment, although the Fish Dragon King didn't take anyone with him, he seemed to be in good shape. Although she didn't quite like the Fish Dragon King. This guy who was so conceited and arrogant just because he had the bloodline of the Dragon King disgusted her. But when it came to fighting, she really didn't have any confidence in defeating the Fish Dragon King, who used all his strength. If Yu Hong was here, there might be a chance for them. As for the followers around her, to be honest, they were just cannon fodder. It was impossible for them to stop the Fish Dragon King in his peak state. However, what Shui Hongyan didn't know yet was that the talented and powerful Fish Dragon King in her eyes had been disabled by Han Fei before he summoned his companion spirit. At this moment, he was still lying in Forge the Universe, groaning. At this moment, when Han Fei saw the water-red flame, he seemed to see a pile of treasure, but unfortunately, this treasure had to be left to this world. Creatures like the clam girl always had their own space. After they died, the clam shell would turn into a space, so she must have many resources on her. At this moment, besides the water immortal, what Han Fei wanted to see most was this kind of ATM. He certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Therefore, when Shui Hongyan thought that Han Fei would fly over, Han Fei swooshed at her. Shui Hongyan's face suddenly changed. Fish Dragon King, do you think you can defeat me alone? Don't forget, you haven't entered the top 5 yet. It's impossible for you to penetrate my shell. Han Fei grinned. Since we're not in the royal city, who can beat me? You, a mere clam girl? I order you to hand over your sea-swallowing seashells, and I can spare your lives. Otherwise, die. Buzz. Many people's faces changed. Someone said, Master Dragon King, this is a secret realm. We are of the same clan. How can we kill each other? Han Fei grinned ferociously. Who the F***ck are you? Do you think you deserve to be called a clansman of mine? Junk, die. Everyone's expression changed. How F***king arrogant was this guy? Everyone roared, fight. Shui Hongyan roared, star scar. Swish. Void rifts appeared one after another. In the blink of an eye, a white shell appeared in the air. Han Fei could see that behind every crack was an invisible blade. Therefore, his charge was not only against the void cracks, but also the invisible blades. This was different from the kind of crack that tore the void. This kind of void crack was cut out and had a powerful tearing ability. However, this strike was meant to deal with the former Fish Dragon King. The Fish Dragon Kings, near at hand, could change the distance of space, but this didn't mean that it could ignore space. Therefore, when his speed was extremely fast, he was very likely to be injured by these void cracks and invisible blades. However, Han Fei was different. He only saw Han Fei twist his body. With a buzz, Han Fei appeared in his camp. Pfft! Smack! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the three people closest to Han Fei were killed, without any chance to fight back. Han Fei, who was at the peak of the law enforcer level, was equally terrifying. When facing creatures of the same level, the void lines only caught 5 people, and some people blocked the void lines. If it's not the near-at-hand technique, who are you? Shui Hongyan seemed to pull out a thread from the void, and she was fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Han Fei stomped, and the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Punishing Saber, Water Luster, Fire Seed, and Tree Spirit appeared. Because Earth 9 didn't fight, Han Fei didn't summon him, which saved him some effort. Han Fei stepped into the air and chased after Shui Hongyan, shouting, "You guys solve the remaining people. You can only use the strength of a peak level law enforcer." Swish! Han Fei stopped pretending and slashed out with the draw technique. Infinity. Water condensed in the void, and in only half a second, it blocked Shui Hongyan's escaping way. At this moment, Shui Hongyan had already drilled into her shell, and her voice was echoing. "You are not the Fish Dragon King. Who are you?" Han Fei glared at Shui Hongyan ferociously and said, "Who said that I'm not the Fish Dragon King? Don't I look like him?" Clang! 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 Han Fei stepped in the air, his hands behind his back, and looked at the shell that was being cut crazily by the infinity water. "By the way, I've always thought that you clam girls are a weird creature. Shouldn't you contribute such a powerful shell to make divine weapons?" Han Fei looked very leisurely, because this shell couldn't resist the infinity water at all. As the million knife art swept out, countless white marks and cracks appeared on the white shell. Shui Hongyan shouted in shock, "Let me go. Since you are not the Fish Dragon King, we have no conflict." When Shui Hongyan shouted, Han Fei felt that there were invisible threads in the surrounding void, which seemed to be trying to control him. He had already experienced this trick back in the Sea of Pearls on the Scattered Stars Island. How could he let Shui Hongyan succeed? Han Fei grinned and extended his finger. 10,000 knives in one. A cry seemed to burst out of the shell. "Wait a minute." Clank. Crack. The white jade-like shell was cut open by the sword. The void lines were directly attached to it. Ignoring the sole resistance of Shui Hongyan, Han Fei began to extract her vitality. "What can I do to make you let me go? We're all of the same race. Why kill each other?" Han Fei smiled. The void lines were indeed about to be upgraded. In the face of these heavenly talents whose souls were not weak and probably had soul treasures, the void lines lost its former unfailing accuracy. Of course, they could still steal vitality. Bam! Han Fei stood on the shell and nailed Shui Hongyan with the long spear of the Fish Dragon King. Who told you that I'm from the same race as you? I, Han Fei, am a legitimate human with a pure bloodline that only the royal family of mermaids can match. Who do you think you are? Without giving Shui Hongyan a chance to self-destruct, the infinity water had already minced what was inside the shell. Before Shui Hongyan died, her eyes widened when she heard the name Han Fei. Wasn't this the peerless genius of the waterwood world? In the end, she was still a little puzzled. Why does it have to be the royal family of mermaids to be comparable to you? Ordinary mermaids are already high and mighty, let alone their royal family. However, she never had a chance to know it. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that the battle on Punishing Saber's side had already ended. The 5 people he controlled with the void lines, but hadn't killed, had already been wrapped in a spider web by the red-bellied spider. There were only a dozen of them in the first place. Han Fei killed 8 ordinary peak-level sea spirits and Shui Hongyan, and Punishing Saber and the others easily killed the remaining. At this moment, Han Fei casually threw Shui Hongyan into the purple bamboo wood and shouted, "Red Star Sky Bamboo, use up the vitality here. Try to recover as soon as possible. As for the water immortal, I'll work out a way to help her." Da-da-da. Han Fei heard a lot of bamboos knocking, and a pleasant melody came from the bamboos. Han Fei picked up the meaning of the Red Star Sky Bamboo based on the melody. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Han Fei smiled. "I am the disciple of the 4 venerables of the Grand Myriad Mountains, Wang Han is. If you want to know my story, I'll tell you after I rescue the water immortal." After easily solving a group of powerhouses, Han Fei rushed out again. After all, there was only one road to the Divine Sun Peak. On this road, he would meet some people, but not many. The Grand Myriad Mountains were huge. Back then, it took him and Shiman Linglan a full day and night to fly over the Grand Myriad Mountains. According to the mountains in his memory, Han Fei quickly judged which mountain these peaks belonged to, so as to determine the direction. Very soon, it only took half an hour for Han Fei to find the location of the Divine Sun Peak under the pursuit of a large group of big undead birds. Han Fei could only sigh at these birds. What a pity. Compared to demon plants, races like humans, beasts, birds, and war giants had much shorter lives. Han Fei remembered that when the water immortal taught him the first lesson, she had already said that the lifespan of demonic plants was very long. Before, Han Fei didn't quite understand it, but now he did. How long had it been since that era? The water immortal was still alive? It was a miracle. The Divine Sun Peak was extremely steep. There was wind and rain outside, so it was in this world. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the sky and looked at the shadows in the storm. He said, "Hydra Grass, I don't know which era you are from. I am Wang Han from the Grand Myriad Mountains. If you haven't heard my name, let me put it another way. I am the disciple of the water immortal." With that, Han Fei's body slightly trembled, and he wanted to twist the void and enter the Divine Sun Peak. It was impossible to barge in by force. Having stayed in the Grand Myriad Mountains for so long, Han Fei certainly knew the danger of the Divine Sun Peak. He wouldn't be able to get out of this mist if he entered it. However, Han Fei didn't expect that even the star teleportation technique failed. The Divine Sun Peak was sealed by an inexplicable force, and even space was blocked. The star teleportation technique lost its effect. Bang! Just as Han Fei frowned, wondering if he should walk straight into the mist and try to take a look, he suddenly saw two huge heads sticking out of the mist. It was none other than the hydra grass. And these two heads were mostly dead at this moment. One of them was almost rotting, and no green could be seen. As for the other one, it was dark green and black. It was no longer the awe-inspiring hydra grass he remembered. Han Fei's heart sank. The hydra grass that protected the divine sun peak had become like this? With a thought, Han Fei threw out 10,000 caddies of spiritual spring and 100 energy fruits. Take them and recover. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. The hydra grass was about to rot. It didn't care where the spiritual energy came from or who gave it to it. Anyway, as long as Han Fei gave it to it, it would accept it. The huge tongue pulled, and the spiritual spring and energy fruit were sucked away. Then, the two snake heads were hidden in the mist again. Han Fei thought for a moment. There were not many people who knew about the divine sun peak or entered it. Besides, since he was here, the water immortal was inside. He couldn't meet her with the face of the fish dragon king. Han Fei stood in midair, and his body began to twist and deform. At the moment Han Fei deformed, he saw a snake head extending out of the mist. Again, as if curious about what Han Fei was doing. However, when Han Fei slowly turned into a human, the snake head couldn't help but move closer to him. Han Fei said impatiently, "I'm Wang Han. Open a way and let me in." "Can't you speak human language? Say something." The hydra grass could speak human language, but its voice was as loud as thunder. Hearing Han Fei's words, the hydra grass said telepathically, "Who are you?" "I've never heard of Wang Han." Han Fei grinned. "Have you heard of the name Shiman Linglan?" As he spoke, Han Fei hummed. "I'm speaking the giant's language." "You should know that, right?" Then, Han Fei turned into a big ape and asked, "Have you seen the Beast King?" Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into Tianqing's human form. Unfortunately, Tianqing never showed his true body. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know what Tianqing's true body was. He could only turn into Tianqing's human form. The hydra grass's snake head was still swinging. "I have never seen the Beast King or Venerable Tianqing. That was the era of kings. I wasn't born yet." Han Fei. Han Fei hesitated for a long time. For some reason, he suddenly remembered what Xu Xiaoman said, "Can you become a woman?" **CK. Did Queen Life already know about this relationship? Han Fei was horrified. That was impossible. Even he himself felt that what he experienced was very strange. Up to now, he had never told anyone about it. How could Queen Life get to know it? However, facing the hydra grass whose brain might be damaged, Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Although you don't have eyes, you'd better see what's going to happen clearly." Han Fei's body began to change. His body shrank, his hair grew longer, and his cheeks shrank. In the blink of an eye, a gorgeous woman appeared in midair. Who else could it be if not the water immortal? Of course, Han Fei just changed his figure and face and didn't go deeper. This scene dumbfounded the hydra grass. In an instant, 9 rotten snakeheads all ran out as if only one head couldn't see clearly. Han Fei said with a black face, "Have you seen enough? Show me the way." As he spoke, Han Fei raised his hand, and 100,000 caddies of Spiritual spring floated in the air. Do you think I'm stupid? If the water immortal has nothing to do with me, why would I give her resources? Also, the divine sun isn't here. Do you think the divine sun peak can really stop me? With that, Han Fei's figure continued to change. It was too embarrassing to change into a woman. It was better to be a man, even if this man looked weird. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into the divine sun. This time, the hydra grass didn't respond at all. Han Fei was speechless. This is the divine sun. You live on the divine sun peak. Don't tell me you've never seen the divine sun. The hydra grass shivered and asked hesitantly, so, who are you exactly? Han Fei was lost for words. I told you that I'm the water immortal's disciple. I don't know how to explain it to you. Open the way for me first. If you don't open it, how many years can this world last? The water immortal is very lacking in energy and spiritual energy now, isn't she? The hydra grass seemed to be struggling. However, Han Fei had even changed into the water immortal. It couldn't be fake, right? Since the day it guarded the peak, from beginning to end, only one person had come to the peak. And that person would never harm the water immortal. The hydra grass finally sorted out its thoughts with its rotten head and then extended a head over. Enter my mouth, and I will take you into the divine sun peak. Han Fei put away the spiritual spring and stepped over without hesitation. Standing in the hydra grass's head, Han Fei found that some plants here emitted a stink, which was the smell of rotting plants. Even the divine sun peak was so poor now. Han Fei's heart became heavy. He had to save the water immortal. When he left, the water immortal had become a flower bud. Now, it had been tens of thousands of years, and he didn't know what the water immortal had become. It was not easy to enter the periphery of the divine sun peak. The mist had the ability to make people lost. As for where to get lost, no one knew. There seemed to be infinite space in the mist. Anyway, Han Fei had only been to the peak once. It must be a hole deliberately opened by the divine sun to let him in. This time, it was actually the second time Han Fei passed through the layers of mist and went in. When a gray mist drifted over, the scene in front of Han Fei's eyes changed. It was still a dry tree. The red ribbon-like leaves had withered and the tree turned into a bare tree without leaves. This strange tree seemed to have withered. He didn't know if it was still alive, but at least there was no longer the divine sun here, which made him sigh. In the hydra grass's head, Han Fei saw a lotus in front of the tree. It was a 9-leaf lotus, but at this moment, there was only a lotus seed and a lotus leaf left. With a swish, Han Fei's body flashed and he appeared on the divine sun peak. The hydra grass shook, fearing that Han Fei would hurt the water immortal. However, Han Fei could tell at a glance that there was an array protecting the lotus seat. Even if there was only one lotus leaf left, it was definitely not something ordinary people could shake. However, for Han Fei, who was good at stealing vitality and using arrays, it didn't seem to be difficult. He felt that if it were him, he should be able to crack the array with some time. Of course, Han Fei would never do that. On the lotus seat, the elegant figure of the water immortal was lying quietly on it. Her face hadn't changed at all, as if she had just fallen asleep. Han Fei turned his head excitedly and looked at the hydra grass. How can I give spiritual energy, and vitality to Fairy? The hydra grass said, just inject it into the lotus seat. The water immortal We'll collect it instinctively. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the hydra grass. Did you give the spiritual energy I just gave you to the water immortal? The hydra grass slightly nodded its 9 snake heads. Of course, those resources were so precious. If in the end they couldn't hold on anymore, all the living creatures in this world would give their vitality to the water immortal. Han Fei immediately raised his hand and threw out 500,000 caddies of spiritual spring, and the hydra grass shrank its head back at the same time as if shocked. This was probably the most extravagant injection of spiritual energy he had ever seen in his life. In fact, this amount of spiritual energy was not much. 500,000 caddies of spiritual energy was only 500 million points of spiritual energy. Originally, after Han Fei deduced all kinds of combat skills, he only had about 500 million left. In addition to the 10,000 caddies he gave to the hydra grass just now, plus the ones he looted and got from the fish dragon king, he had about 300 million in total. Han Fei felt a little regretful. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have blown up the Ice Mountain City. Otherwise, he would have at least 5 billion points of spiritual energy to give to the water immortal. Spiritual energy, like billowing rivers, was crazily sucked into the lotus seat. Han Fei ignored it and cast the holy light technique on the hydra grass. Obviously, the hydra grass's body trembled and its vitality was recovering. A large number of rotten and damaged meridians were withering and trying to regrow. The hydra grass hurriedly said, "Give it to the water immortal. Don't waste it." Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "It doesn't matter. I don't have enough energy and spiritual energy here. I have to hunt some sea demons later." If measured by the naked eye, it was a river. At this moment, he had poured all his spiritual energy into the divine sun peak, causing the spiritual energy here to surge and break through the clouds. However, Han Fei didn't care. It was all weaklings outside. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to fight 1,000 enemies alone. At this moment, the old turtle said, "You can't understand the energy and spiritual energy that a king needs to consume. You have too few resources. If you have 10 times more, maybe it's enough. Even if you can't revive her, it won't be a problem to keep this space for 100 years. Splash. Han Fei waved his hand again and threw out all the remaining 300 million points of spiritual energy. Seeing this, the hydra grass trembled again. How much spiritual spring does this person have? Not only that, Han Fei gritted his teeth and threw out more than 2,000 spiritual fruits. All of them turned into energy and spiritual energy and were sucked into the lotus seat, causing the clouds above the divine sun peak to change color and spiritual energy to soar to the sky. In the distance, many people looked up in the direction of the divine sun peak. A member of the Sky Clan exclaimed, "There seems to be a treasure appearing there." An insect said with a buzz, "Go there. There must be an ancestor of our insect race there." Shu Xiaomeng and the others were originally looking for dead creatures to pick up treasures, but when they suddenly saw a strange light in the distance, how could they not be shocked? Someone shouted, "Go." The blood demons were also surprised. That place was full of spiritual light. Has someone dug out something? A blood demon said, "Let's go. Hurry up." A blood demon said, "Ruoyun, what are you thinking? There must be a special treasure there." Yang Ruoyun said casually, "If we can see it, everybody can. Do you think it's a good thing? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Originally, the significance of the Thousand Mountain ancient realm was not in exploration, nor in the massive amount of materials deliberately created. The kings all knew that this was a king-level world, so there must be great opportunities. Whether it was the humans or the kings of the sea demons, the reason why they kept letting people come in to gain experience was that they had to ensure that these treasures wouldn't be monopolized by either side. Otherwise, it would definitely create one powerhouse after another, which was something no one wanted to see. On the other hand, although the probability of death in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm was not small, since it was a place where kings slept, it meant that there was a chance of becoming a king here. At least, everyone who knew the inside story believed that there was such a chance here. What if they had obtained some kind of inheritance? Even if there was no inheritance, would there be other great opportunities? For sea demons, if the king sleeping in this space was on the side of the Waterwood world, they would have to send people in. Their purpose was very simple, which was to destroy the space as much as possible. Hanfei was frowning at the moment, because he had no resources left. He only kept 100 spiritual fruits for emergencies in battle. As for the Hydra grass, Hanfei threw the holy light technique to it and then ignored it. Anyway, after so many years, it was not in a hurry to revive. Although the water immortal showed no signs of recovery, the massive amount of spiritual energy and energy absorbed was not completely ineffective. First of all, Hanfei realized that green light was circulating on the periphery of the lotus seed under the water immortal. The abundant spiritual energy and energy supply was spontaneously used to stabilize the seal around the lotus seat. Then, Hanfei saw that the remaining lotus petal stretched out and straightened a little. If it looked a little listless before, it looked particularly energetic at this moment. In the end, the water immortal was enshrouded in a glowing aura too. The old turtle said, "This person does have a lot of trump cards." With the help of the lotus seed, although the resources you threw out today can't wake her up completely, it can wake up a trace of her consciousness, which is self-protection consciousness. Hanfei glanced at Forge the Universe, only to see a pile of junk left. Those things were useless in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. What Hanfei desperately needed now was vitality like the life-spring water. Unfortunately, during the tribulation, the immeasurable fruit was also gone. Now, it should have become a part of his meridians. Otherwise, such an ultra-quality spiritual fruit should be very useful to the water immortal. Now, Hanfei only had one solution left, which was the heaven enlightenment divine technique. The reason why he hadn't thought of using this technique before was mainly because every time he used it, he had to pay a heavy price. One of the prices of using the heaven enlightenment divine technique was that his life would be overdrawn. The user could activate the divine power of heaven enlightenment at the cost of his life to recover. At this moment, Hanfei thought to himself, I have a lifespan of more than 2,000 years anyway. It shouldn't be a problem for me to activate the heaven enlightenment divine technique with a little bit of it, right? After all, vitality can be snatched. I'll just snatch it back then. Hanfei pondered for a moment. It was just a treatment. In Forge the Universe, there were still 100 spiritual fruits and some spirit awakening fluid. Although this thing didn't seem to be very useful for vitality, it was still a manifestation of the Tao runes. It shouldn't be a problem to support the activation of heaven enlightenment divine technique, right? Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath and said to the water immortal, "If I can't make it this time, wait for me. I'll find a way out and ask for some life spring water from Queen Life." With that, Han Fei opened his hands, and a golden light enveloped him in the blink of an eye. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique was known as the Undying Divine Technique. It could connect to the source of the void at the cost of life. When activating the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, Han Fei finally knew what it meant to sacrifice one's life. He felt that his life was no longer fresh, and his energy was rapidly weakening. The old turtle shouted in shock, "Little B****, what are you doing? Your vitality is passing away quickly." Hiss, "Is this the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique?" Han Fei felt that his qi and blood were being drained. Having no time to talk to the old turtle, he saw a golden pillar that emitted a milky brilliance fell from the sky. The golden pillar of light enveloped the water immortal. Han Fei felt his vitality fading again. The old turtle roared, "Where did you learn the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique? Although this technique is good, you haven't stepped into the Tao yet, so your vitality is consumed several times more than those who had entered the Tao." Han Fei sensed it and gritted his teeth. "How do I know how much vitality I consumed?" The old turtle sneered. "You haven't grasped the Tao yet, so you won't have an intuitive feeling. You can calculate according to the strength of the energy and blood in your body at this moment. 10% less will be 200 years. You won't recover slowly until you stop the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique." Han Fei's face changed. As he talked to the old turtle, the intensity of his qi and blood had been reduced by more than 10%. In other words, his 200-year lifespan was gone? Huff. After 10 seconds, Han Fei felt that the intensity of his blood had been reduced by 30%. But he was overjoyed because he heard the breathing of the water immortal. Han Fei's eyes glittered. It worked. The old turtle said, "Huh? Your lifespan is comparable to that of a half venerable. 30% of your qi and blood can revive her vitality. However, that's enough. Boy, stop it. It's already remarkable that you can revive her vitality. The Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique is powerful, but your realm is too low, and you haven't stepped into the Tao yet, so you still can't wake her up." Han Fei curled his lips. "Why are you panicking? I can absorb other people's vitality. There are thousands of sea demons outside. I can replenish my vitality in less than half a day." The old turtle was lost for words. "But you have to stop as soon as possible. This is no longer a combat skill, but a great Tao. The deeper you go into the great Tao, the less consumption it will cost. If you spend thousands of years to enter this Tao, the same Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique will only cost half as much as now." Han Fei asked, "How long will it take to enter the Tao?" Seeing that the water immortal was breathing softly and the lotus petal began to sway, Han Fei finally retracted the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. This was a life-saving technique, and at the moment Han Fei stopped, the feeling of vitality passing away also disappeared. Han Fei staggered slightly and felt a little dizzy. His body was now weak, and the power contained in his blood and qi was weakened by nearly half, which meant that this time he spent nearly 1,000 years of his life. "Are you okay?" The Hydra grass now completely believed Han Fei. The terrifying vitality just now made him believe that if it fell on him, it would only take 5 seconds for it to return to its peak state. Although such powerful vitality still failed to wake up the water immortal. The lotus seat was completely different from before. At this moment, the lotus seat was shrouded with a colorful mist. Han Fei grinned. It's okay. Don't panic. Han Fei didn't panic at all. With a flip of his hand, the last hundreds of spiritual fruits on his body appeared and exploded. Huff. Activating the absorption technique, Han Fei swallowed these spiritual fruits in one breath. Of course, it didn't help his vitality recover. However, it could quickly reduce his weakness. Han Fei sat cross-legged, glanced at the glowing divine sun peak, and said to the height or grass, later, if anyone comes from outside, don't attack them. Just tie them up and wait for me to recover. With that, Han Fei sat down and began to recover. In the outside world. Dong. A bell rang in the sky, and a green mist floated in the sky. While Han Fei was resting, on the thousands of mountains, countless demon plants were refreshed almost at the same time. Is the water immortal recovering? At that moment, among the countless mountains, all kinds of demonic plants bounced out of the mountains, looking at the sky. As for the sea demons, the blood demons, and the waterwood world, they were rapidly gathering outside the divine sun peak. The sky clan of the waterwood world arrived first, and a big bird intended to charge at the divine sun peak. However, as soon as it flew in, it flew out the same way it came. This was because the space here was distorted and couldn't be passed in a normal way. After a while, the three parties arrived one after another. The people from the waterwood world arrived, so did the sea demons and the blood demons. Outside the divine sun peak, more than 3,000 people gathered. Of course, some people realized that something was going on outside the divine sun peak. While everybody was going to the divine sun peak, they went to look for treasures, including Yang Ruoyan. At this moment, the three parties formed a triangle. Yu Hong glanced at Xu Xiaomong. He still remembered the scene where Xu Xiaomong killed dozens of people in a row by simply tapping her finger. That woman's means were strange and he couldn't get close to her. Then he immediately shouted, "Banshee of the blood sea divine wood, even if we don't get along, we are all sea demons. Let's work together to kill the human race first, okay?" However, the leaders of the blood demons didn't respond. Only a woman sneered. "What are you talking about? We're just here to find opportunities. You guys can fight as you please. It's none of our business." A bug buzzed, "If you have what it takes, charge at the front lines." A sea demon sneered. "The treasures in this place belong to whoever is lucky enough to get them. Let's go in together and seize the treasures on merit. Okay?" The humans said to each other via voice transmission, "We can agree to this. Even if we die, it'll be worth it. They have more people than us." A big bird replied, "It's feasible. I went in just now and didn't encounter any danger, but I got lost easily and fumbled out." A little tree man said, "I'll try to climb up from the bottom of the sea and the mountain walls." The blood demons said to each other via voice transmission, "Let's send a group of people over to see what's going on there first. With more people, they can lead the way for us." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After using the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique once, Han Fei found that the usage of this technique had a high demand. If he used it in his current state, he could clearly feel his vitality dissipating the moment he activated it. However, as the old turtle said, it would be much easier for those who had entered the Tao to use this technique. Therefore, what great Tao to take seemed very important. Was it difficult to enter the Tao of spirit gatherers? Han Fei didn't think it was difficult. At least, from the time he began to learn spirit concentration art, he had always felt that he had mastered spirit concentration art quite smoothly. Then came the problem. The old turtle said that if one picked a Tao, the other people who took this Tao would all become his enemies. The 5 major professions had existed a long time ago and had almost been spread throughout human society. Were the 5 major professions strong? Yes, they were definitely strong. For example, his arrays, refining, and spiritual energy control, which of them didn't need the support of the spirit gatherer profession? But there were reapers behind these professions? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine when he thought of it. At this time, the Hydra grass said, "There are many people." Han Fei had just recovered when he saw the 9 heads of the Hydra grass looking at him, because he had used the holy light technique twice just now. The Hydra grass now had 3 usable heads. Of course, it was obviously not enough to fully recover. However, at this moment, Han Fei had basically used up all the things he could use. Even his lifespan had been used up by nearly half. Hearing that there were many people in the Hydra grass, Han Fei's eyes lit up. Okay. Han Fei immediately rose and said, "Since you're guarding this place, you should know the space arrays of the Divine Sun Peak very well. How can I perceive the outside world from the Divine Sun Peak? Or, how can I observe this array?" The Hydra grass extended one of its huge heads and said, "Just stand on me." Han Fei's eyes lit up, and he stepped on the Hydra grass head. Then, he scanned more than 500 kilometers with his spiritual perception. Farther out. He didn't have to pay attention. As soon as he released his perception, he found that nearly 1,000 people were charging at the array. They had entered the Divine Sun Peak and were thinking of ways to explore the mist. The Hydra grass said, "I can trigger the seal of the Divine Sun Peak and activate the power of thunder and gales." Han Fei hurriedly said, "No, these people are all vitality. Don't waste them." Han Fei rolled his eyes and took out his dragon burial pole. Han Fei hadn't fished for a long time. At this moment, the outside world was like a storm. These half-mermen and blood demons could be considered as fish. Swish. 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 Han Fei's void lines extended out into the mist. Pooh. 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 In the heavy mist, with the help of the Hydra grass, Han Fei's vision was extremely clear. He saw the void lines locking onto many people accurately. A half-merman sensed danger, and his spiritual beast, a jellyfish, immediately protected his soul. However, while the sea demon was frightened and was about to escape, a fishing line pierced through the air and the 1,000 twining was activated. With a swish, the man was tied up. Then, the void lines attached to him through the hook and stole his vitality. The fishing rod that Han Fei used was a mid-quality divine weapon and ordinary peak-level sea spirits couldn't break free from it easily. With this hook, Han Fei controlled 11 people at once. The other 2, because of their special abilities, managed to block the void lines. Han Fei pointed his finger, and the infinity water turned into a long dragon of the million-knife waterfall, which instantly rushed out. Han Fei felt his body wobble slightly. He immediately realized that he still overdrew himself too much. However, fortunately, at this moment, a bit of vitality was replenished. The Vitality of 11 people was pouring into his body. No matter how little vitality he stole from each person, it was still an extremely rich amount of vitality. The old turtle said, "What a waste, what a waste. You have the precious technique, but you don't focus on cultivating it. These peak-level sea spirits have at most 1,000 years of vitality and at least more than 800 years of vitality. Although they don't have the physique and aptitude like you, your vitality transformation is too poor. 1,000 years of lifespan has been forcibly converted into 1 or 2 years of vitality. What a waste." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "How to calculate it? Why can't I feel it?" The old turtle snorted. "Only by entering the Tao can you understand your own Tao. At that time you will naturally have a better understanding of longevity and vitality." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Heh. That's still early. What's wrong with 1 or 2 years? I can absorb countless sea demons' vitality, so I can still replenish my vitality." The old turtle said disdainfully, "If you were more proficient in this technique, even just a little bit, you wouldn't have made such a huge waste. Do you need me to help you transform the vitality? Don't even think about it." Han Fei had already guessed the old turtle's intention, which was to devour vitality. At this moment, there were thousands of sea demons here. However, he couldn't eat any of them, which made him feel bad. Han Fei said, "Kill you Wen Dao and the turtle outside first. Isn't a body better than this little bit of vitality? These are my life-saving vitality." The old turtle said, "It might not be enough." Han Fei curled his lips and smiled. "Whether it's enough or not, let me suck these people dry first. By the way, old Yuan, since you know the heaven enlightenment divine technique, should I continue to use it or give these people to the water immortal directly?" The old turtle said leisurely, "Then why don't you use the heaven enlightenment divine technique? The heaven enlightenment divine technique is meant to help her wake up and feed her vitality. The vitality of these ordinary peak-level sea spirits is far inferior to the heaven enlightenment divine technique." Hearing this, Han Fei immediately understood. He directly pulled the 11 people over and threw the people who weren't controlled by the void lines into the hydra grass's mouth. Han Fei said, "This is for you. Eat your fill first and then come help me." Han Fei only needed one hand to control the fishing pole, and controlling the void lines didn't need hands. Therefore, at this moment, he still had the time to catch those people sea-swallowing seashells. This was because the Thousand Mountain ancient realm was lacking in spiritual energy and energy in the first place. Therefore, the people who came in usually brought a lot of spiritual springs and spiritual fruits to assist in combat. From only 10 people, Han Fei had obtained more than 5,000 caddies of spiritual spring. Although it was less than 10,000 caddies, there were thousands of people in the mist. Han Fei glanced at Xu Xiaoman. What went wrong with this girl? How could she run into the mist? It must be noted that the big array outside the divine sun peak was not activated yet. Otherwise, with lightning flashing and void cracks everywhere, it was not something they could withstand at all. Han Fei thought for a moment. Xu Xiaoman must have come with a mission. He wondered if she had a lot of resources. Han Fei said telepathically, "Xu Xiaoman, I'm Han Fei. Do you have any life? Spring water?" Through his cooperation with Xu Xiaoman at the beginning, Queen Life and the others were already certain that he was among the sea demons. Therefore, the People he knew all showed up. Why did this happen? In addition to asking him to protect the Waterwood World people, there should be something else. As soon as Shu Xiaomang rushed into the mist, she was stunned. There was nothing around her. There was no way back, no way forward. After flying for a long time, she didn't know where she was. She didn't see anything or touch anything. All of a sudden, Han Fei's voice sounded beside Shu Xiaomang, which refreshed her. Han Fei, where are you? Han Fei said, it's not important. Did the Queen or Jinger ask you to tell me anything? Shu Xiaomang was stunned for a moment. Yes, Messenger Jing asked us to bring you 30 drops of life spring water. She said that there couldn't be more. You have to think of a way to get the rest. Han Fei took a breath. Give it to me now. Why didn't you give it to me when you just came in? Shu Xiaomang said, Messenger Jing said that if you don't ask, I don't need to give them to you. Where are you? Han Fei said, snake grass, send me there. Shu Xiaomang was still looking around warily. All of a sudden, a huge black shadow extended over. Shu Xiaomang was instantly tense. What the hell is this? Just when Shu Xiaomang was about to freeze, she saw a huge snake head. Oh, no. A weird demonic plant that looked like a snake head appeared in front of him. And standing on the demonic plant, who else could it be if not Han Fei? Gulp. Shu Xiaomang immediately swallowed. What did Han Fei do this time? Why is he here? And why is this big demonic plant here? Han Fei said, give me the life spring water. Also, go out and trick the sea demons from the White Shell Royal City and the blood demons from the Blood Sea would into coming here. Han Fei quickly explained the plan to Shu Xiaomang. Shu Xiaomang quickly took out her sea-swallowing seashell and threw it to Han Fei. It's all inside. In order to prevent me from being killed, many people have been following me. Han Fei reached out and took the sea-swallowing seashell. Without looking at it, he looked at Shu Xiaomang and said, remember, you must be realistic when you act. As long as you can trick them into coming in, none of them can escape. Han Fei's words stunned Shu Xiaomang. Only a small number of people had entered, and there were still more than 1,000 people outside. Han Fei's face showed a trace of ruthlessness. If it was so easy to enter the Divine Sun Peak, he wouldn't have to seek the help of the Hydra Grass when he was outside just now. As long as the Hydra Grass was willing to pay the price, none of the hundreds of people in the mist could escape. They would be killed in an instant. Han Fei stomped and said, Snake Grass, cooperate with me. Let's put on a show. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the mist in the Divine Sun Peak, Han Fei had killed more than 20 people while he was talking to Shu Xiaomang. According to the old turtle, he had only replenished his lifespan of less than 30 years. This made Han Fei a little speechless. Sure enough, the heavenly enlightenment divine technique was powerful, but replenishing the lost vitality was too difficult. To use the heavenly enlightenment divine technique once, he had to suck the vitality of thousands of people to make up for his lost vitality. Sure enough, he had to cultivate more. At this moment, Han Fei stood on the head of the Hydra Grass and released his perception. After pondering for a long time, he looked at the people who were dashing around like headless flies. He was thinking about a problem: the sky-stealing technique and the heavenly enlightenment technique were a perfect match. One would consume his life, and the other would replenish his life. In this way, they could make a perfect match. In a sense, if he entered the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, he might be able to live forever. Even if he couldn't, it shouldn't be a problem for him to live much longer than others. From the looks of it, the great Tao of heaven enlightenment was quite attractive to him. This was not as simple as a healing technique. It was just like how a spirit gatherer not only could gather spirits, but also could control water, refine weapons, draw arrays, etc. Huff. Hanfei suddenly woke up and couldn't help shaking his head. Just now, when he saw so many people here, he was almost fascinated. Hanfei was a little shocked that he was distracted at this critical moment. This was a situation that had never happened before. Why was he distracted in the middle of a battle? Quickly calming himself down, Hanfei shouted, "Shu Xiaoman, get ready." Outside the mountain, the three parties each occupied a direction, only 100 kilometers away from each other. The first group of people entered here, mainly to test this place. This was because although there were many records about the Thousand Mountain ancient realm, there were too many mountains here. Each mountain was basically protected by special demonic plants. Therefore, although the abnormality of the Divine Sun Peak was recorded, it wasn't detailed. All of a sudden, the mist shook, and with a boom, a brilliant spark exploded. The mist burst open, and someone saw that the mist was enshrouded by a five-colored light and blurred. A faint melody sounded in the mist. Outside the Divine Sun Peak, someone exclaimed, "What is that?" Someone shouted, "Some people seem to be fighting." Although this ambiguous thing could catch the crowd's attention, it might not be able to attract them in. In the mist, Shu Xiaomang was holding a long bow and shooting at a sea demon. On the other side, two blood demons were grabbing at the light, shrouding the mist. The sea demon waved his harpoon and roared, "How dare you, blood demon, let go." At this moment, Shu Xiaoman shouted, "Put it down." Then she shot an arrow, which was like a flying bird, rolling up the wind and cutting through the mist. At this moment, many people outside were shocked. What is that? A divine weapon? What else could it be, if not the embroidery needle? At this moment, wrapped in Hanfei's invincible will, it shone with golden light. A human powerhouse shouted in a low voice, "No, there is a sharp blade covered in frost next to it." The blood demon was overjoyed. Although the light wasn't dispersed and they couldn't see clearly what it was, they had got it. All of a sudden, the sea demon who was fighting roared, "All of you, come in. Do you hear me? All of you, come in. There are 5 sea-quelling bizarre treasures here." Hiss. Shoot. Among the sea demons, Yu Hong looked around. For some reason, the fish dragon king wasn't here, nor was Shui Hongyan. Here, he was the strongest. So he could at least get a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. At that moment, Yu Hong's eyes turned cold, and he had already regarded the sea-quelling bizarre treasure as his own. Whoever dared to take his treasure was his enemy. As for exploring the Thousand Mountain ancient realm and finding out if there was a chance to become a king, Yu Hong had heard of it. He knew that sea-quelling bizarre treasures were king-level weapons that ordinary people couldn't obtain. Everybody was in an uproar. Before they rushed into the mist, they heard Shu Xiaoman shout, "Those from the Waterwood world, come in quickly. We can't let them get their way." Hum. An insect shouted, "Xiaoman, calm down. Here I am." A big bird chirped and dove into the mist. The humans had already heard Shu Xiaoman asking for reinforcement. How could they not enter? On the blood demon's side, countless people's faces changed drastically. Someone on their side had snatched 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures? This was too unbelievable. Some people suspected that it was too easy. Were the sea-quelling bizarre treasures just floating in the air? However, they saw with their own eyes the misty light, the battle picture, and the 2 shining weapons that were obviously extraordinary. Besides, the battle was about to break out. They had taken advantage of the situation, and they couldn't just give up the treasures they had obtained. Therefore, without any time to think, a group of blood demons rushed into the mist. In that scene, there were nearly 2,000 people rushing into the divine sun peak. How big was a mountain? There were more than 2,000 people. Wouldn't it be crowded if they were stuffed here? However, at the moment these people rushed in, only the insect clan, sky clan, tree demons, and humans in the waterwood world had an open field of vision. This was because their charging direction had been changed by the hydra grass, and they had all gathered together, letting them go to the divine sun peak. That was impossible. Unless they could provide massive and infinite vitality like Han Fei did. Otherwise, without any real ability, no matter how stupid the hydra grass was, it would not let them in. These people activated their secret techniques, carried longbows, fused with their spiritual beasts, and stepped on various contractual spiritual beasts, only to be gathered together. Someone was puzzled. Hey! Where are the sea-quelling bizarre treasures? Where are they? A bug ran around in a daze. Why is the colorful light gone? Where is Xiaoman? A member of the Sky Clan plunged into the mist, only to jump out from the other side. Suddenly, he shouted, "Something is wrong. There's something wrong with this space." For a moment, there was an uproar, and someone shouted, "Don't panic. Defense." However, a huge shadow appeared in the mist. Then, these hundreds of people saw Han Fei and Xu Xiaomang standing on the hydra grass, which stunned them. Suddenly, a bug buzzed. Han Fei, it's Han Fei. A big bird flew over. Xiaoman, Han Fei? Someone was surprised. How did Han Fei come in? Shouldn't he be consolidating his cultivation? Someone asked in shock. So, there is no sea-quelling bizarre treasure at all? Suddenly, a passage appeared, leading straight out of the mist. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Leave all the sea demons and blood demons here to me. There should be nearly 1,000 sea demons and blood demons scattered outside, and you need to hunt them." Swish! The embroidery needle and snowhorn floated beside Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. "Remember, don't kill the demonic plants that still have a chance of survival. Give them some spiritual spring and spiritual fruits." A little tree man also stood in the air. "Are they of our race?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, the demonic plants in the 1,000 Mountain Ancient realm are all of your race." Hua! Immediately, a big bird exclaimed, "No wonder. No wonder the undead creatures of my race would stop us when we approached certain areas." A human sighed. "Han Fei, can you do it alone?" The more he talked, the less confident he became, because he saw the demon plant with 2 huge snake heads appear again. Someone suddenly said, "Is this the legendary hydra grass?" Han Fei stepped on the hydra grass. He had no time to chat with these people. He said, "Leave quickly and hunt the remaining sea demons and blood demons. Leave everything here to me." With that, Han Fei disappeared into the mist. Xu Xiaomang looked back at Han Fei. Although she didn't know how Han Fei got Together with the legendary demonic plants, he obviously had the ability to handle it. And Han Fei even tacitly asked her if she had the life spring water. Obviously, he had a tacit understanding with Messenger Jing and even the Queen. They must be planning something. As for her, although she was just a minor character who delivered things in the middle, if this task was to be completed, wouldn't it mean that she had also made a contribution? Different from the Waterwood World side, Yu Hong and the other sea demons. And the blood demons were stunned. What the hell is this place? Where is the road? Dang, dang, dang. The 9-sound melody sounded. With a rip and a void crack, a sea demon was cut in half, before he could react. Swish. Some blood demons were still fumbling for the way when they suddenly realized that danger was coming. Unfortunately, before she had a chance to react, she was caught by a circle of threads, and a fish hook was deeply inserted into her body. Han Fei said, punishing Saber, "Don't kill them. Just injure them." "Yes, master." Han Fei crazily absorbed the vitality of these sea monsters. Basically, he could suck a person dry in 30 seconds. Most of the people who could avoid the void lines couldn't escape his attack. Those who Han Fei couldn't control directly would usually be hooked with a fish hook and then directly stuffed into the mouth of the hydra grass. In just half an hour, the hydra grass vitality was getting stronger and stronger, and all its 9 snake heads had returned to their original dark green color. Although some parts of it were still rotten, it was much better than when Han Fei first saw it. At that time, to put it bluntly, it only had one head left to use. In the mist, panic was spreading. Someone exclaimed, "No, there is no opportunity in this place. We've been tricked." However, nobody could hear his cry. In Han Fei's perception, the space here had undergone a strange change. The space here had been stretched by the hydra grass for more than 1,000 kilometers. Han Fei didn't know the mechanism. However, he could roughly confirm from the locations where these people appeared that this was a sealed space array. Trapping people in it, if there was enough energy, it could easily kill them. Of course, for the current hydra grass, every bit of energy had to be used carefully. How could it dare to use it randomly? At this moment, Han Fei was casually practicing the sky-stealing technique. He discovered that if he directly aimed at the opponent's spiritual heritage and stole his vitality, the sky-stealing technique seemed to be able to degrade the opponent's spiritual heritage. If he only stole chi and blood, their vitality would be reduced. Han Fei even discovered that the sky-stealing technique could even forcibly tear off a tiny bit of ownerless soul from the opponent's mind. This was a complete surprise. Looking at Yu Hong, who was roaring crazily and waving his spear to summon a giant whale, Han Fei smiled. This guy is rich. He must have a lot of good stuff. Here I come. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Yu Hong knew that he had been tricked. However, he didn't know who was putting on an act for him. Was it an illusion? Otherwise, why would there be a show of human beings, sea demons, and blood demons? Suddenly, Yu Hong discovered that the mist around him was less dense, and a path seemed to be opened. In the mist, he saw a drop of water, a water drop that was changing in the air. Huh? A drop of water? Yu Hong was certainly not an idiot. How could a drop of water suddenly appear in such a mysterious place? Is it a treasure? Yu Hong's eyes lit up, and he reached out to grab it. However, when he found That the drop of water just let him grab it, he immediately realized that something was wrong. How could there be a free lunch in this world? Either this drop of water was useless or he had neglected something. Hiss. As he expected, Yu Hong felt a pain in his palm. When he opened his palm, he found that the drop of water was gone, and there was a drop of blood on his palm. Not good. Yu Hong felt a stabbing pain as his meridians were torn apart. His flesh and blood seemed to be fused with countless blades, and his body seemed to be cut by thousands of small knives. Ah! Who is it? Han Fei watched this scene quietly on the hydra grass. The void lines had already attached to Yu Hong. If he wanted to kill someone, he would have to make this guy go crazy first. However, the old turtle said, "Your drop of water seems to be a human sacred weapon." Huh? Han Fei was immediately refreshed. This was the second time he had heard the name, human sacred weapon. Last time, Chen Huangdian had mentioned it. Han Fei said, "You've seen it many times. Why didn't you recognize it until now?" The old turtle said, "I've seen it many times, but you always turn it into knives or make it self-destruct. I thought it was a special sea-quelling bizarre treasure, but now it seems that this drop of water is malleable." Indeed. Do you not know how to use it? Gulp. Han Fei immediately took a breath. Then how should I use it? Han Fei had never known how to use the infinity water. He didn't even know how to make use of its self-destruction. At that time, he was even afraid that it would be damaged if it self-destructed. The old turtle said, "This is a drop of water, which can also be countless drops of water. It can turn into a weapon or self-destruct. Its main characteristic is transformation." I know. And? The old turtle chuckled. Do you know that the ultimate form of everything in the world is the most terrifying weapon? Why do you have to turn this water into a knife that you can hold? Han Fei was a little confused. Aren't all knives like that? The old turtle sneered. Have you experienced the gales? Have you experienced extreme speed? Do knives have to be in the normal form you see? A water thread, if it's extremely fast, is it a knife? Buzz. Han Fei was shocked. He seemed to understand something. He said, "Do you mean that I used it wrong?" The old turtle sneered. This kind of malleable thing should be used at will. Because it's completely compatible with you, it's more convenient than your long sword and stick. When you give a full play to its strength, its power won't be much weaker than theirs. Hearing what the old turtle said, Han Fei's heart trembled. Wasn't the thing that the old turtle described to him just now was a water gun? When the speed of water spraying was extremely fast, everything could be cut. Han Fei knew this. Immediately, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and turned the infinity water into a particle flow, which shot out of Yu Hong's body with a puff. Because it was too fast, one of Yu Hong's legs was cut off. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched when he saw this, and he thought to himself, "I'll just use you as a test subject." No matter how stupid Han Fei was, he knew that the kind of water knife the old turtle mentioned was a high-pressure water column that can jet and cut. To become that kind of knife, speed was required, and what produced the speed was pressure. This kind of attack required a certain range of space to accelerate the infinity water. The mechanism was very simple, but the operation was very difficult. However, Han Fei thought to himself, I can turn the infinity water into a Yang wheel, can't I? As long as the speed is high enough, the power unleashed won't be weak. Besides, Han Fei could use the supreme yin-yang wheel proficiently. When the infinity water turned into a wheel, in an instant, brilliant sparks swirled in the void. Because the speed was getting faster and faster, the sparks quickly disappeared. What replaced them was a circle of black void. Cracks cut out by the infinity water. No. Before Yu Hong could react, the void rift rolled and cut his body into pieces. And a small part of his body was minced by the spatial rift. As for these so-called heavenly talents from the royal city, although Han Fei despised the fish dragon king, he was indeed the strongest. Even when Han Fei launched a sneak attack on him, he still managed to escape. At this moment, Yu Hong's death was completely in his plan. Once the infinity water entered his body, let alone a peak-level sea spirit, even a peak-level Tao-seeking great demon wouldn't have a good ending. Who knew how traumatized Yu Hong was before he died? He had just held a drop of water and died without even seeing his enemy. How desperate was he? 2 hours passed. The number of sea demons and blood demons who died at Han Fei's hands had reached 200. According to the old turtle, his current vitality had been restored for more than 200 years or so. Han Fei felt that this was not bad. He could continue to absorb vitality, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique again later. 8 hours passed. Another pillar of light burst out of the divine sun peak. At this moment, the hydra grass had recovered its original ferocious appearance, but when it sensed the terrifying vitality, it still trembled slightly. The hydra grass felt that it was very likely that the water immortal would revive. This was already the strongest vitality replenishment these years since he guarded here. During this period of time, there were still sea demons attracted by the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique just now. However, the people from the Waterwood world were not stupid. Led by Xu Xiaomong, they thought that it was already very impressive for Han Fei to deal with thousands of people alone. They couldn't increase the pressure on Han Fei anymore. Along the way, there were powerhouses from the Waterwood world hunting the enemies. Few of them could really escape their hunting and come to the mist, which made Han Fei very disappointed. 12 hours later, Han Fei finished absorbing the last sea demon's vitality in the mist. From beginning to end, these sea demons didn't know that there was an enemy in the mist until the moment the void lines found them. At this moment, Han Fei's vitality had been restored to more than 1,500 years. However, by stealing lives repeatedly, Han Fei's proficiency and preciseness had been improved more intuitively. He just needed to experience it for a while, and the effect would be better next time. At this moment, the 9 huge snake heads and Han Fei were looking at the lotus seat solemnly. They could already see that the water immortal was slightly breathing. Also, every time the water immortal took a breath, the spiritual energy and energy on the peak would weaken. Han Fei held the sea-swallowing seashell in his hand and immediately threw 10 drops of life spring water over. Looking at the rich vitality, Han Fei's heart was bleeding. Each drop of life spring water was 100 years of fresh vitality. The hydra grass said, someone came to deliver the life spring water before. But not so much. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Really? Who? The 9-headed grass shook its big heads and said, Little Flower. Little Flower did it. Han Fei asked in confusion, who was Little Flower? Han Fei thought to himself, only Queen Life can control the life spring water, right? However, it's unlikely that Queen Life will come in person. Or did the Queen specially send someone to deliver the life spring water? However, Queen Life was also a king. What was her relationship with the water? Immortal? Since she could come in to give the water immortal the life spring water, why didn't she give her more? Why didn't she directly let the water immortal revive? The old turtle said, "Your thinking is too complicated. You think it's easy for a king to save another king? You think that the life spring water is a yellow fish that you can easily fish up?" Han Fei sighed. "How rare is the life spring water?" The old turtle said unhurriedly, "Let me put it this way. Even if the Queen of Life quenches day and night, she can only get 1 drop every 2 or 3 years at most. Do you think you got the 30 drops of the life spring water easily? But maybe she accumulated them over hundreds of years." Hiss. Han Fei gasped hard. Therefore, it was indeed a bargain for him to exchange resources with Queen Life. Wasn't this equivalent to a king using decades to specially quench the so-called life spring water for him? With this in mind, Han Fei felt that he had indeed made a fortune. No wonder everyone said that the resources he gave were not enough. It turned out that the life spring water was so precious. After the vitality was swallowed, another 10 drops of life spring water were thrown over. Looking at the remaining 10 drops, Han Fei gritted his teeth and threw them all over. He didn't know how weak the water immortal was at this moment, so he might as well give it all to her. If it didn't work out, he could still hunt some people and perform the heaven enlightenment divine technique again. If that still didn't work, he would leave the 1,000 Mountain ancient realm first and come in after robbing a massive amount of resources. When Han Fei and the Hydra grass were waiting eagerly, they heard a soft hum from the lotus seat. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei and the Hydra grass were both refreshed. They paid such a high price just to awaken the water immortal. At the moment when the water immortal made a sound, Han Fei poured the tens of thousands of spiritual fruits and hundreds of thousands of caddies of spiritual spring into the lotus seat under the water immortal. Han Fei knew that the price he paid was probably just to help the water immortal regain consciousness. Therefore, he just threw all the spiritual fruits, spiritual springs, and things that could be digested to the lotus seat. As for whether he would become poor or not, it didn't matter. As long as he left the 1,000 Mountain ancient realm, he had plenty of ways to make money. After all, his level was different now. He used to be a hidden fisher who needed all kinds of ambushes to make money. His opponents might be very poor too. He dared not rob law enforcers before. But now, he was already an explorer. Any random Tao-seeking great demon he robbed could be comparable to dozens or hundreds of people he robbed in the past. The speed was completely different. It couldn't be helped. Explorers normally didn't want ordinary resources, but Han Fei didn't. Ordinary spiritual springs and spiritual fruits were still delicious in his eyes. Feeling the agitation of the Hydra grass, Han Fei stomped his feet. Stop swaying. In the outside world, almost everyone was attracted by the divine sun peak. Because the spiritual energy and energy there were too rich. In the Waterwood world, many people looked at the divine sun peak, and someone asked in surprise, "What did Han Fei do? Why is there such intense spiritual energy?" A bug hummed. "I feel infinite energy. If I can eat this energy, I can transcend the tribulation." Another sea demon shouted, "It's all Waterwood World's scheme. They ambushed us on the way. Don't be tricked." On a certain mountain, Yang Ruoyun was leading a team of people looking for treasures. Because she didn't go to the Divine Sun Peak at all, their enemies were only the rotten demonic plants and the undying insects. Although they were inevitably injured, they had already snatched a lot of treasures. At this moment, Yang Ruoyun was crushing a black petal on a mountain. The flower that looked like a trumpet had been completely killed. Someone said, "Ruoyun, should we go there? The spiritual energy erupting there is too rich." Two golden beams of light falling from the sky. Something big must have happened. Yang Ruoyun slightly shook her head. No. The grander the occasion, the more complicated the personnel are, the less likely we can snatch anything useful. Unless you are absolutely certain, don't waste your time on such a great opportunity that appeared out of thin air. Yang Ruoyun was not the only one who said that. On the mountains in the outside world, people came and left. Some people were here to hunt for treasures, but why did they have to go for that suspicious opportunity? They were determined not to go. An opportunity to become a king. How could it be easily obtained? At this moment, Han Fei had already gotten off the Hydra grass's head and came 10 meters away from the lotus seat. Teacher. Teacher. No matter what, Han Fei had learned a lot during his 4 years of study in the Grand Myriad Mountains. It could be said that his strength had doubled there. And the Water Immortal was the only one among the 4 venerables who taught him lessons every day. Han Fei was actually closer to her than to the others. Who? A soft and indifferent voice rang. Han Fei was overjoyed. Me, Han Fei. Oh no. Wang Han. Phew. As the water fairy took a breath, the intense spiritual energy shrouding the Divine Sun Peak disappeared without a trace in an instant, so did the energy. The 30 drops of life spring water had long been absorbed. The Water Immortal slowly tilted her head, opened her eyes, and looked in Han Fei's direction. The two looked at each other for about a second before the Water Immortal slowly sat up. Han Fei didn't know how many tens of thousands of years she had slept, but her movement didn't seem to be stiff at all. The Water Immortal was very calm. She put her legs on the edge of the lotus seat and looked at the lotus seat that only had 1 leaf left. After a moment of silence, she said, "So, 80,000 years have passed." Han Fei was shocked. What? Did it mean that a single leaf of a lotus flower represented 10,000 years? The Water Immortal sighed and turned to look at Han Fei, ignoring the Hydra grass that was almost dancing in excitement. The Water Immortal, little Wang Han? Han Fei nodded. Teacher. The Water Immortal sighed slightly. So, you were born in this era? Han Fei immediately said, Teacher, how long has it been since the age of doom? I mean since the time when I left. The Water Immortal opened her mouth. It must have been almost 100,000 years. Han Fei. Han Fei took a deep breath. 100,000 years? He had only crossed the river of time once, and 100,000 years had already passed? However, Han Fei was not shocked. Instead, he asked quickly, Teacher, the Beast King, the Giant King, and Tian Qing, where are they now? The Water Immortal said, the Beast King became a king and headed eastward to find a way to save the world. Tian Qing and the Giant King had died before me. Little Wang Han, how many resources did you use on me? Han Fei grinned. Haha. Not much, just more than 2 billion points of spiritual energy, 30 drops of life spring water, and 2 activations of the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. It wasn't easy for him to wake her up. He had to show off, right? However, the Water Immortal was slightly surprised. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique? The great Tao of a Spirit Gatherer? Have you already entered this Tao? Han Fei was about to respond, when he heard the Water Immortal say, "No, you have to abolish your cultivation and find a new Tao." Han Fei was briefly stunned. Huh? The Water Immortal seemed to be a little anxious. The great Tao's conflict and can't fused. If there are too many people walking on a great Tao, it becomes more difficult the further one goes. The probability of death is extremely high. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It was exactly as the old turtle said. It was called the absorption of the great Tao. Han Fei quickly said, "I haven't entered the Tao. I just used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique." The Water Immortal was surprised. You can use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique without entering the Tao? Han Fei thought to himself, how should I explain this to her? Can I just tell her that I can easily deduce 7 or 8 great Taos in a minute? Can I tell her that I use the great Taos as combat skills? The Water Immortal, on the other hand, returned to normal after a slight surprise. She glanced at Han Fei. Did you hide your strength? Why are you only an explorer? Han Fei asked in surprise, how can you tell? The Water Immortal, this is my world. Of course I can see it. Han Fei smiled bitterly. I was only back from the River of Time 4 years ago. The Water Immortal hummed and then glanced around. Why, has my place become a secret realm? Han Fei shrugged. Teacher, don't mind these details. Those bugs, birds, human beings, and the tree demons are all on our side. The remaining sea demons and blood demons are all enemies. Since you're awake, why don't you suck them dry? The Water Immortal glanced at Han Fei. Forget it. You can do it. My consciousness has just awakened, and my original body hasn't awakened yet. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Then who am I talking to now? A soul body? The Water Immortal said, although I know that you have already got me a lot of spiritual energy, and vitality, I have become a king. Only when you reach this realm will you know how terrifying this realm is. Therefore, your resources are not enough to wake up my original body. Han Fei's eyes widened. What about killing those thousands of people outside? The Water Immortal shook her head. Still not enough. Besides, don't think about recovering my original body. Instead, you need to find my original body. Release the Hydra grass and the other demonic plants, and then find a way to devour my original body. Huh? Han Fei was stunned and quickly said, wait a moment, teacher. Do you want me to swallow you? The Water Immortal curled her lips. Swallow me? No, just take as much of my vitality, strength, and soul as you can. I took the wrong path in the first place. Even if I don't fall asleep, I will inevitably die in the future. Emperor's War. Instead of that, I might as well recultivate. Recultivate? The Water Immortal said, do you think I'm seeking death? Have you forgotten that I once told you, demonic plants are creatures with the longest lifespan? Sometimes, withering is also a rebirth. Although the process is painful, the Ultimate direction of my great Tao is bright. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, "Boy, do you really know this person? Have you really crossed the river of time? How did you do it?" However, Han Fei ignored the old turtle. He was still confused. The old turtle said again, "This demonic plant is really decisive. She just gave up a great Tao so easily. Even her original body has to regrow. With this courage, she can become an emperor." Han Fei quickly came back to his senses. "Teacher, can't I take you out now? Get out early and recultivate early." The water immortal shook her head. "No. If I leave, my original body will wither, and then the hydra grass and all the others will die. I still need to control this world. With your energy and vitality supplies this time, I, in a sober state, can maintain this world for about 100 years. It's okay as long as you can find my original body within 100 years. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is your original body a white lotus? Where can I find it?" The water immortal issued an order in her heart, and the last petal of the lotus fell down, turning into a palm-sized petal in the blink of an eye. The water immortal said, "When I died, I left a mark on my original body. However, I don't know where my original body is. It's been 80,000 years. Anyway. However, if it's within 10,000 miles of my lotus leaf, there should be a response." Han Fei held the lotus petal and scanned it with his perception, only to be stunned. Han Fei was amused. "Teacher, isn't your positioning too casual? It'll be more than 5 million miles away." The water immortal said non-committally, "If you become a king, the areas you can perceive will become very large." Han Fei. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After the water immortal woke up, she explained what happened to her clearly. With a few words. At least, at the moment she woke up, things were not too bad. In the end, someone from the Grand Myriad Mountains survived. Furthermore, she lived for a full 100,000 years. Putting away the lotus petal, Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Teacher, why are there only 1,000 mountains left in our Grand Myriad Mountains?" The water immortal said softly, "Don't call me teacher. Just because I've slept for 80,000 years doesn't mean I'm 100,000 years old. Actually, I'm only 20,000 years old. Call me sister." Han Fei was lost for words. "You've slept for 80,000 years. Why are you still so naughty? 20,000 years old and you still want me to call you sister? I'm only in my 20s. The water immortal said. In the end, the Grand Myriad Mountains failed to stop. About 1,000 years after you left, the Grand Myriad Mountains joined hands with the City of Justice and started a battle with the sea demons again. But what? The water immortal said, "You should know about the heavenly palaces, right?" Han Fei nodded quickly. "I do." The water immortal said, "Little Linglan found what you said, the floating stone." However, the appearance of the floating stone only intensified the war. The most direct manifestation was that the Sea clan went crazy, and the Beast King wanted to transcend the heavenly tribulation for a king to resist the Sea clan. At that time Tianqing, the Giant King, the Divine Sun, and Little Linglan didn't dare to leave at all. Unfortunately, in the end, they still managed to take advantage of it. The Giant King died on the spot, and Tianqing slaughtered many sea demons, but still died in the hands of a sea demon king. A king? Han Fei asked in surprise. A king joined the war? The water immortal nodded. It was also at that time that we learned that there was a group of stronger powerhouses fighting outside. They were stronger and had more venerables. At that time, the Beast King successfully transcended the tribulation, but the Giant King and Tianqing died on the spot. I was responsible for clearing the sea area, so nothing happened to me. Little Linglan was seriously injured and was rescued by a strong master. The divine sun stopped that king alone and went missing. Han Fei was shocked and quickly asked, and then? The water immortal took a deep look at Han Fei. Later, although we found the floating stones, we didn't have enough of them. Because the Beast King became a king, the Sea clan sent a king-level powerhouse over. Left with no choice, the Beast King went to the east and took away the king of the other party. It never came back. I'm the only one guarding the Grand Myriad Mountains. Han Fei took a deep breath. He didn't know this history at all, but from what the water immortal said, it must have been very difficult for them back then. Han Fei's voice was slightly hoarse. What about Shiman Linglan? The water immortal sighed. In the future, in a battle for the floating stone, little Linglan was ambushed by sea demons and died. When little Linglan died, I was besieged and seriously injured. Han Fei knew that this was the battle to destroy the City of Justice. He couldn't help but frown. What about the heavenly palaces? Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. According to the time dragon Carp, his old self was born 100,000 years ago, which was when he had just transmigrated to U City. In other words, at that time, there were already the heavenly palaces. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the heavenly palace back then. He still remembered the scene where old Han held a knife in his hand and blood stained the bed. Could it be that in the thousands of years after him, something had changed in the heavenly palaces again? Also, did the Grand Myriad Mountains belong to the Yinyang world or the Waterwood world? After all, the statue erected in U City should be his mother's statue. Han Fei couldn't help asking, did the sea god personally take action in the heavenly palaces? The water immortal shook her head. No, no one has seen the sea god. At that time, we saw another powerhouse in the heavenly palaces leading a group of corpse puppets at the venerable realm. Han Fei thought to himself, sure enough, as I expected. Something happened to my mother at that time. Han Fei pondered for a moment. I see. However, the water immortal chuckled. Don't think that the heavenly palaces are too powerful. After more than 10,000 years, nearly 20,000 years later, I became a king. In an expedition, the Grand Myriad Mountains and the City of Justice were destroyed and separated. I forcibly accommodated 1,000 mountains, which was my limit. It was also that time that I was seriously injured and fell asleep. However, I woke up once during my sleep. Han Fei suddenly raised his head. Huh? The water immortal chuckled. Who gave you the life spring water? Han Fei's eyes widened. Queen Life, a king, the master of the Waterwood world. The water immortal said with a faint smile, she's my disciple, your junior sister, and a peerless genius. When I was asleep, she woke me up. Puff. Han Fei almost vomited blood. His head was buzzing. F***ck, I didn't do anything but cross the river of time and go back to acknowledge a master. Now I have a king as my junior sister? No wonder the Hydra grass mentioned little flower. He had thought to himself, who is Little Flower? Now it seems that she must be Queen Life. That made sense. If it weren't for Queen Life, would the water deity have survived so long? Gulp. Hanfei couldn't help swallowing. This relationship is too F***king outrageous. Should I F***king admit to being her senior brother or not? If I do, will I be slapped to death by Queen Life? Hanfei couldn't help but ask, well, can I call her junior sister? The water immortal giggled. It's up to you. Little Flower should be a good girl. No, is Little Flower her nickname? The water immortal said, well, her real name is Muwuhua, a fig tree. Hanfei really wanted to cozy up to her. He couldn't help but ask, well, does my junior sister know me? The water immortal said she knew that she had a senior brother, but she didn't know who he was. I didn't tell her your story. Back then, I asked her if human beings lived in the sky now. However, she said that they lived in trees. I thought that it might not be your era yet, so I didn't tell her. Hanfei smiled and scratched his head. They still live on trees. Huh? The water fairy was stunned for a moment. Why do they still live on trees? Hanfei thought to himself, how can I explain it to you? He said, well, it's complicated to explain. I can only say that the people under different heavenly palaces live in different ways. The water immortal nodded slightly, not particularly curious. After chatting for about half an hour, the water immortal suddenly frowned. There are still strong masters among sea demons. Someone just killed an ice snake vine. After that, the water immortal looked at Hanfei. Enough chit-chat. Quickly. Help me kill the sea demons. Besides, do you want those dead demonic plants bodies as materials? Hanfei thought for a moment. Not for now. Now, except for the weapons and materials above the level of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, I don't lack anything else. Teacher, I'll go first. However, I won't kill all these sea demons. I need to let some of them out to facilitate my acting. Hanfei returned to the appearance of the fish dragon king because he had been using the deceit technique and the beast king technique just now and hadn't used the art of evolution. Therefore, at this moment, he was essentially still a sea demon. Huh. The water immortal said in surprise, why do I feel that your original body is a sea demon? Hanfei grinned. I have a great technique that can completely transform me into a sea demon or even a merman. The water immortal certainly wouldn't doubt him. Otherwise, Hanfei wouldn't have given away such a huge amount of resources to save her, and Muwuhua wouldn't have given him so much life spring water. The water immortal said, go. The sooner you find my original body, the better it will be for you. I don't know how my original body is now, but it's definitely a huge opportunity for you. Besides, you have me, the original owner of that body, help you. It's very beneficial for your growth. Hanfei grinned. Got it. After that, Hanfei patted one of the Hydra grass's snakeheads with his hand. I'm leaving. I'm going to kill the remaining sea demons first. Since the water immortal resurrected, Hanfei felt much better. When he first heard from the heavenly vine that the water deity was still alive, he was nervous and excited, and had indescribable feelings. He thought that in this world, only demonic plants could live for 100,000 years without dying. Oh, no, there were also turtles. Putting aside the ordinary turtles, most of the turtles he encountered were extraordinary turtles. For example, the rock-holding turtle, which carried a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and kept the god-scaring painting, the old turtle on the scattered stars island, suppressing the corpse of a king. And the old turtle, Emperor Yuan, who had even become an emperor. How terrifying that was. Coincidentally, at this moment, the old turtle said, if what she said is true, then this is really a great opportunity for you. Demonic plants value their original body very much, and the body she gave up is undoubtedly a precious treasure for you. Such an opportunity was really rare. Han Fei's lips curled. If I get it, do you expect me to grow stronger? The old turtle said indifferently, I've seen it through. People like you will either die or become first-class monsters. I can help you grow up. When the time comes, I have my means. You won't kill me. Han Fei grinned. Then we'll see. Outside the divine sun peak, Han Fei stood proudly in the air, his perception sweeping in all directions. After a while, he glanced at a mountain not far away. There was a blood demon and a world-shaking bellflower fighting, and the sound of the bell was deafening. Han Fei roared at the sky and secretly used the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, which covered more than 3,000 kilometers. Han Fei roared, how dare you, blood demon! How dare you ambush me, slaughter my subordinates, and kill so many of my compatriots from the White Shell Royal City? Today, I'll fight you to the death. Roar. Who is the Dragon King? Who is so shameless as to call himself the Dragon King? The birds and insects in the waterwood world began to hum and mutter again. Of course, they had seen the fish Dragon King before and could guess who he was. Only Shu Xiaomand was shocked. How long had it been? More than 1,000. People had already died? Instantly, Shu Xiaomand froze. This was incredible. She admitted that Han Fei was very strong, but didn't Han Fei need energy to fight? Didn't he need spiritual energy? There were more than 100 of them. As for why Shu Xiaomang was sure the fish Dragon King was Han Fei. Come on, she knew Han Fei had been following the fish Dragon King. Now, he had killed more than 1,000 people. How could the fish Dragon King not die? Shu Xiaomand certainly didn't believe it at all. She felt that, not to mention Han Fei's shocking speed and strength, his disguise technique that could even deceive a venerable was already enough to make her scalp tingle. It was just like that, you hung around with a friend all day long, but the good friend you thought was actually a sea demon. How scary was that? When he heard the word Dragon King, he knew that this person was Han Fei. As for the sea demons, they were all dumbfounded and didn't know what happened. Yu Hong and Shui Hongyan, who were familiar with the fish Dragon King, had been killed by Han Fei. Nobody else here came from the royal city. Even if these two people were not dead yet, what was the personality of the fish Dragon King? Arrogant, conceited, and narrow-minded. Han Fei kept calling himself Dragon King, and his acting skills were definitely good. However, in the mountains, a person frowned as she listened to the floating words in the void. If Han Fei were here, he would be surprised. Isn't this Xu Keiling? Why hasn't she died? What surprised Han Fei even more was that Lan Shuer, who was supposed to be dead, was sitting cross-legged and recovering at this moment. At this moment, Yu Keiling's face was all dark. The fish Dragon King was still alive? So, was Yu Hanja dead or alive? Yes, at the last moment, she attacked, intending to save her compatriots and kill the traitor. However, she was enchanted by the weird rhythm, and at the last moment, she seemed to see Yu Hanjia attacking too. In the end, if it weren't for her excellent fighting skill and her spiritual beast, she would have died. Yu Kailing felt that Yu Hanjia's odds of survival were not high. He must have been in the same situation as her, and he probably couldn't have survived without special means. It was she who selected and invited that person to join the inspection team. At first, Yu Kailing thought that the fish dragon king had also died. After all, the weird demonic sound was really hard to defend against. It seemed to have aroused her inner desire, and she fell into an illusion without knowing it. At this moment, the fish dragon king suddenly appeared and informed the Thousand Mountain ancient realm in such an angry way. It could be seen how angry he was. However, Yu Kailing didn't intend to continue to follow the fish dragon king. This person was arrogant, conceited, condescending, and cold-hearted, not worth following. On the sea demon's side, many people were stunned. When they came in, they all knew three names: Fish Dragon King, Yu Hong, Shui Hong Yen. Among them, the Fish Dragon King had the highest status and was the most honorable person among the three. But at this moment, he was forced to this extent by a group of blood demons. Immediately, a sea demon took a breath. Not good. It seems that something big has happened. Someone sneered. What did I say before? That kind of opportunity that looks extremely desirable is something you must never compete for. Now you've seen it. The strongest genius on our side is already so furious. It can be seen how miserable he was. Someone said, then should we go over and help him? The others were all speechless, and someone said, are you out of your mind? What can make this guy so angry? Guess how many people have died? Think about it, considering that even the Fish Dragon King suffered so much. Are those blood demons easy to deal with? Everyone shook their heads. The man said, that's it, isn't it? Anyway, I don't want to die. I'm here to seek opportunities. On the blood demon's side, many people were dumbfounded. What was going on here? What kind of person had they killed? How many people had they killed? How could this person be so mad? Yang Ruoyun, who was reclaiming a mountain, asked her companions, have we been here for a day? The person beside her said, I don't think so. It's been almost 8 hours. Holding 2 knives that were shaped like moons, Yang Ruoyun looked in the direction of the divine sun peak and said slowly, something seems to be wrong. The spiritual energy and the light mist over there have dispersed for a long time, but why have we run into so few people and even fewer people fighting? Someone said, maybe it's because the distance is too far. After all, we are walking on the edge and haven't approached the center at all. Yang Ruoyun shook her head. Something is wrong. It's too quiet. We didn't even feel the slightest vibration in the air. Besides, one thing is obvious. There are so many mountains in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm and countless demonic plants. If we don't deliberately hunt the special creatures that are still alive, it's not dangerous. However, we've passed 7 mountains nearby, haven't we? Wherever we go, we haven't encountered anyone except 2 sea demons and 3 bugs. Yang Ruoyun said, let's go. Everybody, come back with me and leave the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. Huh? Someone was puzzled and asked in surprise, Ruoyun, everything went well for us. Why are we leaving? Yang Ruoyan said, there are many opportunities, but I only have one life. I feel that something is wrong. If you insist, I'll go back by myself. Since he became the Fish Dragon King, Han Fei felt refreshed. After scanning with his perception, he found that 800 kilometers away, there were 5 half-mermen in the seabed mine. It seemed that they had just experienced a great battle, and 2 of them were injured and escaped. Here, inside the cave, a sea demon said solemnly, "Thank you for your reminder, Master Dragon King. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous." Someone looked at the flying mud and said, "What should we do? We can't stay here long, or those undead creatures will come out from all directions. Then we won't be able to escape." Someone shouted in a low voice, "We have to go back quickly and run to the entrance." Who is it? All of a sudden, they all turned their heads and scanned their surroundings. They were surprised at first, and then overjoyed. Someone said in surprise, "Master Dragon King. It seems that he has discovered us." Shua. Han Fei used the star teleportation technique. He wanted to use the near-at-hand technique, but he didn't know how to use it. It seemed that this technique was the law enforcement ability of the Fish Dragon King. Of course, Han Fei certainly wouldn't ask the Fish Dragon King now. Just for these small potatoes? It wasn't worth his time. More than 200 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. Han Fei stood in the mine, looked at them, and suddenly shouted, "Hey! Idiots! Everyone!" Han Fei suddenly roared, which stunned the 5 of them. Were they ambushed again? When the 5 of them realized that they were in a life-and-death crisis, it was too late. As the void lines buckled, they found that they couldn't move anymore. At the next moment, Han Fei said, "You have all committed heinous crimes. The battle ahead is fierce, but you're fleeing? You're a disgrace to the sea. Demons. Today, I'll give you a chance to go to the heavens." Pooh. 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 After killing these people, Han Fei flashed out of the mine and said to the void casually, "Teacher, keep the resources for yourself. I'll have plenty of opportunities when I go out." In the void, a voice replied, "Call me sister." Han Fei. Han Fei's strategy was actually very simple. When he came, he learned from the heavenly vine that the water immortal was still alive, so he went straight to the divine sun peak. At this moment, he had seen the water immortal and got the answers of a lot of questions in his heart. He certainly wanted to leave all the resources in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm to the water immortal. Therefore, Han Fei went straight to the exit, without hesitation. While rushing, he said, "Teacher, can you mobilize the undead creatures? Force them to the entrance. The water immortal, okay." With that, Han Fei roared at the sky, "The people from the White Shell Royal City, gather at the exit. Today, I, the Dragon King, have sealed the way and intend to kill everyone who deserves to die. Those who don't come, die." At the same time, many sea demons and blood demons who were fighting the Waterwood World people stopped fighting. The main reason was that the human beings had stopped fighting. Xu Xiaomong shouted, "Let's go. We can't let the entrance be sealed. We'll be trapped here if the entrance is closed." A big bird flew to Xu Xiaoman. "Should we take advantage of this situation?" A human soared into the sky and shot an arrow through the void, knocking back a half-merman. "Yes, Xiaoman, if they want to fight, let them. Isn't this good?" Xu Xiaoman shook her head. No, I have my own plans. A centipede crawled in the air at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. Let's go. Anyway, the mountain behind has been occupied by Han Fei. I think we can resolve the remaining sea demons and blood demons. Ah, insect tide? Suddenly, insects screamed, and everyone turned their heads. This was because, in their perception, a dense mass of undead insects appeared out of nowhere. A bug exclaimed, "Wow, the real danger of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm turns out to be an insect tide?" Tweet. It was not just the insect tide. Countless immortal birds flew across the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Xu Xiaoman was speechless. What did Han Fei do? Not long after Yang Ruoyun and the others ran out, halfway through, they saw infinite undead creatures on the sea, on the mountains, and in the sky, besieging them. Although the water immortal had just woken up, this was her world. She could directly kill all the sea demons here with her will. However, this kind of consumption was meaningless in the eyes of the water immortal. Besides, if she really did this, it might ruin Han Fei's plan. At this moment, seeing that Han Fei was still acting, the water immortal curled her lips. So, this kid is quite naughty. On a certain mountain, a blood demon in red was fighting a red fire reed. Suddenly, he saw a large number of rotten fire reeds popping up from the ground all over the mountain. Chi la. The flames burned. This was not enough. Tens of thousands of undead insects surged up. This person still wanted to escape from the sky, but a flame whipped down from the sky. The red flame reed seemed to be extremely excited. This whip cracked the void. Then, its vines wrapped this person like a swimming snake, and together, with the thousands of insects, dragged this person into the insect pile. Roar. This person summoned his companion spirit, an old turtle. However, as soon as the turtle came out, it was bitten in dozens of places by a bunch of undead insects. Its head and limbs were locked up. After crushing more than 200 insects, it was pressed to the ground by a large swath of flame reeds and then gnawed to death. Only at this moment did the people who entered the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm know how terrifying this world was. Those who were sent to the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm were at least heavenly talents and had some confidence. However, when the number of ordinary undead creatures reached a certain level, their so-called confidence couldn't withstand a single blow. Han Fei's speed was extremely fast. Even when he clearly perceived that there were sea demons and blood demons nearby, he didn't stop. In his opinion, this time, a lot of people from the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had died. At the entrance, he could actually kill a few dozen people at most with the appearance of the Fish Dragon King. After all, there were still heavenly talents from the two parties. However, this was enough. If most of the people from the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were dead, and only the people from the Waterwood world were still alive, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the two royal cities. When Han Fei was only 10,000 kilometers away from the entrance, he perceived Yang Ruoyun and the others. The other party only had 6 people. Han Fei was delighted. The other party was very fast. Han Fei didn't waste any time on the way, but Yang Ruoyun and the others were ahead of him. They must have noticed something wrong ahead of time. Han Fei smiled. Interesting. Let me kill a few of them first. Han Fei had mixed feelings about Yang Ruoyun. Back in the level 3 fishery, this woman had taught him a lot, but he didn't really hate her. After all, this woman was no match for him even back then, although she was a bit cunning. Now, Han Fei was a little expectant. To what extent has this woman grown? Yang Ruoyun was racing. For some reason, she had vaguely sensed something wrong since she entered the thousand-mountain ancient realm. At this moment, she had been releasing her perception. She was mainly worried that some people didn't go treasure hunting but instead hunted near the entrance. Although the first day hadn't passed yet, there should be many such people. Suddenly, she perceived a figure carrying a red spear, flying over at a terrifying speed. Fish Dragon King? Whether in the Blood Sea Divinewood City or the White Shell Royal City, no one who could enter the genius list was simple. Since the Fish Dragon King ranked 10th on the Sea Spirit Genius list in the White Shell Royal City, there must be something extraordinary about him. For Yang Ruoyun and the others, this was the most basic information, which they would definitely grasp. Not only Yang Ruoyun, but almost everyone else had discovered Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help being a little surprised. They discovered me more than 400 kilometers away? This meant that the blood demons represented by Yang Ruoyun had a stronger soul than ordinary heavenly talents. The soul strength transformation was actually during the tribulation. The reason why Han Fei's soul strength didn't seem to increase much during the tribulation was that Han Fei's previous soul strength was too high. As a result, the soul strength increased by the tribulation didn't seem shockingly high. Han Fei didn't have the time to memorize the God-scaring painting yet. Otherwise, his soul would definitely be strengthened again. The moment Han Fei appeared, someone exclaimed, "It's that Fish Dragon King." Yang Ruoyun shouted in a low voice, "Millennium Snapper State." Bam! 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 As soon as Han Fei appeared, he saw that Yang Ruoyun and the others had all turned into Millennium Snappers and doubled their speed. Hiya! The weird rhythm that Yang Ruoyun and the others made when they were swimming in their fish form seemed to be able to make their blood boil. A weird mist seemed to appear before their eyes. Illusion? Han Fei smiled in disdain. If it weren't for the top-level enchanting technique, it was basically impossible to enchant him with the strength of a peak-level sea spirit. Besides, his realm was higher than theirs. Shua. Not only was Han Fei not enchanted, but his speed was even 30% faster. Yang Ruoyun said telepathically, "Prepare for battle. Get ready for battle." Hiya! The 6 big fish cried in unison, and then all kinds of companion spirits rushed out. A dark green squid spewed out a mouthful of black ink at Han Fei. One of them shouted, "Don't fight. Let's leave here quickly. In my black domain, he will be in an absolutely unconscious state." However, at the moment when they were about to escape, they suddenly heard a sneer, "Hee hee hee, who do you think I am? You want to trap me with a mere squid? Ink sack? How dare you?" Buzz. Han Fei brandished the red spear in his hand and used the Monkey King with the 3000 stick. Bang! 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 If he wanted to disguise himself, he had to do it better. He could keep the void lines and fight his enemies. In the blink of an eye, the Millennium Snapper was broken and blown up by the rod, and the airwave was blown dozens of kilometers away. Han Fei didn't stop either. Seeing that the others were still in the middle of a sprint and didn't have the time to quickly defend, he thrust out the instant Mystic Spear. Crack! Pfft! Another person, along with her conch companion spirit, was directly imploded. The Fish Dragon King was good at using the near-at-hand technique, the dragon roar, and flashy combat skills. Han Fei was good at this too. Although he didn't have the Dragon King bloodline, the water vein technique could simulate various creatures. Yang Ruoyun and the others were all shocked. What kind of freakish combat power was this? In the blink of an eye, 2 peak-level sea spirits were killed, without any chance to fight back. The remaining people were horrified too. Is this the 10th place of the genius list of the White Shell Royal City? There was a similar ranking in the Blood Sea Divinewood City. But unlike the White Shell Royal City, the Blood Sea Divinewood City was not divided into frontline battlefields and the Royal City. As long as it was a millennium snapper, it could live in the Royal City every day. In the Blood Sea Divinewood City, there were theoretically geniuses of the same level, but they weren't as violent as Han Fei showed. Or rather, including Yang Ruoyun, they had never fought with the top 10 geniuses. Therefore, they didn't know how strong Han Fei was at all. At this critical moment, Yang Ruoyun suddenly shouted, "Blood Poison Curse." Technique. Han Fei took a step forward, only to see weird runes erupting from the 4 of them. Han Fei was about to attack, when he suddenly stopped. Huh? Something's not right. There seems to be something wrong with Yang Ruoyun's curse technique. Han Fei wasn't afraid of these so-called curse techniques. If he could cross a major realm to challenge a powerhouse with just these techniques, then the Blood Sea Divinewood City would have long conquered the Waterwood world and the White Shell Royal City would have been wiped out. However, as the curse was activated, a large swath of red, twisted seaweed like runes attempted to wrap him up. At the moment the curse appeared, Han Fei seemed to understand something. This was a kind of mental pollution-like thing, trying to fuse into his flesh and blood. However, a faint golden light emerged from Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. Knocking sounds were heard frequently, but none of the twisted runes could really fuse into Han Fei's body. And what surprised Han Fei was that Yang Ruoyun took the chance to escape while she was enshrouded in runes. What? She just ran away like that? Han Fei was a little stunned. You have 3 companions here. Why do you use them as cannon fodder? Han Fei suddenly grinned. Yang Ruoyun was still the same as before, decisive, calm, and sophisticated. Not only Han Fei, but even the 3 millennium snappers were stunned. Didn't they agree to attack together? Someone was anxious. Why did Sister Ruoyun run away by herself? Someone cursed, damn it, she did it on purpose. Let's fight it out. These 3 people felt that they might not be able to escape. Just as they were about to fight, they suddenly heard Han Fei say, "I hate guys who abandon their teammates the most." Heh. I won't kill you. With that, the space in front of Han Fei distorted. Then, Han Fei disappeared from their confused eyes. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. For Han Fei, it didn't matter whether to kill these 3 people or not. Anyway, he didn't really hate these blood demons. Besides, the Blood Sea Divinewood City didn't seem to be passionate about fighting and didn't seem to be interested in the Waterwood world. The reason why he insisted on going against these blood demons was that he wanted to make the conflict between the 2 cities deepen. Besides, there had to be a reason for so many people from the White Shell Royal City to die. Otherwise, who killed them? Was it the Waterwood world? Few people in the Waterwood world died. Yang Ruoyun had activated a forbidden technique. She couldn't make it to the top 10 of the genius list or even the top 100. However, not making it to The top 100 didn't mean that she was weak. At least, she ran very fast. Shwa. Just when Yang Ruoyan thought that her 3 companions could hold Han Fei for at least a minute, an arrogant laugh came to her ears. Your abandonment of your companions is really shocking. Don't you feel guilty at all? Swish. Yang Ruoyan knew that the Fish Dragon King's law was the near at hand technique. Therefore, she slashed the scimitar back. When the space trembled slightly, she detonated her weapon with a bang. Hiss. In the next second, Han Fei seemed to take a breath. Tisk, you're guessing blindly. Do you think I'll step into the place where you attack and let you blow me up? Han Fei's figure appeared 200 kilometers away and then began to accelerate. Han Fei said casually, why would I bother to use the near-at-hand technique? For a mediocre person like you? In terms of speed, you are no match for me. Yang Ruoyan gnashed her teeth. Why is this guy picking on me? You said that I was mediocre. Then why did you come after me? Han Fei's figure was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, they were 70 or 80 kilometers closer. In the blink of an eye, they were only 50 or 60 kilometers away from each other. Yang Ruoyan was dumbfounded. What kind of speed was that? There were heavenly talents in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City too. Who could be so fast? But he was only ranked 10th in the White Shell Royal City. Although she was only less than 6,000 kilometers away from the exit, Han Fei was already in front of her. With Han Fei's terrifying speed, it was almost impossible for her to reach the exit. Yang Ruoyan said, do you want to know the secrets of the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm? I know. I'll trade with you. Han Fei almost laughed out loud. Here it comes again. Now that she can't escape, she is trying to trick me again. Han Fei shook his head. Humph. I'm going to be a king. Why would I care about a mere secret realm? Are you worried that I'll kill you? Yang Ruoyan cursed in her heart, how arrogant is this guy? He's even uninterested in such secrets? Han Fei casually threw out an instant mystic spear, and Yang Ruoyan's abdomen was pierced through. She had no chance to resist in the face of absolute strength. Puff. Blood spurted out of her mouth. Yang Ruoyan thought that Han Fei did not hold back, as he had already heavily wounded her. At this moment, she dared not hold back anymore. With a yah, an ear-piercing scream burst out. The water surged, and a bamboo bottle was taken out. Thousands of hero souls phantomed over ferociously. The old turtle said, it's an evil technique. This little girl is secretly practicing a soul-swallowing evil technique. However, these hero souls can't shake you at all. Han Fei sneered and instantly activated the void lines. No matter what soul it was, it wouldn't end well in the face of the divine manipulation technique. Besides, the red spear in Han Fei's hand was suddenly wrapped in a blue light. Swish. A spear shot out, and the blue light dazzled. Under the cover of the light, dozens of ferocious hero souls were burst apart by the spear. Han Fei grinned. More than half of the god-scaring painting had appeared. It was a painting of a long spear striking the void. What was mainly engraved on it was the power of a spear. However, at this moment, the god-scaring painting hadn't fully unfolded, and Han Fei couldn't discover its full strength. However, the god-scaring painting was a soul visualization painting. If there was an attack on this visualization painting, it was definitely a soul attack technique. Han Fei was very satisfied with the result. The old turtle said, "Since you have a soul attack technique, why haven't you used it before?" Han Fei, this is already the strongest state. The old turtle realized that he hadn't practiced it well enough. He said, "No wonder. However, since you've learned the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique, haven't you learned the purification technique of a spirit gatherer?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Purification technique? The old turtle said, "It's an extremely powerful way to cleanse evil, just like your Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. If you don't care about your lifespan, you can cleanse these hero souls in an instant." Han Fei roared, and the dragon roar resounded through the sea. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar was not as simple as gathering roars. When Han Fei was learning it, he learned it from the beasts one by one, and he had heard the dragon roar before. At this moment, amidst the dragon roar, Yang Ruoyun saw hundreds of hero souls explode one after another. As Han Fei moved with his spear, the hero souls were shattered by the spear beam. Han Fei said disdainfully, "What else have you got? Show me. Or you can do me a favor if you want to live." Yang Ruoyun gritted her teeth. There were some trump cards that she couldn't use unless she had to. If Han Fei didn't say the last words, she would definitely use them. Although she felt that even if she used it, she might not be able to survive. It was better than waiting for death. However, to her surprise, she found herself useful in Han Fei's eyes. This surprised her. Yang Ruoyun's view on human nature was that as long as it had some value, it was worth being used. As long as there were chips, it could be negotiated. Immediately, Yang Ruoyun secretly pinched her trump card and said as she retreated, "What do you want me to do? There is no conflict between us. Now you are stronger than me. Just tell me." Han Fei said proudly, "You know what's good for you. The solution is very simple. If you want to live, someone has to die. Since you're quite strong, you won't suffer a loss if I trade 100 blood demons for your life. Right?" Buzz. Yang Ruoyun suddenly turned her head and stared at him. "You want me to betray my own kind?" Han Fei said with a vague smile, "Haven't you already sold them?" Yang Ruoyun's face sank. It was not that she couldn't do it, but she was afraid that she couldn't do it. "Well," she said, "can you guarantee that no one can escape?" Han Fei snorted. "Are you doubting my strength? Do you know who I am? You think a few blood demons can escape from me? I respect you. You shall show me respect too." Han Fei kept calling himself Dragon King and his tone was filled with irritation, as if he would kill Yang Ruoyun at any time. Yang Ruoyun's heart skipped a beat. It would be nice if this guy was a reasonable and shrewd person, but the Fish Dragon King's personality. How could she negotiate with him? She immediately said, "Okay. It's a deal. What do you want me to do?" Han Fei squinted at him. "Do you need me to teach you?" "Of course, you can seduce them to come over. Besides, if you can summon the strongest heavenly talent from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City who came this time, I'll count that one as 100. Yang Ruoyun thought quickly. She felt that Han Fei simply didn't care about her life. What he really wanted to find was probably not her, but the leader of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City this time. "All right." Yang Ruoyun agreed without hesitation. She knew that her survival was the most important. Therefore, she didn't hesitate at all. Yang Ruoyun was enshrouded in a red cocoon and turned into a millennium snapper. She squeaked, and that voice drifted far away. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you block the entrance? Why didn't you just kill this woman? Why did you waste so much effort?" Han Fei grinned. "Directly kill her? No, how can I destroy her mind if I kill her? Besides, she's still useful." About half an hour later, the first group of people rushed to the entrance. But those half-mermen didn't come because they heard the song of the Millennium Snappers. In the ocean, the strong masters had a common understanding that they couldn't be too curious, especially when they heard an enticing sound. Many people even stayed away from it. After all, some marine creatures had the nature of avoiding their natural enemies. Half an hour later, Han Fei said coldly, "I'll give you another half an hour. If no one comes, prepare to die." Yang Ruoyun gritted her teeth. Suddenly, her eyes glittered. "There's a response. Someone is coming." "Who?" Yang Ruoyun said, "One of the leaders this time, Chu Feng, Phoenix." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Is there a crouching dragon?" Yang Ruoyun? The first batch of people to come didn't include Chu Feng, who just responded. Therefore, the first Han Fei welcomed were 5 ordinary blood demons. The 5 Millennium Snappers all turned into human forms. Someone frowned, looked at Yang Ruoyun and asked, "What happened? Why did you summon us so urgently?" However, Yang Ruoyun only glanced at them and suddenly retreated. Seeing Yang Ruoyun's reaction, they knew that something was wrong. They were about to retreat when they saw a cold glint. Pfft! Han Fei was good at controlling water. If he really wanted to hide himself, these people couldn't find him at all. Han Fei thrust his spear at them and blew them up. Without giving them any time to react, he moved at an unbelievable speed. With 3 consecutive tearing sounds, 3 people died in a row. The forehead of the last person flashed. Her companion spirit was a jellyfish. Although it was pierced through, it wasn't dead. "Hiya!" The scream echoed, and the person screamed, "Yang Ruoyun, the traitor." Pfft! Before Han Fei took action, 2 crescent blades pierced the jellyfish with a weird dark green aura. After the person died, Yang Ruoyun looked back at Han Fei. "I'm just trying to protect myself." Humph. Han Fei arrogantly took their sea-swallowing seashells as if saying, "Keep calling people over." But he was gloating in his heart, "Do you still want to protect your image at this point? Hee hee. If I told you that I didn't kill the 3 people just now, what would you think?" Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Since Han Fei's first attack, Yang Ruoyun had clearly realized that she was no match for the fish dragon king. At this moment, seeing Han Fei kill the 4 of them in an instant, she felt a burning hope in her heart. In fact, what did the death of these blood demons have to do with her? Did a strong master need companions? For example, did the current fish dragon king need a companion? No, as long as he was strong enough. The main reason was that the Millennium Snappers, as a special race, grew differently from ordinary humans. Their fastest way of growth was to suck blood and eat souls. This was why they were called blood demons. At this moment, Han Fei had killed 4 people in a single clash. Their blood and souls were all there. Han Fei certainly didn't care about them, but Yang Ruoyun cared. Although this was a hunting feast set off by Han Fei, it was also an opportunity for her. Yang Ruoyun glanced at Han Fei. She still had value, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to devour these blood demons, right? Han Fei saw that Yang Ruoyun had turned into a Millennium Snapper again, but at this moment, she was sucking the corpses of those who had just died. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, is there a need to be so unorthodox? Even eating the blood and souls of companions? The old turtle said, "Oh. No wonder this little girl's foundation isn't big. But her realm isn't weak. So that's how she got it. It seems that this race has a powerhouse taking the demonic path." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Old Yuan. You are an emperor of the demonic path. How can you laugh at that powerhouse of the demonic path?" The old turtle roared, "What do you know? What's the demonic path? We devils seem temperamental, eccentric, and domineering, but in fact, we're not. We fiends are more sensible than this kind of heretical powerhouse." Han Fei sneered. "Keep bragging. Do you think I won't know about it in the future?" The old turtle suddenly changed the topic and said, "I'm telling you the truth. It doesn't matter if this kind of blood-sucking soul-eating thing only happens to individual creatures. However, if the entire race is like this, there might be a strong master who practices evil techniques in the so-called Blood Sea Divine Wood City." Han Fei's heart did a flip. For some reason, hearing what the old turtle said, he also felt that this matter seemed a bit strange. If a race all cultivated like this, they should be more aggressive than the White Shell Royal City. After all, if you were to feed on blood and soul, you had to find prey, right? Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Are you saying that they have been nurturing talents by making them fight and kill each other?" The old turtle nodded. "Probably. It's a bit similar to the bug soldier." Explosion. Han Fei said, "However, unlike the insect race, the blood demons may be transformed from various creatures. After these creatures become the Millennium Snappers, they won't forget their existing memories. In this regard, they are much stronger than the insect race creatures produced from soldier explosions. In the end, the strong masters born are stronger than their peers in the same realm. At least, before the sea spirit realm, the insect race had no competitiveness." The old turtle said, "Yes, it is. Intelligence, produced from nothingness, is completely different from being poured in directly. Shall we kill this little girl?" Han Fei's eyes flickered. "No, I have an interesting plan. 1 batch. 2 batches. 3 batches." In the next hour, Han Fei killed 9 batches of blood demons in one go. Coincidentally, a group of half-mermen came during the period. There were only 3 of them. However, the 3 people were killed by Han Fei the moment they arrived. They didn't even talk. Yang Ruoyun was surprised. "Did you kill your own kind too?" Han Fei grinned ferociously. "Who dares to claim to be of the same race as me? I have the bloodline of the Dragon King. How can these half-mermen compare to me?" Yang Ruoyun. Han Fei didn't explain. However, Yang Ruoyun had a speculation. Perhaps because she was here, and Han Fei was afraid that others would know that he was cooperating with her, which would affect his status in the White Shell Royal City too. Suddenly, Han Fei said fiercely, "Why hasn't Chu Feng come yet? Are you deceiving me?" Yang Ruoyun said in a hurry, "Chu Feng is a leader after all. Her mission this time is definitely different from mine. Besides, aren't there always blood demons coming here?" He had dealt with Yang Ruoyun more than once. Without thinking, Han Fei could tell that Yang Ruoyun was lying. She kept calling people over just to suck the blood and souls of her compatriots. Han Fei roared, "There are only 9 waves, only more than 40 people in total. You don't work hard enough. I'll give you another half an hour. If Chu Feng still doesn't come, I'll kill you." Yang Ruoyun's face turned cold, wondering how deep Han Fei's grudge for her was. It was not that she didn't want to call Chu Feng over, but that she was afraid that Han Fei couldn't catch Chu Feng. If that happened, she would be doomed. Besides, Yang Ruoyun was also puzzled. It was not that she couldn't summon many people, but that Han Fei's words outside the Divine Sun Peak had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were also sending signals to the nearby blood demons, intending to travel together with them. As a result, although she tried her best to summon people, not many people came over. This was because there were also other people summoning them. However, Han Fei was completely unreasonable. He only spoke according to the time and didn't listen to her explanations at all. This made it difficult for her. On the other side, different from Yang Ruoyun's encounter, the 3 blood demons that Han Fei had just released did not dare to chase Han Fei. Instead, they turned around and searched for other blood demons. At this moment, the 3 of them ran into a team of nearly 50 people. Chu Feng was leading a large group of people to the entrance, mainly because Han Fei's words frightened many people. The blood demons didn't know why their leaders were summoning them. For a moment, amidst all kinds of chanting, the scattered blood demons gradually gathered up. Chu Feng glanced at the 3 of them. Seeing that they panicked, she immediately shouted, "What happened?" One of them said angrily, "Master Chu Feng, we encountered the fish dragon king." "Huh? You're still alive?" The person said, "It's mostly because we were sold by Yang Ruoyun." A moment later, when the Millennium Snappers heard their explanation, they all reacted differently. Someone sneered, "I knew they were unreliable. After all, Yang Ruoyun and her gang are not the original creatures in the Blood Sea." Someone shouted in a low voice, "The Fish Dragon King is too arrogant. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Otherwise, people will think that there is no one in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City." Chu Feng waved her tail and slapped the waves. "Shut up. Just keep Yang Ruoyun's matter in mind. Maybe she has already been killed by the fish dragon king. Let's go and gather up ahead. Isn't there someone summoning us ahead?" Han Fei didn't expect that in the 10th round, more than 50 people would come. This was more than the previous 9 waves combined. Han Fei grinned. "That's great." Yang Ruoyun had already eaten a lot. It was time for him to make a name as the Fish Dragon King. A moment later, "Hiya!" Yang Ruoyun continued to call out. She just needed to repeat the summoning call. Little did she know that 500 kilometers away, Han Fei found that the leader of the blood demons had found Yang Ruoyun. However, the leader didn't respond. When Chu Feng perceived Yang Ruoyun, she had already shouted, "Attention! Everyone, Yang Ruoyun may have already pledged allegiance to the enemy. She is deliberately gathering us here. We may be about to, or have already, encountered an ambush." "Huh? Ambush? Why do I feel nothing at all? The sound of gathering is up ahead? If this is a trap, wouldn't the person who makes the sound be a traitor?" Chu Feng was not a fool. When she saw that Yang Ruoyun was summoning them for No reason, she knew that Yang Ruoyun might have betrayed them. However, after scanning it several times, she still didn't find anything. Chu Feng was certain that Yang Ruoyun had no enemies around her, or she couldn't have hidden everything from her. If the Waterwood World or the White Shell Royal City were so powerful that they could easily hide their breath and traces, she wouldn't have been able to survive this adventure. Seeing that there were no demonic plants where Yang Ruoyun was, Chu Feng guessed that there could only be two kinds of people ambushing them. The first was the top powerhouses of the White Shell Royal City. As far as he knew, they were the Fish Dragon King, Yu Hong, Shui Hongyan, and some others. What she was most worried about was not the White Shell Royal City, but the humans. Or to be exact, the spirit gatherers among humans. They could draw complicated arrays. Unlike the inherited arrays of sea creatures, human beings had a variety of arrays. If they were ambushed in large numbers, it meant that the other party must be human. Chu Feng beckoned, "Everyone, stop." After that, Chu Feng pointed at the three people who had just joined the team and casually picked two other people. "The five of you, go forward and kill Yang Ruoyun if you see her." Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei saw the three people he had just released, he chuckled. It seemed that this impromptu show was about to be over. After a minute, when Yang Ruoyun perceived the three people she had just betrayed, she was stunned. She immediately exclaimed, "You didn't kill them?" However, no one answered her. As early as when Chu Feng sent these people over, Han Fei had lurked and pounced on Chu Feng. As for Yang Ruoyun, the show had just begun, and Han Fei completely ignored her. The old turtle said, "Huh? Why did you deliberately force this little girl to be a traitor? Did you know her before?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, we're old friends. She has no bottom line and can't be killed." Sure enough, when the three of them saw Yang Ruoyun, they immediately screamed, "Yang Ruoyun, you deserter! I'm gonna kill you! Yang Ruoyun, we trusted you so much, but you treated us that way in the face of a crisis?" Someone reminded the others, "Attention, don't be ambushed." When Yang Ruoyun saw the three of them, she had a bad feeling. With the capabilities of the Fish Dragon King, it should be easy to kill the three of them. But why didn't the Fish Dragon King kill them? Since he didn't kill them, didn't it mean that he deliberately let these three people disseminate her bad behavior? But what could he gain from doing that? Yang Ruoyun couldn't figure it out. She didn't even know the Fish Dragon King. Why was the Fish Dragon King teasing her? Yang Ruoyun asked telepathically, "There's no grudge between us. If you wanted to cooperate with me, why didn't you kill the three of them?" Unfortunately, there was still no response. At that moment, Yang Ruoyun's pupils were constricted. Was the Fish Dragon King gone? Why? For the first time, Yang Ruoyun felt that she was not smart enough. Did the Fish Dragon King just leave to make things difficult for her? Unfortunately, reality didn't allow her to think too much. There were only 5 people on the opposite side. If she killed all of them, no one would know that she had betrayed her teammates. Yang Ruoyun said, "Little Jing, Kuaer, let me explain." Yang Ruoyun did not escape, but swam closer to the 5 of them earnestly. She said, "You took me wrong. I fled because I knew that the Fish Dragon King's target was me. So, as long as I ran fast enough, he had no time to attack you." Cough. Han Fei, who was already 500 kilometers away, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Sure enough, you can make up any lie. You were the target of the Fish Dragon King? How shameless you are. When these words fell into the ears of the blood demons, it was different. Of course, they were not fools. Why should they believe her? Someone shouted, "Why should we believe you?" Someone held a spear. "If you don't give us a good reason, we must kill you. Today." Yang Ruoyan did not do anything, but said solemnly, "I know you won't believe me no matter what I say. Let me show you something." Then, Yang Ruoyan threw a sea-swallowing seashell at them and said, "After you. Read the contents, you'll know why the Fish Dragon King targeted me." Seeing this scene, Han Fei grinned. What was the difference between this and the treasure map Yang Ruoyan gave him before? However, the treasure map had been replaced with the sea-swallowing seashell. A blood demon grabbed the sea-swallowing seashell and thought, "Yang Ruoyan looks so sincere. Is there really a secret?" However, when she scanned with her perception, her expression changed drastically. Bang! Before they realized what was going on, the sea-swallowing seashells had exploded, and a few red beams of light shot out and penetrated their bodies like 5 red arrows. Pooh! 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 500 kilometers away, Chu Feng, who was observing from a distance, shouted, *shoal. Han Fei wasn't surprised. Anything could go wrong from what Yang Ruoyan offered. It seemed that not all blood demons were sophisticated. People like Yang Ruoyan were rare. Of the few people who were penetrated by Yang Ruoyan, 3 of them who were closest to her were directly penetrated and their souls shattered. The other 2 tried to escape, only to be caught by a red line. At the last moment, the person screamed, "It's a soul-attracting branch. Yang Ruoyan has a soul-attracting branch." The last person ran away in a flash because she was the farthest and fastest. Yang Ruoyan certainly wouldn't let her go. She had already shown her trump card. How could she let her go? Chu Feng shouted, "Everyone, kill Yang Ruoyan." He 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 he. However, just as Chu Feng shouted, cold laughter sounded in her ears. Swish! All of a sudden, a spear beam tore through the air, ignoring time and stabbing at Chu Feng as if cutting through space. The speed was already beyond description. As soon as Han Fei laughed, Chu Feng's expression had changed. A red gauze robe flew from her body, like a red caltrip. And her own body had already moved hundreds of meters horizontally. Even so, with a puff, one of Chu Feng's arms was pierced through. Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. Near-at-hand technique. It's the Fish Dragon King. Buzz buzz buzz. Hiya. Companion spirits appeared one after another. Someone appeared in human form and whipped Han Fei with a long whip. Someone tried to bewilder Han Fei in the form of a Millennium Snapper. Han Fei stepped into the crowd of blood demons, pointed his spear at them, grabbed a spear with one hand, and crushed it with the other. Han Fei shouted coldly, "A bunch of blood demons dare to attack me?" Bang, bang, bang. Han Fei quickly moved horizontally and kept smashing them with the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. The dozen or so blood demons who attacked him were smashed into a mist of blood almost in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng's heart went cold. Is this Fish Dragon King so strong? His physique, speed, and strength seemed to completely crush me. And this Fish Dragon King is only ranked 10th on the heavenly talent list of the White Shell Royal City. Then how strong are the other 9 people? Chu Feng shouted, "Everyone, don't fight. Run. Watching the Millennium Snappers flee, Hanfei sneered. You want to run away? Have I allowed you? Roar. The dragon roar and the sharp spear light swept across the sea. Pooh. Pooh. It wasn't the instant mystic spear, but the spear beam in the god scaring. Painting. Although he couldn't use it completely, this spear could easily kill the soul, so it worked very well when dealing with these blood demons. It could even ignore physical defense and directly attack the soul. Run. Not good. This man is ferocious and unstoppable. My illusions are ineffective against him. No, I can't forcibly affect his chi and blood. For a moment, cries of shock rang out, and some people hurriedly fled. Chu Feng shouted, Fish Dragon King, is there a misunderstanding between we Blood Sea Divinewood City and you White Shell Royal City? Han Fei roared, a misunderstanding? How dare you ambush me? You killed all my subordinates. If I don't kill you today, how can I appease my fury? Chu Feng immediately cursed in her heart. That's impossible. This fish dragon king is so strong. Who has the ability to ambush such a person? And even killed his subordinates? Unfortunately, this was not the time to dwell on this matter. The problem now was that this lunatic, Fish Dragon King, had gone crazy. Chu Feng shouted, Fish Dragon King, don't go too far. Otherwise, neither of us will gain anything. Han Fei chuckled weirdly. Then let's see if I can gain anything. Crack. A big green conch was smashed by Han Fei's spear. The owner of the conch vomited blood and was shot through by Han Fei's spear. Therefore, a magical scene appeared in the sea. Han Fei was holding a red spear and chasing more than 40 blood demons alone, looking quite intimidating. When Han Fei chased them to the exit, he found that hundreds of people from the Waterwood world were here. The sea demons and the red demons each had 200 or 300 people. They had already gathered and were fighting the Waterwood world. While Han Fei was fighting the sea demons outside, it seemed that many people had already arrived at the entrance. At that time, everyone saw that Han Fei was chasing nearly 20 people alone. When he appeared in their perception range, they were all speechless. This didn't seem right. Looking at this scene, Xu Xiaoman thought to herself, how can Han Fei be so fierce no matter who he turns into? Chu Feng shouted, everyone, attack together and kill the Fish Dragon King. Han Fei roared, today, I'm going to kill 300 blood demons. Don't stop me. A sea demon shouted, Master Dragon King, Waterwood World. Han Fei glared at him and shouted, Waterwood World, I'm not interested in fighting you today. Leave now. With that, Han Fei suddenly pointed his spear at Xu Xiaoman. Do you want to stop me? Xu Xiaoman was slightly taken aback. Act again? She said, we Waterwood World won't meddle in the affairs of the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divinewood City. Han Fei said proudly, since you don't want to fight, go out. Don't stay here. Immediately, the people on the Waterwood World were in an uproar. Some insects were buzzing. Why should we listen to you? If we take an order from you, how humiliating will it be for us? A big bird shouted, we're not leaving. What can you do? This was the excuse Han Fei wanted, an excuse for him to stop. At the next moment, Han Fei's expression changed and he looked furious. Good, good. Waterwood World stands in my way. Sooner or later, I'll come to you and kill you one by one. And the Blood Sea Divinewood City, how dare you ambush me and slaughter my subordinates? You're simply unforgivable. Just wait. Buzz. At this moment, Hanfei suddenly felt a strange power entering his body. Before Hanfei asked, the old turtle said, "You play your part. Since we're close to the entrance, I offered a sacrifice to you Wendao." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Yu Wendao, who was waiting outside the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, felt inexplicably upset. When Hanfei made the second sacrifice, he discovered that Hanfei's soul ability was not only not weak, but also full of self-deception. Just now, he once again found that one of his great Tao powers had been borrowed, and he didn't even have the chance to resist. He had created the Tao transformation book. After someone cultivated it and sacrificed their soul, he would give them the power of the great Tao. Something is wrong. At this moment, Yu Wendao was shocked. 3 great Taos were borrowed in a day? Could he even handle them? Besides, that was in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Even if these great Tao powers were borrowed, so what? If you exerted the power of the Tao-seeking realm here, you would be met with bad luck or even be struck by the great Tao. However, Yu Hanjia borrowed it twice, and a large number of souls were sent over, filled with roars, power, desire, fighting, killing, and other strange things. Suddenly, a clam girl looked at Yu Wendao and asked, "Wendao, you're mental. Waves are a bit too strong. What's wrong?" Yu Wendao just smiled. "Nothing. I just had some special ideas." A half-merman venerable frowned. "How many times have I told you that your great Tao is too impure? I asked you to focus on one Tao, but you refused. What do you think now?" Yu Wendao said, "Maybe I'm going to become a venerable. Please allow me to leave for now." The half-merman venerable shook his head slightly. "Go. I hope you can understand that it's not easy to find the great Tao. Sometimes, one Tao is worth 10,000. Yu Wendao nodded slightly. "Okay. I'll try again." With that, Yu Wentor opened the void and left. As soon as he entered the void, Yu Wendao's face slowly distorted, and a low roar erupted from his throat. If one looked at him now, they would find that Yu Wendao's eyes had turned completely black. Roar. Why? Is the Tao transformation book wrong? Why is the soul of a boy at the peak of the sea spirit realm so dark? Roar. Let go of your soul. You will obtain infinite power and become immortal. In the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm, Hanfei, pretending as the fish dragon king, was not really stupid enough to lead the troops to fight the blood demons immediately. Although he was now an undercover agent, he couldn't do such a stupid thing blatantly. It was true that the fish dragon king was a heavenly talent, but it would be unbelievable if a random person on the genius list of the royal city could defeat hundreds of people alone. Then someone would definitely doubt him. Hanfei suddenly felt 1 or 2 strands of strange force entering his body, and then being eaten by the old turtle. He couldn't feel what those forces were, but he felt that they seemed to be very strong. Hanfei asked, "Old turtle, what are you doing?" The old turtle said, "I've been working at Yu Wendao for a day. Just now, I offered a sacrifice again, and I'm about to get him. Do your own thing. Don't worry about me." Seeing that Hanfei seemed to be deep in thought, Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief and immediately asked, "Has anyone seen Yang Ruoyan? She has already betrayed us. If you meet her, kill her on the spot." Ignoring the old turtle, Hanfei said to Xu Xiaoman via voice transmission, Tell them that the mission has been completed. Don't tell them that I've been to the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. Xu Xiaomang immediately responded, it's really you. You've come out. Has the fish dragon king already died? Han Fei said, those who have seen me have all died. Wait a moment. When a large number of undead creatures begin to drive us away, lead the people of the Waterwood world to leave first. Xu Xiaoman, what about you? Aren't you going back to the Waterwood world? I have something to do. Xu Xiaoman stared at Han Fei and asked, do you have any words for messenger? Jing? Han Fei thought for a moment and finally replied, tell her 2 words. Xu Xiaomang couldn't help wondering, what message can 2 words convey? She couldn't help but ask, what words? Junior sister. Xu Xiaoman? The fish dragon king that Han Fei had transformed into was stepping in the air and holding the red spear in his hand, which was trembling slightly. His eyes had been focused on the people from the Blood Sea Divinewood city, which made many blood demons panic. Just as Han Fei was thinking about how to provoke them, he suddenly found 3 people appearing in his perception almost simultaneously. One of them was Yang Ruoyan. Another one, to Han Fei's surprise, turned out to be Lan Shuer. Beside her was Yu Kailing. Huh? Han Fei was a little surprised. Lan Shuer was frozen after being poisoned. But she was still alive? Not only was she not dead, but Yu Kailing was not dead either. Hadn't she been trapped into the 9 sounds of Tao and been swallowed by an undead creature? Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Do these 2 people know that I killed the fish dragon king? I don't think they saw it. But should I bet on it? Humph. Just when the 3 parties were gathered and the battle couldn't begin, Han Fei shouted, Chu Feng, right? Tell me, who in the Blood Sea Divinewood city controls a strange music and can mobilize the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Tell me and I won't make things difficult for you. When Han Fei spoke, he didn't conceal anything. Therefore, whether it was the Blood Sea Divinewood city, the White Shell Royal city, or the Waterwood world, everyone was surprised. Why did the fish dragon king go on a killing spree? Because he was set up by someone from the Blood Sea Divinewood city? Chu Feng's face turned cold. She was puzzled at first. Although she hadn't really fought with Han Fei, judging from Han Fei's combat efficiency and intensity, she was definitely not his opponent. And in this trip to the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, there shouldn't be many people stronger than him. Chu Feng suspected that there wasn't even a single person who was stronger than this fish dragon king. Who the hell knew that the 10th on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City was so powerful? With Han Fei's strength, how could anyone from the Blood Sea Divinewood city ambush him? And that person even successfully killed the fish dragon king's subordinates? With such strength, it was impossible for her not to know that person. When Han Fei said this, his voice echoed far away. Lan Shuer, Yu Kailing, and Yang Ruoyan, who was hiding, all heard it. However, in the ears of these 3 people, something was different. If Lan Shuer and Yu Kailing knew that he had attacked the fish dragon king, they would doubt him when they heard his voice. If Yang Ruoyan had heard him, she might have thought of a way to get out of trouble. In the distance, after hearing Han Fei's voice, Lan Shuer trembled and bit her lips with a complicated look. She really didn't expect a strong master like the fish dragon king to be so heartless. In the face of danger, he pushed her out as a shield. Yu Kailing patted Lan Shuer's shoulder. You'd better count on yourself. Before you become strong enough to resist these people, you have to hold yourself back. Lan Shuer nodded heavily. Sister Kaling, what should we do now? Youth Kaling said, judging from the tone of the fish dragon king, at least he is safe. Besides, this person's powerful and overbearing questioning means that the situation he's in should not be very dangerous. But this person is arrogant and conceited. In case he causes a big battle again, let's wait a little longer. On the other side, Yang Ruoyun didn't know that Chu Feng had already known that she had defected. Therefore, she wanted to continue forward. However, for some reason, she was a little afraid of the fish dragon king. This person's behavior was very unconventional. Somehow she felt that he had a purpose, but she couldn't figure it out. Yang Ruoyun also decided to wait. If the battle was about to break out, God knew how she would survive. However, on the Divine Sun Peak, the water immortal clearly knew that there was no one as powerful as Han Fei said. Ambush him? People were lucky if he didn't ambush them. Therefore, the water immortal could easily tell that Han Fei was just making up a story and fabricating an enemy. Therefore, those blood demons were attacked for no reason. The water immortal could understand that this was probably because since Han Fei couldn't attack the waterwood world, he had to make an enemy, which was also to better blend in with the sea demons. However, what the water immortal didn't understand was that there seemed to be something extraordinary in Han Fei's body. There seemed to be a Dao rune passing her great Dao barrier and fell on Han Fei. This was one thing. And the other thing was that Han Fei seemed to have been pushing the blood demon named Yang Ruoyun to a dead end, but he gave her a way out every time. So he must be making use of her. At this point, the water fairy could conclude that the Han Fei she saw now was much more cunning than her silly disciple, Wang Han. With this series of actions that even she didn't understand, she could guess that Han Fei was definitely brewing something. As the water immortal issued an order in her heart, half of the sea area stirred. More and more undead creatures began to emerge from the ground and approach the entrance. At the same time, Han Fei pointed his spear at Chu Feng. Are you going to talk or not? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. No matter how useless Chu Feng was, she was one of the leaders of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. How could she be pointed at by Han Fei? She didn't know that there was such a person in her camp. Even if she did, she wouldn't have told him in front of so many people. A fishbone spear appeared in Chu Feng's hand, and she also pointed it at Han Fei. Fish Dragon King, do you really think your combat power is unparalleled? Han Fei smiled contemptuously. Why? Do you doubt my ability? Come on, I'll fight you with only a hand. Let's see how strong the heavenly talents of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City are. Buzz. Hiya. Instantly, the blood demon group was in an uproar. Someone yelled, "You're too arrogant. Chu Feng, let me fight him." A blood demon jumped out and roared. Behind him, sea willows bared their fangs and brandished their claws, rolling at Han Fei like 3,000 white hares. The blood demon's purpose was very simple. Didn't Han Fei brag that he would fight Chu Feng with only a hand? She didn't believe that Han Fei could suppress all the heavenly talents here with one hand. Thousands of eyes immediately stared at Han Fei. Neither the people from the White Shell Royal City nor the Waterwood world had seen the Fish Dragon King being serious, so they were naturally curious. The sea demons all widened their eyes, wondering how strong the so-called Heavenly talent on the genius list of the royal city was. A bug hummed. This is a little difficult. A big bird stood on an insect's back. What do you mean by a little? Difficult? If he doesn't move, there is no place to borrow strength. Besides, he is standing in midair, not on the sea, and he wants to kill a peak level. Sea spirit with one hand? How can this be done by ordinary people? On the human side, many people's eyes flickered. If the geniuses of the white shell royal city were so strong, how many people in Waterwood World could compare to them? Only Shu Xiaomon's eyes were shining. If she hadn't seen Han Fei fight, she might have been worried about him. Han Fei had already fought 100 people alone when he was still a peak-level law enforcer. Jumping realms to fight was like playing for him. Now Han Fei had already broken through to the explorer realm. How could he be defeated? Han Fei clutched the spear with one hand and held the tip of the spear with the palm of his hand. For a moment, the red-black demonic energy enveloped the spear, and he pointed it forward casually. Everything seemed normal. Many people didn't find anything from this spear. Chu Feng shouted, "Flash!" However, Chu Feng still spoke slowly. She thought that everyone knew that Han Fei was good at the near-at-hand technique, so they would be on guard. However, at that moment, she seemed to find that something was wrong. She didn't see clearly what was wrong, but it just wasn't right. When Chu Feng shouted, the corners of Han Fei's mouth were still curled up. Although the principles of the near-at-hand technique and instant technique were different, the effects were extremely similar. The near-at-hand technique directly shortened the distance, while the instant technique froze time for an instant. After the spear beam shot out, the spear head came out from the other side. Didn't that look just like near-at-hand technique? Generally speaking, as the near-at-hand technique didn't affect time as long as one was fast enough, he could dodge it. However, if time was frozen, there was no such thing as dodging because it couldn't be dodged at all. This was why Zhang Xuanyu's overall strength was the weakest in the Thug Academy, but he might be second only to Han Fei in a one-on-one fight. This was the combat skill this guy had comprehended on his own, which was outrageously powerful. As long as he got a chance, his opponent couldn't dodge it at all. Puff. Without any suspense, Han Fei pierced the blood demon's chest with his spear. Rich demonic energy was injected into the blood demon in an instant. With a bang, the blood demon exploded. This person had been dead for several seconds before the willow branches came to Han Fei. However, Han Fei had one hand on his waist and the other holding his spear as if he didn't see these willow branches at all. When these willow branches reached Han Fei, they began to wither, not even reaching the corner of Han Fei's clothes. Everybody fell silent. Han Fei's attack was too casual. It was just a casual attack, but the speed was so fast that they couldn't even see it clearly. Therefore, everyone thought that they had realized the power of the near-at-hand technique. This way of fighting that ignored space and distance was really terrifying. A sea demon secretly exclaimed, "So strong. Isn't he too strong?" A sea demon swallowed. Is this the 10th place on the genius list of the royal city? On the Waterwood World side, a human shouted, "This speed is even faster than the shadowless arrow stream." Someone said solemnly, "No, faster than arrow flash." An insect touched his big horn with his long beard. "Can I block that blow?" The big bird was speechless. "Who gave you the confidence?" Clank. Han Fei gently flicked the spear, producing a crisp metallic sound. Han Fei stared at Chu Feng and said leisurely, "Oh. You're not even qualified to receive a single blow from me. Are all the people in the Blood Sea divine? Would City like you?" Chu Feng's face turned green. She certainly had her own trump card. However, why should she fight the Fish Dragon King? Someone had reminded her before she came. This time, the White Shell Royal City sent 3 top powerhouses over. The strongest was the Fish Dragon King, followed by Yu Hong and Shui Hongyan. At this moment, the other 2 hadn't appeared, but the strongest one, the Fish Dragon King, had appeared. No one was willing to fight him. However, on second thought, Chu Feng realized that with so many people on her side, she wasn't afraid that the Fish Dragon King would come up to kill her. The Fish Dragon King could definitely understand when the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the fisherman would reap the benefits. This Fish Dragon King was not stupid. Since he couldn't fight a group battle, he might as well fight one-on-one. Based on the performance of the Fish Dragon King just now, Chu Feng certainly wouldn't go out to fight him alone. If she won, she could make a name for herself, and this news would definitely spread throughout the Blood Sea Divine. Would. However, once she was defeated, she might even die. Chu Feng immediately turned her eyes to the Waterwood World people and shouted, "Hey, you have the most people here. Let's join forces and kill the sea demons from the White Shell Royal City, okay?" Han Fei grinned and immediately said to Xu Xiaoman via voice transmission, "Say yes, but..." Xu Xiaoman stepped out and said coldly, "Okay, except for the Fish Dragon King, we'll resolve all the other sea demons, but you'll have to deal with the Fish Dragon King." Instantly, all the sea demons' faces changed. A sea demon yelled at Chu Feng, "Demoness, we are all sea demons anyway. If you do this, the 2 royal cities will fight to the death." Chu Feng smiled contemptuously. "Who do you think you are? How can you decide the matters of the strong? Whether there will be a fight between the 2 royal cities is not up to you." Chu Feng shouted in a low voice, "Sisters, everyone's goal is the Fish Dragon King." Han Fei pretended to be grim and then pointed at Xu Xiaoman, saying, "Good. Good, what a Waterwood world. I'll remember you. What's your name? It's not bad that Waterwood world has you." Xu Xiaomang said, "Same to you. You are not weak either. You can be called a heavenly talent of your generation. As for me, I will never change my name. I am Xu Xiaoman, from the Flying Feather Unit of the human race." Han Fei grinned ferociously. "Okay. Xu Xiaoman, I'll remember you. In the future, I'll fight you for 3,000 rounds." Then, Han Fei glanced at the sea demons and shouted in a low voice, "The people of the White Shell Royal City would rather die in battle than kneel. If they want to fight, let them. Let me fight them." Roar. Han Fei held the spear, and the spear light bloomed. "If you can win by numbers, why do you still need to cultivate? You will find out how strong I am. Let me defeat all of you alone." Han Fei was very happy to see this battle. Chu Feng knew that this choice was actually even more unfavorable for her side. However, at this moment, her life was at risk. She certainly wouldn't go up to fight this lunatic, the Fish Dragon King. Furthermore, Chu Feng chose to fight because she had the confidence to fight. As soon as Han Fei rushed out, a great battle broke out. Xu Xiaomang shouted coldly, "Kill them. Buzz, buzz. Chirp, chirp." What else could the sea demons do? Now they could only fight. Fortunately, they also had more than 300 people. Although their number was only half of the people from the waterwood world, it was not impossible for them to win. However, no one chose to fight with Xu Xiaomeng at all. After all, even the Fish Dragon King appreciated this person. When they entered the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm, many people had seen Xu Xiaomeng make sea demons explode by only tapping her finger. It was very terrifying. And Xu Xiaomeng stood on a bug and didn't take any action. She just watched quietly and said lightly, more than 600 people fighting more than 300 people. If we lose, I won't have the face to tell others. As for Han Fei, he was caught in countless runes and the blood demons surrounded him circle by circle. The blood demons all squeaked. Chu Feng's voice was like a ghost, echoing in the deafening curses. Fish Dragon King, aren't you curious about what will happen if you use the strength of the Tao-seeking realm in the 1,000 Mountain Ancient Realm? Today, you're courting death. Don't blame others. Just now, space collapsed, and Han Fei was directly enveloped by infinite runes. At this moment, he looked at the runes around him, only to see the runes dashing like sword chi, attacking him. After a while, these runes began to evolve, gradually forming a huge fish. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Cursed Demon Fish. Introduction, an evil creature summoned by other creatures with blood as sacrifice. It has the ability to copy the opponent's strength. This creature will absorb the opponent's blood, soul, vitality, and strength to strengthen itself through the power of the curse. When the opponent's strength is all swallowed, the cursed demon fish will become the opponent, becoming an emotionless puppet creature. Level none. Quality none. Realm none. Battle technique replication of strength. Absorbable. Remarks, don't fight a protracted battle. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Huh. Before Han Fei could fight, the old turtle suddenly said, it's really an evil technique. This is a cursed demon fish. Someone once caught a king and forcibly sucked his force with this fish. The king was sucked to death and even his great Tao was sucked away. In the end, the cursed demon fish became a king puppet. Han Fei's face changed. So strong? The old turtle said, it's a pity that this cursed demon fish was used to deal with you. It seems that. Why don't you try sucking its force? Han Fei? The old turtle said, the cursed demon fish is just an unconscious evil creature. They fight according to a certain will, but you are different. You can steal lives at any time. So you are actually more evil than them. Han Fei. Although what the old turtle said wasn't nice, the abilities of this curse demon fish were a bit similar to his void lines. However, it had more abilities to absorb blood, soul, and power. The void lines could also capture souls, but only after the enemy died could he absorb some souls through the void lines. At this moment, absorbing the soul power of some creatures alone wasn't enough for him to grow. Of course, when the number reached a certain amount, it would be a different story. For example, in the battle outside the Divine Sun Peak just now, Han Fei had absorbed so many souls that he couldn't absorb any more. This cursed demon fish was huge. More than 300 meters long, it was a super sea monster. When the cursed demon fish opened its mouth, infinite black fog enveloped this space. Han Fei glanced around and saw that those weird runes were emitting red light. Han Fei tried to use the Monkey King's 3000 stick to attack them. More than 200 times to see the effect. In the outside world, in others' eyes, from the inside of a huge rune ball. Banging sounds rang out, and a large number of curse runes were forcibly shattered by Han Fei's terrifying power. Chu Feng shouted, "Fuse all your companion spirits. This person must be killed. Otherwise, it'll be a disgrace for the Blood Sea Divinewood City." The red-clothed women, who were still in human form, turned into millennium snappers one after another. Runes spurted out of their mouths one after another, repairing whatever was broken on the rune ball. Inside the array, Han Fei was already enshrouded by black fog. With the huge suction force, Han Fei could clearly feel that his qi and blood were slowly flowing away. He set up the coiled turtle array and the soul driving array at the same time. At the same time, the void lines all erupted, hooking at the huge fish. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was under a huge and terrifying soul pressure. Han Fei was surprised. This fish's soul is so strong. It feels that it has even surpassed mine. The old turtle said, "No, the soul power of this cursed demon fish is actually equivalent to the power of your own soul. It is summoned based on you. Therefore, its strength and soul power are completely based on yours." Han Fei gritted his teeth. "Why do I feel that you're gloating?" The old turtle chuckled. "Yu Wendao is about to be swallowed by me. He's too obsessed with the great Tao. I'm simulating a great Tao for him. He thinks he is creating a new one. He." When Han Fei heard that the old turtle was still thinking about Yu Wendao at this critical moment, he immediately ignored him. Han Fei gritted his teeth and activated the sky-stealing technique. "You swallow my vitality, so I'll swallow yours. Let's see which of us can win." Although in terms of strength, this cursed demon fish was the same as Han Fei. However, don't forget that Han Fei had pretended to be a peak-level sea spirit with the deceit technique. Therefore, the cursed demon fish was also at this level. Of course, the soul and strength were essentially the same. The difference was only in the realm. Apart from that, there was another essential difference. The cursed demon fish was a kind of creature that had been summoned. Such an awesome creature couldn't be easily summoned. It also had powerful vitality, which was provided by the more than 300 blood demons. Because of the gap in the realm, Han Fei suddenly felt that his vitality seemed to be slowly increasing. This speed was not very fast, but it definitely increased. In the outside world, Chu Feng and the others watched the rune array gradually fall silent. Delight appeared on their faces. Chu Feng heaved a long sigh of relief and smiled coldly. "What a conceited guy. Our Blood Sea Divinewood City occupies a world with the rune curse technique. You just don't know your distance." In the mysterious space that seemed to be wrapped by billions of runes, a huge fish head slowly craned out. As soon as the fish appeared, the runes were attracted onto the big fish. When the cursed demon fish appeared, its body size was more than 200 meters, which surprised Chu Feng. Was this fish dragon king so powerful? With him as the basis, the cursed demon fish summoned was actually more than 200 meters long, which showed that Han Fei was indeed very strong. After all, the cursed demon fish that she summoned was as strong as the enemy in terms of strength. Therefore, the huge size of the cursed demon fish stunned Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng didn't know that Han Fei had already forcibly shrunk the size of the cursed demon fish by 100 meters. At this moment, a large group of Millennium Snappers suddenly felt weak. Even Chu Feng felt weak. Chu Feng said, "Don't panic. When the Fish Dragon King completely perishes, it will be a great merit. A mere 100 years of life is nothing." Shu Xiaoman, who had never fought, frowned and perceived the battle between Han Fei and the blood demon 100 kilometers away. Since the moment Han Fei disappeared, her attention had never left him. Although she really wanted to help, when she came here, Messenger Jing told her not to take the initiative to help. The big fish looked extraordinary. The scales on the fish were actually not scales at all, but strange, unfamiliar runes. However, 100 seconds later, just when Chu Feng thought that she was about to win, she suddenly felt that a part of the vitality in her body was forcibly taken away. It transformed into a large number of runes and flew out, imprinting on the cursed demon fish. Immediately, a blood demon said anxiously, "Not good. I have already lost 300 years of vitality. Why is that Fish Dragon King still alive?" Someone shouted, "The cursed demon fish is indeed shrinking. When it becomes as big as the Fish Dragon King, it means that the puppet is refined. Forget it. We can lose another 100 years of vitality." Buzz, buzz. However, 100 seconds later, the cursed demon fish shrank to 100 meter long, and everybody's vitality and lifespan were absorbed more. At this moment, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Chu Feng's expression was ugly. Why wasn't the Fish Dragon King dead yet? The speed at which the cursed demon fish shrank was too slow. Where did the Fish Dragon King get such a huge amount of vitality for the cursed demon fish to swallow? Could it be that the Fish Dragon King carried a large number of spiritual fruits or great vitality type tonics? After the 5th time of vitality sucking, when almost everyone contributed more than 500 years of vitality on average, someone shouted, "No, there must be something wrong with the cursed demon fish. Why is it still more than 50 meters long?" Someone wanted to stop, but the cursed demon fish had been reduced from more than 200 meters to only 50 meters, which meant that the Fish Dragon King was about to be swallowed and the cursed demon fish would become the puppet fish Dragon King. Someone shouted in a low voice, "Sisters, we're already at this point. The reason that the cursed demon fish is sucking so slow must be that the Fish Dragon King is too strong and carries too many treasures. However, the stronger the Fish Dragon King is, the more benefits we can get from the blood. See Divinewood City. Everyone, work harder. Once. Twice. 3 times. Han Fei felt that the cursed demon fish had already been sucked dry by him. The vitality of this cursed demon fish was beyond his imagination. Han Fei felt that his peak time had come back again. At this moment, his lifespan should reach 2,000 years again, perhaps even more. Today, he had used the heavenly enlightenment technique twice, but he didn't expect that he could make up for the terrifying consumption in one day. Due to the huge loss of vitality, most of the Millennium Snappers in the outside world still looked beautiful on the surface, but if you looked closely, you would find that the Millennium Snappers seemed to be shrouded with a death aura. Since the beginning, more than 30 people had died because of lack of vitality. Once this big technique was activated, they couldn't let it go easily. Crack. When the cursed demon fish cracked, everyone saw that the Fish Dragon King was standing motionless in the sea. Someone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In any case, it's already a great success for us to kill the 10th place on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City. However, while the Millennium Snappers were relieved and delighted, they suddenly heard an annoyingly arrogant voice. Humph. Is this all the powerhouses in the so-called Blood Sea Divinewood City can do? Why did it take you so long to show me such a lame fish? Are you trying to devour my vitality and power? I have the Dragon King bloodline. You won't be able to do any harm to me. Ah. How is it possible? How can he be fine? Wait, if the Fish Dragon King is fine, why is the cursed demon fish smaller? Pfft. Someone was still talking when he suddenly found that there was another person next to him. It was none other than the Fish Dragon King. Bang! 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 Han Fei used the Monkey King's 3000 stick again. Anyway, what did these blood demons know? Except for the near-at-hand technique, how could they know what combat skills and techniques the Fish Dragon King had? Besides, for an irritable guy like the Fish Dragon King, the Monkey King's 3000 stick was the most suitable for him. Who said that a spear could only stab people? Whipping and smashing people was just as sharp. The blood demons whose vitality had just been drained by Han Fei were still in the state of the Millennium Snappers. In desperation, they tried to control Han Fei with their melody. However, for Han Fei, their soul power was too weak, not enough to pull him into the illusion at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than 30 of them were smashed by Han Fei. Han Fei smiled grimly. You'll all die today. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. These blood demons didn't expect that Han Fei could even resist such a big curse. And he didn't seem to be injured at all. They couldn't understand at all. This was impossible. In fact, it wasn't that Chu Feng's way of commanding the battle was wrong. If it were the real Fish Dragon King, he might not have been able to avoid this disaster unless he didn't fight in close quarters from the beginning. Otherwise, as long as he entered this great curse technique, it was impossible to forcibly break it. Even with Han Fei's strength, under the power of the Monkey King's 3000 stick, he couldn't break this array directly. Of course, Han Fei didn't use all his strength. When Xu Xiaoman saw everything from afar, she was slightly relieved. She couldn't help but feel a little chagrined. Why should she be worried about Han Fei? How could anything happen to this guy with his abnormally strong strength? At this moment, Han Fei was on a killing spree. However, he perceived that more than 1,000 kilometers away, a black tide seemed to have appeared on the sea. Before the tide, there were the Millennium Snappers and sea demons. Of course, there were also creatures from the Waterwood world. The Water Immortal's voice echoed in Han Fei's head, okay, although I don't know what your plan is, your goal should have been achieved. If you keep killing, the number of people on your side will be more than that of the other two camps combined. Thousands of kilometers away. Yang Ruoyun, Yu Kailing, and the others were all shocked. So many undead creatures. In their perception, a huge black wave appeared. It was not a tide, but the undying insects and the undying bird crawling on the sea. On the surface of the sea, a large amount of black algae was spreading. They saw that a half-merman was entangled by vine grass. Because of the delay of the blink of an eye, thousands of black thorns stabbed over and wrapped him up with a large amount of algae. Then algae and worms swept all the way through. The man was drowned by the black tide. In a few seconds, he turned into a pile of bones and fell to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this scene, who wouldn't flinch? Even the insects that came from the waterwood world were a little frightened. Of course, the insect race might be a big heart race. In their cognition, it was very normal for them to defeat their opponents and eat them up. Because the undead insects in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm wouldn't attack fresh insects like them. In front of the black tide, nearly 100 insects from the waterwood world were rushing in front of the black tide, humming crazily. Eat. Eat through the white shell royal city and the blood sea divine wood city. Charge. The insect race is the strongest. We have millions of soldiers. While the insect race clamored and charged at the entrance, Han Fei smashed a person with a flip of his hand, crushed a blood demon's protective knife wheel with one hand, and suddenly retreated. Han Fei said telepathically, "Shu Xiaoman, take your men away." Shu Xiaoman was refreshed. On the battlefield between the waterwood world and the sea demons, Shu Xiaomang suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "Everyone, charge out of the ancient realm in 10 seconds. Someone was surprised. Why? Xiaoman, we've won a big victory this time. We should take the chance to catch up. Shu Xiaoman, just leave here. Don't ask so many questions." Shu Xiaoman knew that in the eyes of Han Fei, the life and death of these sea spirit creatures were not important at all. Whether they lived or died, it didn't matter, because none of these people were his opponents. Besides, she had seen Han Fei fight 100 enemies alone. If Han Fei really wanted to fight, he wouldn't have killed only 50 people within half a day. At least half of the people would have died. It could be seen that Han Fei was brewing something. She couldn't figure it out with the limitations of her vision, so she could only play along. Swish. 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 Chu Feng and the others wanted to fight again, but Han Fei suddenly stopped fighting, which puzzled many people. When they looked again, they detected many of their own kind. In midair, red shadows darted at them quickly. Chu Feng knew one of them. Wasn't that Yang Ruoyun? Chu Feng roared, "Yang Ruoyun, how dare you show up?" Someone roared, "It's Yang Ruoyun. How dare she show up?" However, Yang Ruoyun replied, "Run. The undead worm tide is coming. I'll explain to you about the other things when we get out." Chu Feng and the others' faces changed. What the hell is this? A bug tide? This is only the first day in the Thousand Mountain Ancient Realm. Even if there is a bug tide, why do they panic? However, Chu Feng frowned. Why did the Fish Dragon King stop? Chu Feng looked at the waterwood world again, only to see that Shu Xiaomang was leading countless people, getting closer and closer to the exit. Suddenly, Shu Xiaomang shouted, "Everyone, leave the ancient realm." Swish swish swish. Although many people in the waterwood world were reluctant, and some big birds and insects were even complaining, no one retorted what Shu Xiaomang said. This was because before they came, Shu Xiaoman had been designated as one of the leaders of this trip to the ancient realm. It wasn't because she was strong, but because she was familiar with Han Fei. At the moment when Shu Xiaomang urged everyone to leave the ancient realm, Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, leave the ancient realm." Someone was shocked. What happened? Why did the Fish Dragon King want them to leave the ancient realm? Receiving Yang Ruoyun's message, Chu Feng immediately shouted, "Everybody, grab the exit." After that, Chu Feng looked at Han Fei. "Fish Dragon King, we should cooperate now. Otherwise, if the Waterwood World people block the exit, we'll be the one's to be hurt in the end. At this moment, Han Fei glanced into the distance, obviously surprised. Huh? You're still alive? The coming people were naturally Yu Kailing and Lan Shuer. Although Han Fei had long known that they were peeping from a distance, he still had to show his surprise. Yu Kailing, Master Dragon King. Lan Shuer gritted her teeth. She hated the Fish Dragon King to her guts now. But she had no choice because of her status. She could only grit her teeth and call Master Dragon King. Lan Shuer no longer felt that she had got herself a big-shot patron. In the other party's eyes, she was even less than a chess piece. Indeed, Sister Kailing was right. It was better to rely on herself than anyone else. With the pride of the Fish Dragon King, he certainly wouldn't lower himself to apologize to Lan Shuer. Han Fei grunted and said casually, "Go grab the exit." With that, Han Fei turned his head, looked at Chu Feng, who was rushing to the entrance, and then looked at Yang Ruoyun. When Yang Ruoyun saw Han Fei looking at her, her heart skipped a beat. This man might seem ferocious and silly on the surface, but after the brief cooperation with Han Fei, Yang Ruoyun had completely changed her opinion of Han Fei. She only felt that this man was unconventional and she couldn't tell his purpose at all. He was so cunning that even fancy words couldn't move him. Han Fei glanced at her with a faint smile and said blatantly, "Well, isn't this the traitor who just cooperated with me to kill the blood demons? Haha, I see that you don't look bad. If you can't stay in the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, you can consider following me." Han Fei's words were etched in the minds of many people. On the sea demon's side, many people heard it and were surprised. The Fish Dragon King actually used a blood demon? Lan Shuer's face sank. Sure enough, no man is good. Han Fei blatantly told about his cooperation with Yang Ruoyun, who was about to refute him, but then she realized that it wasn't right. She believed that Han Fei said that just to stop her from framing him. However, because Han Fei expressed it so directly, it meant that Han Fei didn't care about her life at all and only wanted to make use of her. Immediately, Yang Ruoyun shouted coldly, "Fish Dragon King, I'll definitely take revenge on you someday." Han Fei grinned. "You clownfish want revenge on me? Who do you think you are?" At this time, when the undead worm tide was less than 800 kilometers away, some fast undying birds had already rushed over. At this time, a large number of sea demons and blood demons who went to find opportunities alone also rushed over. A sea demon shouted, "Master Dragon King, leave now. The undead worm tide is coming." A blood demon shouted, "Come on, compete for the entrance." When a large number of sea demons and blood demons began to gather at the entrance, Han Fei saw that the sea demons hadn't broken through the defense line of the Waterwood world, and there were still blood demons attacking from behind. He immediately shouted, "You can't even occupy an entrance? Get out of the way and let me handle it." Shu Xiaoman had been waiting for Han Fei to come, but Han Fei had been dawdling, either standing there bragging or teasing some blood demons. He didn't take action until the remaining sea demons and blood demons had mostly gathered and a large number of undead creatures had rushed over. Shu Xiaomang was already prepared and shouted, "Let's not fight. Everyone, let go of the entrance and let them fight for it." Han Fei cursed, "Humph, as timid as a crab. Everybody, guard the entrance and block the exit." However, when Han Fei led the sea demons to the exit, half of the sea demons had already run following the creatures of the Waterwood world. Yu Kaling said telepathically, "Schwer, escape if you have a chance." The fish Dragon King is too conceited. He'll only send us to our deaths. Lan Schwer nodded. I know. I won't guard any exit with him. Han Fei even heard a voice transmission. Is this fish Dragon King out of his mind? He wants to fight when his life is at risk? Someone was lost for words. Let's ignore him and get to the exit. If we find that we can't do anything, we'll just leave. After all, he won't be able to kill us in front of so many powerhouses after we get out. Han Fei listened to the sea demon's voice transmission with disdain. Han Fei blocked their way with his spear. I'll aim my spear at the blood sea and kill another 100 blood demons. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Countless blood demons were dumbfounded. Is this person out of his mind? We have more than 500 people, but you're leading more than 200 people to block the exit. How can you resist us? Seeing this, Yu Kaling couldn't help rolling her eyes. However, she still reminded him in the end, Master Dragon King, don't be hasty. We don't have enough people. Han Fei glared at her. I've never been tricked for nothing. Han Fei glanced at the blood demons and shouted, tell me, who set me up? If she comes out to die voluntarily, I won't make things difficult for you. A gigantic millennium snapper suddenly turned into a glamorous woman with red hair. This person pointed at Han Fei. You're the Fish Dragon King, right? I'd like to see what abilities the 10th place on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City has. Chu Feng said via voice transmission, don't underestimate this person. This person is so strong that even the cursed demon fish can't do anything to him. The woman named Huer frowned. She had just arrived and was slightly shocked to hear that Han Fei was so strong. However, she wasn't too scared at this moment, for the blood demons whose soul power was generally higher. They could already perceive the black undying worm tide. From the surface of the sea to the sky, it was dark and dense, with a thickness of more than 300 meters, like a shocking gray-black wave. At the moment, they had no time to think at all, because it would be too late. If they didn't charge now, if they were really enveloped by the undying worm tide, it was impossible for them to come out alive without some means. When the number reached a certain limit, no matter how weak the undead worm tide was, it couldn't be underestimated. Of course, no one would underestimate this undead worm tide. Huar roared, kill them. Red leaf knives, blow up. Swish. 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 The red leaves all over the sky were leaf blades like the leaves of the big red trunk. When Han Fei heard that the woman was about to detonate the leaves, he frowned. This woman was the real leader of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City this time. Right? The leaf knife wheel was a divine weapon. Besides, these people were all peak level sea spirits. They must have long tried to increase their strength and improve the quality of their weapons. Therefore, there were only a few low-quality divine weapon level knife wheels here, and the rest were above mid-quality. Among them, at least 1/10 of them were high-quality divine weapons. Roar. Han Fei shot out a spear, which danced like a dragon. A water dragon surged out, and a soul-shaking dragon roar sounded. Kill. Instead of retreating, Han Fei took a step forward and charged at the humming Millennium Snappers, or the women in red. Behind Han Fei, many people were shocked. Is the Fish Dragon King out of his mind? Why are you still charging up at such a time? The undead worm tide is coming. Aren't you afraid? The moment Han Fei attacked, more than a dozen people in the crowd followed him. They felt that if they took action now, they would definitely leave a deep impression on Master Dragon King. Of course, even if they attacked, they just stood near the exit and didn't charge at the blood demon's array like Han Fei did. Swish! The spear in Han Fei's hand trembled, and a green-spotted conch companion spirit stood in front of Han Fei, trying to stop him. Unfortunately, no one expected Han Fei to be so strong. The green-spotted conch had a big hole pierced through it. Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Bang! 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 Han Fei charged at the blood demons alone, and the woman named Huer shouted, "The rest of you, charge! Leave him to me." Fire body. Fiery red flames suddenly burned on Huer's body, and she was like a flame sprite without a real body. Except for the two sapphire-like eyes, the fiery woman had no legs at all. Her tail was like a wisp of smoke that came out of a pot. The fire demon's arms were like cones, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of spikes shot out. Bang! 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 The two of them collided and Han Fei defeated almost all the All Shadows. His last blow blew up her fiery body. Immediately, many flames that dissipated in the air reassembled on the other side and turned into a human shape again. Han Fei grinned. Well, fire is the body. Interesting. Han Fei beckoned, "I can't kill you in a short time. I wonder if the others can do the same?" However, when Han Fei turned his head, he found that there were only 100 sea demons left. Han Fei immediately cursed, "You be *****, how did this bunch of cowards become sea spirits?" Among the people who disappeared, it included Yu Kaling and Lan Shuer. In Yu Kaling's words, the fish dragon king didn't care about others' lives at all. She finally knew why the fish dragon king was thrown out to the outer sea. To gain experience. He really liked courting death. There were only 100 sea demons left. How could they resist the charge of more than 500 blood demons? After all, at the last moment, all the blood demons had rushed over. The sea demons were desperately outnumbered. At that time all the sea demons retreated. Huer sneered, "What's the use of you being strong alone? Look, no one will die with you, for your own selfish desires." Han Fei grinned. "Hee, only in this way can I show my unparalleled bravery." Kill. The crazier Han Fei behaved, the more speechless Huer and the others were. "Isn't it just because we ambushed you? So you can't be ambushed?" When most sea demons passed Han Fei and Huer who were fighting, Han Fei said in his heart, "Old turtle, I'm going to kill this woman. If anything happens, remember to cover for me." Shua. Huer felt that Han Fei couldn't kill her. She even despised Han Fei in her heart, thinking that Han Fei was just a simple-minded reckless man. However, just when most of the blood demons had already fled to the exit, when the undying worm tide was only 100 kilometers away, Han Fei roared angrily, making Huer's soul tremble. Chu Feng's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Fish Dragon King! Are you looking for death here? If you don't run, no one can escape." Han Fei grinned. "Who can stop me, the Fish Dragon King? This woman should be the strongest in your team, right? I'm going to take her life." Swish. Seeing that Huer was frozen and unable to recover, Chu Feng knew that she must have been injured. To save her companion, Chu Feng took out a very special weapon that looked like a mass of blood. Chu Feng shouted, "Since you want to die, don't ever come out." Try to escape. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Bloody Dirty Thunder. Introduction, this is an eroding thunder made of the blood sea. Divine wood and thunder. It contains a strange poison. Once an ordinary person touches it, it will erode his meridians, flesh, blood, essence, and soul, ultimately turning him into a pool of filthy blood. Quality, high-quality divine weapon. Enchantment, none. Effect, pollution, erosion. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks, exploding range, 8,000 meters. Who had just come back to her senses, screamed, Chu Feng, do you want me to die? The moment Chu Feng threw out the bloody dirty thunder, she said in her heart, it's worthwhile to trade you for the fish dragon king. Bang! At the moment when the bloody dirty thunder exploded, Chu Feng stepped into the exit. As for Han Fei and there was the bloody dirty thunder in front of them and a bug tied behind them. In Chu Feng's view, they would have no chance of survival. Buzz. At the moment Chu Feng went out, the space in front of Han Fei distorted, and he had already appeared in the insect pile 8,000 meters away. And was still that flame body. However, at the moment when the bloody dirty thunder burst out, a large number of black threads appeared in the flames. Ah! As soon as the insect tide passed, many undead creatures, after entering the bloody dirty thunder, began to quickly melt into a pool of dirty water. Some humans from the waterwood world, as well as the insects and birds on the way to the exit, saw this scene and shouted, go around and bypass this area. When the insect clan and the sky clan also left, the crazy insect tide suddenly stopped, and Han Fei was standing leisurely on the back of a beetle. The water immortal's voice sounded indifferently, what's your purpose in creating the hostile relationship between you and those blood demons? Han Fei smiled bitterly. I can't fight the waterwood world people. I can only fight the blood demons. The water immortal said, as long as you know what you're doing. Remember. Think of a way to find my original body quickly. You only have 100 years. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Teacher, I'm only in my 20s. The water immortal spat. You're just pretending. You've already lived 40 or 50 years in the Age of Doom. Go. The outside world was already in chaos. Under normal circumstances, no one would come out until the end of the third day. But suddenly, a bunch of people rushed out of the entrance. Immediately, the powerhouses of the waterwood world, the White Shell Royal City, and the Blood Sea Divine Wood were all surprised. What was going on? Why? Were all the people from the waterwood world out? Someone asked in surprise, what's going on? It's only been less than a day. And it's already over? A human explorer exclaimed, hiss. What happened inside? A sea demon venerable glanced around. 628, so many died in one day? Both the sea demon and the blood demon powerhouses looked surprised. The probability of death was as high as 40%. And it had only been less than a day. If they stayed for 3 days, wouldn't everyone be killed? Wu Shangshui stepped out of the void, glanced around, and immediately said, be quiet. Xiaoman, what happened? With a calm expression, Shu Xiaoman said solemnly, greetings, Venerable Shui. The Fish Dragon King, from the White Shell Royal City, is crazy. The Fish Dragon King was crazy? Immediately, Gue Sanqing, who had been following the Fish Dragon King, frowned, but didn't say anything in the end. After all, the other party was from the waterwood world. Even if he asked, they wouldn't answer. But then, after only a few seconds, a group of sea demons rushed out. However, there were only about 500 of them in total. Immediately, someone shouted, "What's going on? Where are the others?" Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Something was wrong. The venerables from the White Bay Royal City were shocked. Almost 2,000 people went in, and only 500 came out. And it only took one day? Are you kidding me? Gue Sanqing glanced around and immediately pointed at Yucaling and Lan. Shuer. Why did you two come out first? Where is young Master Dragon King? Lan Shuer's body stiffened slightly, but Yucaling said calmly, Master Dragon King is fighting a great battle inside. Yucaling was right. Hanfei was indeed on a killing spree inside. Gue Sanqing's face turned cold. Young Master Dragon King is still inside. Why did you two, his subordinates, come out first? Yucaling said, My lord, we came out because even if we were inside, it would be useless. A huge undead worm tide erupted in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm. With our strength, we can't resist such a terrifying natural disaster at all. Worm tide? Instantly, countless people looked at Yucaling. A venerable asked, Tell me, where did the insect tide come from? It's still the first day they entered this ancient realm. Yucaling bowed apologetically. Master Venerable, I really don't know. As soon as we entered the Thousand Mountain ancient realm, we were ambushed by blood demons. This battle caused almost all the subordinates of Master Dragon King to die. The two of us were separated from Master Dragon King because of this. This should be the reason why Master Dragon King is fighting blood demons now. Yes, Yucaling and Lan Shuer didn't know the existence of the 9 sounds of the Great Tao. The only people who were good at using the sound to kill were the people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Only their curse techniques were completely unfamiliar to them. Immediately, Gue Sanqing and the venerables of the White Shell Royal City all looked at the people from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. One of the 2 twin sisters from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City shouted, We are enemies in the first place, so it's normal for us to ambush each other. Who would have expected that the so-called 10th place on the genius list of the White Shell Royal City is so vulnerable? Humph. This was a fair battle. Every time, it was usually the people from the White Shell Royal City who won big, except this time. Another person shouted, Who else is inside? Where is Yu Hong? A clam girl asked with an awful look, What about Shui Hong Yen? Is she fighting inside with the Fish Dragon King? Before Yucaling and the others answered, a bug from the Waterwood world shouted, She must be dead. You sea demons almost all died. A bug echoed, Yes, they were all eaten by the big red fish. Those big red fish are really fierce. A bird pecked at the insect. What big red fish? It's a blood demon. Swish swish swish. On the Waterwood world side, the bugs and the big bird had just finished bickering. The sea demons had just finished enjoying the food and were about to ask questions when they saw a batch of Millennium Snappers rushing out of the ancient realm. Creatures like blood demons seemed to be very good at transforming, especially when they were in a fleeing state. They liked to take fish form the most. The twin venerables from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City looked at each other, and their faces changed slightly. One of them said, 591. Why are there only so few people left? Chu Feng, where are the others? Chu Feng's expression looked awful. Master Shui ran, the others I'm afraid. They have died. Hiss. Shui Ran and Shui Qin were briefly stunned. Do they only have dozens more people surviving than the White Shell Royal City? Shui Qin asked, what about Huer? Is she dead too? Chu Feng gnashed her teeth and said, just now, in order to win us a chance to escape, Huer stopped the Fish Dragon King from the White Shell Royal City. Now. As she spoke, Chu Feng looked at the entrance. However, as soon as she said this, with swishes, nearly 100 bugs and dozens of big birds quickly rushed out of the entrance. A big worm shouted, wow. That's horrible. What is that bloody mist? It can even melt undead creatures? A big bird shouted, fortunately, I was slow. Otherwise, I would have been hit. A half-merman venerable said with an awful look, Waterwood World, their odds of death are only about 20%. A bug buzzed, surprised? Angry? An insect mumbled, who told them to grab opportunities? Such a huge opportunity. Whoever snatches it will die. Some bugs muttered, fortunately, we met. Bang! Before the insect finished speaking, Shu Xiaoman kicked its head. Shut up. It had to be said that the insect race was usually big-mouthed. Their intelligence was even lower than the war giants. Just now that bug almost spilled the beans. The corners of Wushang Shua's mouth curled up slightly. She looked at the entrance again and couldn't help but ask, are there still living creatures inside? The bug that had just rushed out said, I saw a guy carrying a red spear walking into the insect tide. I don't think he can survive. A big bird said, I saw a person on fire enter the insect tide too. A sea demon said, it's Master Dragon King. When we came out, Master Dragon King was still fighting the blood demons. When Chu Feng heard that both of them fell into the insect tide, she was secretly relieved. Suddenly, she spotted Yang Ruoyun and her eyes turned cold. Chu Feng said bluntly, Master Shui Ran, Master Shui Qin, Yang Ruoyun and the Fish Dragon King from the White Shell Royal City conspired to kill the strong masters of our Blood Sea Divine Wood City. When I found it out, the compatriots who died under their hands were no less than 100. Huh? The venerable sisters immediately turned cold and glared at Yang Ruoyun. How could they tolerate it? In the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, you could fight however you wanted. However, how could you attack your compatriots outside? As for Yang Ruoyun, she seemed to have long known that she would be exposed. At this moment, she was unusually calm and her mind was racing. She said, Master Venerables, Chu Feng only saw one side of the matter, but not the other. When this matter is over, I will definitely give a reasonable answer. However, it's not convenient to talk about it at this moment. Chu Feng's eyes immediately turned cold. She had seen it with her own eyes. Besides, more than one person had seen it, but she was still pretending innocent. She had seen it clearly that Yang Ruoyun was ruthless to her own kind. No matter how Yang Ruoyun tried to explain, she must kill her. Shui Ran snorted, and Yang Ruoyun suddenly fell on her knees and vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Shui Ran said ruthlessly, no matter what the reason is, you must be severely punished for killing your own kind. Let's see how you'll defend yourself. The venerables from the White Shell Royal City, on the other hand, were a little surprised. The Fish Dragon King had always thought highly of himself. Why would he cooperate with a blood demon? On the Waterwood World side, Wushang Shui couldn't help but wonder, is it the Fish Dragon King? Or Han Fei? She had already learned from Jing'er that it was impossible for the fish Dragon King to survive with Han Fei here. So, if she guessed right, the person in the Thousand Mountain ancient realm was actually Han Fei. Wu Shangshui said to Jing'er, who was hiding in the void and eating hot pot. Stop eating. What do you think you're doing? Jing'er finally showed up. After she came out, there was still a little grease at the corner of her mouth. Jing'er glanced around. I didn't expect this trip to the 1,000-year mountain to end so quickly. Xiaoman, did you gain anything from this trip? Shu Xiaoman bowed slightly. Messenger Jing, this trip was quite rushed. Except for the unusual movement of the mountains in the 1,000 Mountain ancient realm and the immortal worm tide, we didn't really get much treasure. Jing'er said carelessly, oh. Is that so? Did the mountains or the worms swallow those sea demons? Shu Xiaoman, both. However, when the mountains moved, there was a terrifying mist. No one who entered could come out. That's why so many people died in one day. Some people from our Waterwood world also disappeared in the mist. The people from the White Shell Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City were stunned. The people who came out just now didn't mention anything about the abnormal movement of the mountains or the cannibal mist. Jing'er said lazily, look, now we figure out why so many people from you two sides died. They must be too greedy and don't have the safety awareness of the Waterwood world. Disperse. Venerable Xueqin said coldly, the 3 days are not up yet. Since it's said that someone has been lost, what if there is still a way out? Shua. Just as Xueqin finished speaking, she saw a figure flash at the entrance. Everyone looked over. The first thing they saw was a flame, and the coming person was bathed in flames. When everyone took a closer look, they saw that the fish dragon king from the White Shell Royal City was covered in blood. He held a spear in his left hand and pinched the heavenly talent of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City, Huer, by the neck with the other hand. At that moment, the audience was silent. The last scene seemed to be bloody and bleak. Lan Shuer turned her head away. This B***star is strong indeed, but he is such a jerk. Shu Xiaoman's eyes flickered. If she remembered correctly, the heavenly talents of the sea demons and from the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had basically all been defeated by Han Fei. She couldn't help thinking, Yinyang World? What kind of place is Yinyang World? Is that place made of blood and fire? Crack. Han Fei threw Huer to the sea demon's side and said fiercely, I thought the so-called heavenly talent of the Blood Sea Divine Wood City was strong, but I was wrong, she was defeated by me within 100 rounds. With that, Han Fei tilted his head, glanced at the blood demons, and said fiercely, how dare you ambush me? This is the price. After that, Han Fei looked at the venerables on his side and then at the followers of Yu Hong and Shui Hongyan. Han Fei grinned. No need to wait. I killed Shui Hongyan and fed her to the insects. As for Yu Hong, I didn't meet him. However, since he hasn't come out, he must have been dead. Yu Kailing's expression was complicated. For some reason, she felt that although this fish dragon king was still extremely arrogant, he seemed to be more domineering than the previous fish dragon king, more domineering in the true sense, not the bragging-like domineering. However, Yu Kailing never suspected him. After all, she didn't know much about the fish dragon king. As for Gui Sanqing, he seemed to be the guardian of the fish dragon king and was looking at Han Fei with a smile. Han Fei then raised his chin at him proudly and said in his heart, "Old Turtle, has that small turtle been killed by you?" Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei left the Thousand Mountain ancient realm as the Fish Dragon King, looking arrogant and domineering. He raised his eyebrows, tilted his head, and raised his chin exactly the way the Fish Dragon King did in the past. However, no matter how well he imitated him, he wasn't the real one. Especially those who were very familiar with the Fish Dragon King, such as the half-venerable Gue Sanqing, he needed to solve him quickly. In his heart, the old turtle said, "I'm swallowing you, Windao's soul. It will take another 4 hours." Han Fei was lost for words. It only took them a short while to possess someone, but you, an emperor, haven't finished it after more than a day? Roar. The old turtle said angrily, "What do you know? Is this a normal possession? This is a possession without being detected. I only sent out a little bit of thought, so it's many times more difficult than normal possession. Besides, I still need to absorb this person's soul and control his body, combat skills, law enforcement abilities, and many great daos. Do you think I'll just grab his body?" It did make sense. Although the old turtle would only temporarily use Yu Windao's body, he still had to learn how to use it. Otherwise, if it was found out, he would be doomed. Young Master Dragon King, you are both heavenly talents in the royal city. Isn't it outrageous for you to say that young Master Hong Yan died in your hands? A clam girl stood out. She was middle-aged and her face was livid. Han Fei smiled disdainfully. "What are you going to do? Kill me?" Han Fei glanced at the clam girl from the corner of his eyes proudly, then walked to her step by step and kicked her. "Although this person is not weak, she is still not the person who ambushed me. I know that there must be a top heavenly talent hidden among the blood demons. Heh. If you have the ability, don't ever show your strength, or I will find you sooner or later." As he spoke, Han Fei glanced at Chu Feng and the other blood demons. When he glanced at Yang Ruoyun, he purposely paused for 2 seconds before he looked away. Yang Ruoyun really wanted to rip Han Fei's head off. Although Han Fei's eyes only stayed on her for 2 seconds, it would take her a lot of time and effort to explain it. Besides, Yang Ruoyun had planned to make use of the fact that Han Fei killed his fellow clansman. However, Han Fei simply stated that he had killed another heavenly talent from the White Shell Royal City, and that it was only natural for him to do so. He didn't even blink his eyes when he killed a top heavenly talent from the White Shell Royal City. What's the big deal for him to kill a few ordinary half-mermen? Of course, Han Fei mentioned the heavenly talent who ambushed him several times, which made Yang Ruoyun's heart skip a beat. This Fish Dragon King could even kill Huer. Didn't it mean that the blood demon that could ambush him was stronger? More importantly, was there really such a person? Could anyone ambush Han Fei and his men alone? Also, the Fish Dragon King seemed to be too hostile to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. Yes. From the beginning, the Fish Dragon King had been very aggressive. If there was no such person, if everything was made up by the Fish Dragon King, what was his purpose? At this moment, Yang Ruoyun was refreshed. The Fish Dragon King was much more sophisticated than he seemed. What he said couldn't be real. If there was really such a strong master on the Blood Sea Divine Wood City's side, why didn't she show up? She had to become such a peerless genius to survive today's disaster. However, the other party was really strong. She was still far away. Chu Feng and the others looked at Han Fei differently. Although they were angry at Han Fei's contemptuous gaze, they really couldn't beat him. It could be said that in their eyes, this fish dragon king was really strong. Therefore, although he was so conceited and arrogant, they couldn't say anything. However, Gue Sanqing slightly frowned and said telepathically, "Young master." Han Fei realized what Gue Sanqing meant. He was reminding him not to be cocky. Han Fei snorted and walked to his camp step by step. Because Han Fei didn't know the near-at-hand technique, he could only walk. Of course, when he left, he looked at Lan Shuer and Yu Kaling and snorted. When all the eyes were on Han Fei, Jing'er was a bit nervous. His acting skills are too strong, aren't they? He looks so arrogant and conceited that even she wanted to kick him. On the other side, Venerable Shui Ran and Venerable Shui Qin both glanced at the heavenly talents in front of them after hearing Han Fei's words. Could it be that among these people, there was a peerless genius that even they hadn't discovered? It was also at this moment that they noticed that Yang Ruoyan seemed to be trying to hide her cultivation, which puzzled them. Why do you bother to do that when you're so weak? Shui Qin giggled. The fish dragon king of the White Shell Royal City. Very good. I'll remember this name. When Shui Qin mentioned him, Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth curled up subconsciously. Even in front of a venerable, he still had a hint of arrogance and showed the look of "so what if you remember me," which was really annoying. When he walked back to Gue Sanqing, Han Fei took the initiative to speak. Telepathically, let's talk about what happened later. While talking, Han Fei secretly triggered the venerable token and forged the universe. Jing'er looked at him, and they quickly exchanged a glance. Of course, Gue Sanqing wouldn't know that the fish dragon king could communicate with other venerables silently under his watch. Although he had a lot of questions, young Master Dragon King had told him to wait. Obviously, he had something not convenient to say here, so he had to wait. However, Han Fei said in his heart, "Old turtle, I've bought you some time." The old turtle said, "It's impossible for you Wendao to appear again. Lure this turtle out alone. Remember to avoid the venerable's perception." Han Fei almost vomited blood. How can I avoid the perception of venerables? Han Fei even suspected that at the venerable level, their perception range could be tens of thousands of kilometers or even farther. Although no one had ever told him that, judging from their expression that they knew everything and could see everything, he couldn't believe that their perception range wasn't 10,000 kilometers. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Come on, tell me how to avoid the venerables." Perception. As long as a venerable notices me, how can I disappear from his sight? The old turtle chuckled. Do you think that the perception range of a venerable is very large, and that they can even know what's happening within tens of thousands of kilometers? Han Fei asked, Isn't it? The old turtle chuckled. No one can control everything, not even a king. Do you think they have nothing better to do than to watch what you do every day? Han Fei muttered, It's just that I'm too dazzling now. The old turtle scoffed. No matter how dazzling you are, you're only a peak level sea spirit who hasn't even entered the Tao. Let me tell you, the perception of a venerable can indeed be very far away, but that's perception, not coverage. It's the same as your current perception. You just need to lower your presence. No one will stare at you for no reason. After all, you have a half-venerable guarding you. Han Fei thought to himself, this makes sense, so the venerables are not Omnipotent. That's good. Han Fei couldn't help but think that his junior sister, Queen Life, was quite powerful. She didn't even need to look to discover that he had blended into the sea demons. However, he didn't know if Queen Life knew that he was her senior brother. If she knew that he was only a junior explorer, would she simply kill him, or throw him a bunch of awesome resources? As he was lost in wild thoughts, he saw Jing'er became impatient. Law enforcers, all go back. You have nothing to do here anymore. The strong masters of the two big royal cities were certainly unwilling to leave. After all, their losses this time were too great. 70% of their heavenly talents had perished in a mere 1,000-mountain ancient realm. This number was twice as much as before. They didn't believe that so many heavenly talents had been swallowed by a cloud of mist. A half-merman venerable looked at Han Fei. Dragon King, have you ever encountered the mist that swallows people? Han Fei shook his head. No. I've been fighting a blood demon who I don't know. From the beginning to the end, I haven't even gone to a mountain. The venerable grunted and said impatiently, all sea spirits, go back. On the Blood Sea Divine Wood City's side, Shui Ran said lightly, take Yang Ruoyun back and interrogate her. Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Gue Sanqing. Let's go. 100 seconds after leaving the entrance of the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, Han Fei changed direction and left other sea demons. Gue Sanqing, young master, are we not going back to the Ice God Canyon? Han Fei said with a sullen face, no. Let's go first. I'll talk to you later. Seeing Han Fei's strange expression, Gue Sanqing didn't ask further. He guessed that something must have happened to Han Fei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the team in such a hurry. Half an hour later, Gue Sanqing said again, young master, no one should notice us now. Han Fei secretly pinched his fingers and didn't find anything wrong. Then he said solemnly, I feel that my Dragon King bloodline is about to be awakened. I need to find a safe place quickly to cultivate in seclusion. Huh? Gue Sanqing couldn't help but ask in confusion, young master, hasn't your Dragon King bloodline awakened long ago? Han Fei's heart did a flip. No, I'm talking about the second awakening. Although I was ambushed this time, I felt that my bloodline was agitated and there seemed to be an abnormality. Gue Sanqing was refreshed. No wonder he felt that young Master Dragon King was a little strange. Was it because his Dragon King bloodline was going to be awakened again? He had never heard of such a thing as the second awakening of a bloodline. However, in the world of heavenly talents, everything was possible. Just because he hadn't seen it didn't mean there wasn't such a thing. Who dared to neglect this matter? Immediately, Gue Sanqing said solemnly, young master, shouldn't we go back to the Ice God Canyon to awaken your bloodline? Han Fei shook his head. No, this is my trump card. No one else can know it. Sanqing, although I am conceited, I am not stupid. If I awaken the strongest bloodline, how many of those guys can tolerate me? Sanqing, you are the only one I can trust now. Gue Sanqing took a deep breath and blushed. Young master, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei could temporarily fool Gue Sanqing. He just needed to wait for the old turtle to control Yuan Dao to come over. After at least 200,000 kilometers away from the 1,000-mountain ancient realm, Han Fei found a random trench at the bottom of the sea and dove in. 2 hours passed. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, I'm here. I need your soul-shaking roar to assist me. Leave the rest to me. Han Fei was pretending to practice the demon god scripture, causing a continuous vortex of demonic energy around him. Han Fei said quickly, come on, I can't pretend anymore. In this world, the simplest attack was sneak attack. Only the kind of unexpected sneak attack was the hardest to dodge. Although Han Fei should be able to resolve Gue Sanqing if he attacked him directly, it would definitely make Gue Sanqing wary. Han Fei activated the Beast King technique. Although Han Fei couldn't be familiar with a real dragon, it shouldn't be a problem for him to transform. It was a pity that when he was in the Grand Myriad Mountains, there was a creature that looked like a dragon named the Titan Serpent. Unfortunately, that guy was too lazy. And there were too many creatures in the 100,000 mountains, so Han Fei didn't learn from him. But Han Fei's body suddenly began to change. Gue Sanqing had been guarding him, but when he saw Han Fei's body grow longer and a large number of scales appear on his body, he was a little surprised. Is this the second awakening? However, Han Fei's body quickly changed, and in the blink of an eye, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in front of Gue Sanqing. Hiss! Gue Sanqing was dumbfounded. Is this the real power of my young master's bloodline? This is the legendary dragon race. Roar! Suddenly, there was a shocking dragon roar, which was like the roar of a 100 beasts. The 100-beast soul-subduing roar exploded in the unguarded Gue Sanqing's ears, making his head buzz. At this moment, Han Fei launched the sacrificing punch with all his strength. Han Fei didn't care if the turtle would be broken. If a half-venerable could be destroyed by his punch, how could he be called a half-venerable? Besides, it was a turtle. The turtle carried a shell every day. Everyone knew that his defense power must be very strong. Buzz! A large fist shadow enveloped the turtle. Then, the void was torn apart, and Yuwenren appeared. At that moment, Yuwenren, who was possessed by the old turtle, pressed his hand on the turtle shell. At that moment, an extremely huge black turtle shell directly covered him, pressing Gue Sanqing to the ground. Seeing this scene, Han Fei exclaimed, "Oh, old turtle, you're really something. You can summon a turtle shell out of thin air and suppress a half-venerable?" The old turtle said angrily, "What are you doing? I have my own means. This is not a turtle shell, but the turtle shell sky sealing technique. Once this technique is activated, it can silently help me take this person down. No one can see this place. With my Dao runes, even a king can't see what is happening here." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Heh. Just tell me that you still have hidden strength." Roar! Bang! At this moment, Gue Sanqing finally realized that he had been tricked. What? Second bloodline awakening? Damn it, this guy was not young Master Dragon King. The problem was, when was young Master Dragon King replaced? When did you? When Dao have a problem? This didn't make sense. While struggling, Gue Sanqing looked at the fish dragon king who had turned back into a human and was talking cheerfully, and he trembled all over. Even though his face was bleeding and he felt that his soul was being torn apart, he couldn't help but roar, "Who are you exactly?" Han Fei raised his chin. "Me? I'm the fish dragon king." Faced with such a half-venerable creature, Han Fei certainly wouldn't reveal his true identity, although he seemed to be in an absolutely safe state now. The old turtle chuckled. You're too curious. Why do you talk so much? Nonsense, dead turtle. It's the honor of your life that I'll use your body. Gue Sanqing roared and tried to blow himself up. However, the old turtle pressed his turtle shell with one hand and his head with the other. Han Fei saw that a blue soul fire was forcibly extracted by a black mist. Of course, Han Fei knew that it was a soul. He was just surprised that the old turtle, who had only released a wisp of his soul, was already so strong. How could a half-venerable soul be extracted so easily? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, it's not that I can easily crush a half-venerable now, but that it and I are both turtles. If I hadn't lost my great Tao, just a thought from me would make him kneel on the ground, unable to move. Han Fei snorted. Stop bragging. In the end, it was still so difficult for you to kill a half-venerable even with my help. About 100 seconds later, the screams in Gue Sanqing's soul gradually disappeared, and the soul turned into a little blue brilliance that was swallowed by the old turtle. The surface of Yu Wendao's body seemed to turn incorporeal, and a large amount of black gas was also absorbed into Gue Sanqing's body. If it weren't for the fact that Han Fei was already very familiar with the old turtle, he would have thought that this was an evil technique after seeing such a weird scene. However, it did seem to be an evil technique. After another 100 seconds, Yu Wendao's body suddenly went limp and he fell to the ground. And Gue Sanqing suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were pitch dark, but soon he returned to normal. Gue Sanqing roared at the sky and grinned. I'm finally free. I'm out. Han Fei was looking at the old turtle as if looking at a fool. He snorted and said, Hey, don't shout. You don't even have a great Tao now. You're only half a half-venerable now. What can you do if you can't even kill me? Han Fei wasn't lying. He and the old turtle couldn't trust each other completely yet. However, Han Fei knew very well that when he used all his strength, although he might not be able to beat a half-venerable, he might be able to escape. Besides, in terms of physique alone, Han Fei was confident that even a half-venerable might not be comparable to him. With this advantage, why should he be afraid? The old turtle's face immediately turned cold. I can still recultivate. It will only take 10 years for me to improve the bloodline of this little turtle and increase its strength by several times. Han Fei immediately muttered, 10 years? Maybe when I'm already a king. You're still a half-venerable. How weak. The old turtle bared his teeth, his face fierce. What do you know? I'm just laying the foundation for a great Tao. If it weren't for the fact that this little turtle's bloodline is too poor, believe it or not, I would have become a venerable in 10 days and a half-king in 100 days. Han Fei curled his lips. Go away. Stop bragging. Just because you finally have a body doesn't mean you become invincible now. If you meet a venerable, he'll be able to destroy you with a single slap. By the way, what about you, Wendao? As if finding it difficult to talk to Han Fei, and finally having a new body, the old turtle didn't want to quarrel with Han Fei. At this moment, the old turtle glanced at Yu Wendao and said in disdain, this guy is a waste. His great Tao is extremely impure. He was originally from the undersea human race, and his body is almost the same as that of a human, but he also has the talent of sea demons. However, his body was destroyed by himself in cultivation. Now his soul has been shattered by me. Although he hasn't died, he won't be able to hold on for 3 days. Han Fei took a deep breath. What about his resources? The old turtle raised a sun-moon shell and said, they're all spiritual. Spring, spiritual fruits, demonic stone, ores, and speculations on all kinds of great Daos. You can have them if you want. By the way, can you give my new body a heaven enlightenment divine technique? Heh, impossible. Han Fei said contemptuously, I've just replenished my lifespan and vitality. And you want me to do it again? Who do you think you are? The old turtle was lost for words. This little turtle has a hidden injury. And its spiritual heritage is not high. It only has a level 6 spiritual heritage. Considering his hidden injury, it's about the same as a level 5 demonic heritage. How about this? I'll teach you the grand puppet technique. And you use the heaven enlightenment divine technique on this body. It only needs 100 years of vitality. Han Fei shook his head. No way. You can find a Tao-seeking great demon and swallow it. The old turtle said angrily, even if I swallow it, it won't work. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Then give me the resources first. Then, catch a Tao-seeking great demon. I'll give you as many years as I can swallow. The old turtle was dumbfounded. In that ancient realm, you spent 2,000 years of your life without batting an eye. I just want you to give me 100 years, and you refuse? Han Fei sneered. That's my teacher. Who are you? If it weren't for the restriction of the contract, we might still be enemies. The old turtle said gloomily, I am an emperor. Han Fei interrupted him, what opportunities can you give me? My teacher even gave me her original body. What can you give me? The old turtle roared, you've taken my great Tao into your veins. Han Fei snorted. That was given by the calabash, not you. If you have what it takes, ask the calabash for it. The old turtle rolled his eyes and said, do you know that after I teach you the grand puppet technique, you can refine Yuan Dao into a puppet? A half venerable puppet can't compare to your 100-year vitality? More importantly, you can absorb it back from others. Han Fei thought to himself, is it really so awesome? Han Fei changed his tone. Okay, that's fine. However, the stronger you are, the more dangerous I'll be. I can't keep a threat by my side, so, you'll have to pay more. The old turtle seemed to see through Han Fei's idea. In fact, this guy didn't care about the so-called 100-year lifespan at all. He was just bargaining with him. The old turtle said tiredly, tell me, what else do you want besides the resources of 2 half-venerables and a grand puppet technique? Han Fei knew very well that in the eyes of different people, the same things value was usually different. For example, if the old turtle really despised Gu Sanqing's body, would he possess it? Even if he did, he would at most use it temporarily instead of spending much time on it. For example, Yuan Dao was at most used as a converter. Then he was a half venerable too. Why didn't the old turtle take his body seriously? Han Fei pondered and grinned. It's simple. Teach me the strongest technique. The old turtle rolled his eyes and said, I knew that it couldn't be anything good. However, you've already mastered the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Haven't you found the problem? Han Fei was puzzled. What problem? The old turtle said, ultimately, a combat skill is attached to a great Tao. Therefore, there is no so-called strongest combat skill at all. I have never Seen the so-called strongest great Tao. When you enter a great Tao, the combat skill of this great Tao will definitely become your strongest combat skill. Han Fei thought to himself, is that so? Then forget it. However, he had offered his terms and the old turtle had agreed. How could he not ask for something?